mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.
never felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words, 'cause he makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm satellite deep down me right here. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? My heart is pumping, pumping. You got me jumping, jumping. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hop, 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 ignite. Ignite. You know how you make me feel, 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 feel. You know how you make me feel, feel, feel. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? My heart is pumping, pumping. You got me jumping, jumping. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Ignite.
everyone to CRL. It is time. We have gone through an incredible bracket with so many upsets. We have so much to cover, everyone. It is our third open here of the CRL spring season. My name is Seb Dodd. Along with me are three fantastic talents that we have. We have Taco, we have Vaudable, we got Navanta on the desk with me. How you guys doing, Taco? Start with.
No, doing great. I mean, we have had a lot of upsets both yesterday within the overall kind of generic qualifier, and then even today, just within this bracket, right before we went live to cover the last four matches of the day, we've had a lot of results where even all of us just at the Discord call, we're just sitting around going, did that actually just happen? So yeah, we do have a lot to cover. So for everyone who likes those topsy-turvy storylines, we certainly have it this weekend.
We have competitive CRL here, Seth. I mean, we finally have new faces in the top 4, in the top 6, in the top 8, and this is what I have been waiting for. Teams to challenge those top squads, but Northwood seems to be inevitable.
Navanta, how you doing, man?
I love the Northwood propaganda right out of the gate there, but let's be real. I mean, we're all in agreement here. This weekend has been crazy, topsy-turvy, whatever you want to call it. But you know what? We sat and asked for this. We wanted new challengers. We said the new realignments and give us some new storylines, and we're getting it now. And this is the start of something really major for CRL.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, I think, we wanted some new challenges. We just didn't expect all of them to be European. But with that, let's go to our cumulative standings thus far. Of course, you get points throughout every single open you play. And those who are in the top 3 have clinched themselves for the National Spring Championship, with Northwood, St. Clair Green, and Maryville already having secured their spots. Northwood and St. Clair Green tied at 31 points apiece. Maryville just in third at 28. Kind of, we talked about it briefly, having the same curse that Northwood did have last year, where they find themselves so close to getting a championship during these opens, but can't find themselves at the finish line. And we will talk about it shortly, but that trend continues to this day. Concord, Akron Blue, Ball State, Fisher, and West Virginia going to be rounding out the top 8 as things continue to get more competitive. Now, we're gonna skip through the rest of these rankings. We just want to talk about what happened for day 1 and day 2. So let's bring up the bracket that we have thus far, because with this bracket, we have already seen so many incredible storylines manifest themselves. Guys, I want to talk about, first of all, we went ahead and did a ranking recently, and we featured a lot of teams. And some teams were missing more than others. I notably did not have Fisher on my list, which is fine. And I am biting. I am paying for that. But Fisher has taken a win against Akron, WVU, and Maryville. Taco, this is a team that wasn't even in top 8 last week.
No, and that's really the biggest thing that we keep talking about is when you're looking at the points, especially for live standings within Open 3. These are the points that every team has gotten so far, which is why you don't see the 16 points typically you get from those winners. So we do see great teams like Mizzou who haven't really gotten that far, but then we see teams like Ball State fall down. So yeah, when you do see teams be able to pop into top 8 and then go even further than that, it really is impressive, and it shows that on your day, you just need 1 or 2 really good performances against those top teams, and you can make a deep run. And especially now that we know that, if you just get to lower semifinal, if you get into like the top 3, top 4 of your individual pools within qualifiers, you can get singular points or maybe 2 points. And that alone, it seems like, is going to really be the difference between making it into the spring championship and not.
And obviously, the other results that we've had, I mean, again, we don't have like the full day 1 bracket ahead of us, but some notable things. OC, who has been a regular at this point, who has continued to impress, failed to wake up this morning, I think, Bod. Was
they
that
didn't wake up yesterday, and they DQ'd into lowers, made a good run through it, and then ran into the chopping block that was UNC Charlotte. UNC Charlotte came out of nowhere, took them down, and had a stellar performance for them, so shout out to that squad. They faced off against ISU after that and beat ISU. Of course, ISU did have a sub, Cosmic still on the mend. Heart goes out to that guy, but hopefully he'll get better for the next open. But Boise, that is the story here as well. Making their name known yet again, taking it down UNC Charlotte. Then Mizzou, who also made an appearance themselves, getting a 3-2 victory against ISU in the upper bracket, and unfortunately falling short in both their matches. They had Crims in for Exodia, so it's the day of subs, the day of people being sleepy, I guess, and the day of upsets.
Navata, another team that I wanted to bring up that, I knew that we had some doubts or at least some discussions as to where kind of they were at. I know that in Creams, who was our invitee on our podcast the other day, he didn't even have him in the top 10, I don't recall. And I think at this point, Cumberland has settled themselves in as a top 8 team. Do we really, this is a full European team, Polar Next, who have just continued to impress. Where do we see their peak at right now? Because they already beat Boise on the lower end of the bracket, and although I believe they did lose to St. Clair, this is a team that is actually competing for points now.
Well, first things first, you really can't discount the weekend. Yeah, there were subs, yeah, it was topsy-turvy, but it was also Valentine's Day weekend. People got responsibilities set, but that said, all opens are opens for a reason and a purpose. And even though Cumberland's coming to a really topsy-turvy open this weekend, you really can't discount that this could be a linchpin moment for that team and that program. They will go back and see what they've done. I mean, Ball State is no slouch. I've been pretty much bearish on Ball State, but there's a certain bass from the past, Piranha from Manana, who loves them very, very much, and they took them down. So what's that say about the next chapter for this squad?
Also should correct myself. Now, is actually American. So yes, while not full European, majority European, which is kind of, as we take a look at our bracket thus far, is the tale of the tape for this open. It is completely, except for a couple teams, majority European in this front, with Northwood, Concord, Maryville, Fisher, St. Clair, Cumberland. That top 6, the only full North American team is actually Northwood. Of course, the asterisks here are Concord and Cumberland in particular, who of course have themselves a North American player. And I want to talk for a second on Concord, because we did talk about it briefly with Creams, where it's like there's a level of Concord with Helix, and then there's a level without Taco. And I feel like Helix is peak Helix is a man of nightmares. He's a man who is a demon to the best players that we have in CRL.
There's these points in a lot of different series throughout high-level CRL where you have to wonder about, okay, well, how's this really going to look? I think Ball State was a great example of it. When you looked at that roster, you're like, and Oath and Guh making a lot of waves is really good, but, is Wova going to be able to step up? And then he has probably one of the best series I've ever seen in a national championship in the last season for CECC, and then they won. And now you have fall championship with Concord, and Helix is Smoss and Crispy, obviously filthy. Helix has been holding his own, but, can they get over the hump? Because this is really where it all matters the most. And then he does have the best series he's ever seen. Creams admitted, actually, when we talked to him on a recent show, that we were saying, hey, how does that work when you're rating Concord so highly? He's like, well, at the end of the day, they're good. But when Helix plays, he's like, I still have nightmares of him double tapping on me in the fall championship. He was that good. He's like, that is the best series I've seen really any player have. So if he can achieve that consistently, Concord's super dangerous. But when he doesn't, who knows really where their ceiling is.
Well, this is our schedule for the evening. As you can see on the bracket, we're going to be kicking things off with the upper final first. We have Northwood versus Concord, a classic, of course. Lower end of the bracket first. As you see, we already have our lower semifinals ready to go in Fisher and St. Clair Green taking sweeps respectively. Maryville out at lower quarterfinals, not expecting that one. But we're just going to have to deal with the cost of it now, as Fisher is looking to make some noise against St. Clair Green. Then following up with that, we're going to have the lower final, which will be the loser of the upper final going against the winner of the lower semi. And then we have a grand final where, if need be, it will be a bracket reset going 2 times, which seems to be tradition at this point. It's just insane. So we will keep it going. But our first match will be Northwood versus Concord. Vod, what else is there to say about this matchup? We've seen it so many times before in championship contexts, and every single open, we somehow find our way against these two. Yes, Maryville continues to insert themselves as one of the best of the Europeans, but this is always a match to watch.
Yeah, it's a great matchup between these two teams. This was our grand final for the fall championship, and that's where Creams was talking about. Is he was scared of Helix on Concord when we talked to him on Champ League on Friday, and talking about the strategy going into this one. It's just, okay, play their game, because it really depends on how Helix feels on the day with this Concord roster. Crispy and CMOS, they're known quantities on this Concord team. Helix, we have yet to see their peak potential. We saw it a little bit in fall, but we haven't seen it as much in this spring semester. So we're getting inklings of it. We finally see them again on the upper side of a top 3. This is their time to shine, but Northwood, they are kings for a reason. Back on top, the only full North American roster, so every other squad's got to look out for them.
We talk about Northwood being the only American roster at this point. There's something poetic about it, where it's like, not only are they the only North American roster, but they're also winning, which is nice to see. I mean, we saw them take a very, very hard-fought double bracket reset, best of 7 all the way through win over Maryville. Are they in a position to keep that crown, or is just this European pressure going to be too much?
I mean, when you ask really any player on Northwood, they really just say like, oh, if we're losing a series, it's because we are not playing our best. It's not because we're really getting outplayed. It's because we just made mistakes. It's stupid. So even talked to Creams before in some series where they did drop. He was saying, well, you know, I just traveled for like 15 hours. I was trekking through the mountains. You know, I was rescuing a family from a bear attack. Like, there's always something. But that's the thing, is like, Northwood is a favorite for a reason. They were kind of the villains of the scene for so long, and now they're at a point where it isn't enough to just show up. They actually have to play the best possible game, and I think Concord's one of those teams that really does push them to that brink. And even if, yeah, they're the sole full NA squad for people to root for, it is an unusual situation. It's like rooting for the villain if you think about the history of a lot of CRL based on just how dominant they have been historically.
Well, let's get to predictions and how we are feeling about the series. Remember that Concord did take a 3-0 win earlier in their bracket against St. Clair Green, of course, one of our previous Open champions. And Northwood ended up beating Maryville 3-1, which is just a good rematch from the previous Open. So where do we see this going? Taco, starting with
I have Northwood on this one, mainly because Concord and Northwood have faced off 8 times, and the only time Concord has won across NECC and CRL was a fall championship. And last I checked, it's not fall nor a championship, so I think Northwood has this one, despite Concord having the best Open so far in spring.
Last time I checked.
Wow.
last if you check it.
Well, I have to double check that. Yeah, it turns out I am
the
still
archives.
accurate on that.
Yeah, he's got his notes. All right, Vaughn, where do you see this?
This is the first time since the fall that we have seen Concord come through uppers. So I think this is their time to shine. I think this is their time to show the magic that Helix did during their matchup in the fall championship. We've seen some of the stream matches. Shout out to Pyro, DJ TJ, and KevDog, of course, as well as you, Taco, on those as well for the community coverage. And this team of Concord looks the best they have all semester. So, I mean, they gave me a jersey, so I gotta kind of go with Concord on this one. It's a little bit upside down. There we go.
There we go.
Concord.
Flexing
Gotta
the
go with
merch.
Concord on that one. Bring the passion. It's gonna be Concord taking this all the way.
Bought
3-1 though, I'll
prediction.
say it.
Yeah. I want to say that while we were in our pod, we were like, he's like hoping, he's praying. It's like, please,
I've had
Concord,
that since the first
make
Open.
a top 4. I have some merch to show off. All right, Navanta, where do you see this going, man?
I picked Concord too. Can I get some merch? What the heck is going on over here? Here's the reason why, though. Even though both teams are great, and to your point, Seb, yeah, the NA Kings of the Mountain are seeing a lot of people come for the crown here. But over the last 3 games, Concord has had a 3.5 goals per game average. That's an impossible task to stop if you're not in their game. If Northwood has a slow start, which is definitely possible because we've seen it, it may be over for them. Go with Concord.
Well, I am going to go with Northwood in this case. There's a certain amount of pride to take. Yeah, yeah, I wonder why. It's almost as if, Creams is like the only man for my country in this thing. But bias aside, they are our last Open champions. They have wrecked absolutely everyone. They continue to do so, despite the fact that the field continues to get stronger with the likes of Fisher now, with St. Clair Green, with this Maryville squad, with Concord. All of these teams which have continued to perform, Northwood still excels atop them, and it continues to show why. So that is our matchup. We have a split desk across the board. Vaudable, I thought we were going to be on the same page without this, but I understand. You got that merch to show off. Either way, it is our upper final. It is going to be Northwood, who are the only North Americans left, facing Concord, who is on the path to redemption. Casters, let's get to the pitch.
Northwood and Concord isn't a rivalry. It's been a one-way beatdown by the Northwood Wolfpack. Concord won when it mattered most last semester, but are they truly a transformed team this open, this semester, to take Northwood down? Vaudeville? Let's find out.
This is the time to figure out if Northwood can put up what they talked about at the beginning of last semester, where they were going to go undefeated. They finally get their open win in Open 2. It took it all 14 games, the maximum amount of time for them to get there, but they looked dominant in those Game 7s. It's only a best of 5, though, and as you mentioned, history repeats itself here, Taco. They have beaten Concord every time it's set for the championship.
Which is what I think really gets Cream's goat when he discusses this team. He's like, yes, they're very good, but we're better. And the fact that they didn't actually close it out when it matters most after winning so many in a row has to sting. So this is just another chance to say, no, you get down to that lower bracket. I don't really even want to look at you right now, as they can maybe build up some lead here, especially now that they're really trying to press that near post. Finally going to be knocked away for Zanil to try to knock right back.
This is what we want to see from both these teams so far. Feeling out the competition. Hockey really was popping off with some insane plays earlier on. Went for a ceiling flip reset in their previous match against Maryville, and the confidence maybe cooled down a little bit during the break in between these series. But Concord were hot off of a win. A confident one themselves. I mean, a 3-0 sweep against St. Clair Green, the winners of the first Open. This is the Concord we expected to see to start the semester. It just took them a little bit to warm up the cars during the winter weather.
Yeah, and sometimes that really is the issue. You gotta let some of these older cars, especially like hockey. I don't know really how many miles he has in that Fennec, and I don't really want to know because the vet is still a KG1, and he's also really playing behind someone as aggressive as Creams. Maybe not aggressive enough on the follow-through, though. No one be able to get that demo off, so Samas is instead going to take to the far side, only to get dispossessed. Some more demos from Zanil as Creams takes her through the corner, but everyone on Northwood just a little displaced. They have the first read, but they don't have anyone to follow it up. Another roller back across. Helix is going to try to take that one back and around as Hockey will take the first touch. Zanil gets dispossessed. Samas has a wide open shot, and he's not able to convert it. I don't think he even realized how open it was.
Oh, they had so many opportunities, but it goes the other direction. No defense, and that will be stopped out instead for Hockey to get the goal this time. What a monumental turn of events for Northwood.
And what is more fundamental in high-level Rocket League than that? You miss an open chance, and the immediate counterattack goes in your net, also off the bar. But sometimes Crossbar does play favorites. That's a rough one for Concord, but something that these players can't shake off. You got to have that strong mental, and maybe you can do it right here, though it is immediately challenged by Hockey, so maybe no immediate revenge. Instead, it's Helix trying to take a 50 for the follow-through. Near post shot, easily dealt with by Creams.
That's going to hurt so much for Concord as well, especially when they thought they had it in the back of the net. They gave it up so much space to Northwood on the turnaround. The majority of the aggression in that first couple minutes was in the court of Northwood. So giving up that goal is not what they wanted to see happen. Instead, though, Helix off the backboard might be potential for a setup for their teammates. Here comes Seamoss, but off the woodwork again. Crispy for the follow-through, and they finally are able to activate to tie things up.
Well, at the very least, if you have someone crashing, I don't really care if Samas is hitting the crossbar. He might, but it's only going to damage his shooting accuracy, not the assist stat. Nice job by Crispy to be able to get on top of that one. Northwood plays very good defense, but eventually you can break through. You just got to make sure you're brave enough to dive on into these challenges. 1-1, and now with some kickoff trickery, though, imprecise as it may be, Helix has to go in reverse to be able to catch this one.
Got to see what this Concord roster can do in these moments. I mean, this has been their time for redemption compared to the last season.
It can be tough to be able to have to get into these series and also know the history of it all. You have to have a short memory, but it's that not just in terms of individual games. You have to understand that sometimes some teams just have your number. That's really been a majority of those Northwood games. Right now you can see the play style really favoring Northwood, especially when it's a wide open shot for Creams. He's trying to pick out that back post, though to little success. Hockey's going to try to ring it back across. A very good 50 yet again to set up Zanil. He's open for a shot, but can't get it underneath the bar. It's straight into Helix.
1:20 on the clock now. This is a good shot, though, from Seamoss, deflected by Hockey. A must-make save from Northwood. Keep this at an even score line. I'm liking the movement that we're seeing so far from Concord. A bit more confident on offense. We typically see them focusing so much with Simas and Crispy in that two-pronged attack. Helix has to play the savior for their team and maybe the follow-up finisher for them as well. But Hockey, wide open opportunity. The Zanil distraction works out beautifully.
Zanil thankfully gets an assist for this. Look at the timing of this bump. Crispy is 1/2 of a second away from touching that, and he just gets dunked right down, Goomba stomped, as we might call in another type of game. That is the lead for Northwood off of such a frustrating one as well. They have been just gnats in front of the goal for Concord, constantly threatening those demos. Even when you don't send a player to the scrap heap, you're still going to be able to tilt them off the pitch.
Less than a minute remains for Concord to bring things back. Looking at the possession game so far by both of these teams, most of the shots in favor of Northwood so far. Simas, the main offensive shooter for their squad. They need to get out of their side and fast. Less than 30 seconds to go to tie things up.
Hockey's going to intercept that one yet again as Concord is struggling now. It's almost like they're playing half court. Rocket League just getting it knocked back into their half repeatedly. They have to get out. They've only mustered 4 shots, which Hockey has been able to gather alone, but it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality, and they certainly have a lot of that in this roster. Final chance on the bounce is not going to be taken by Crispy, and that might be the death knells. Hockey, it does not seem to want to be charitable on this one. Follow-up 50 might just do it here for Northwood as they're trying to spike this one down.
Ooh, Simas trying to hold on to it. Helix could not defend them well enough. There is a shot from Crispy, though. It goes to the back of the net. Wide open lane of entry. Nobody in position to stop him.
I was looking at this and I didn't see a road to the goal. I was thinking there's construction all over it. There's too many people in the way. Find another detour, and yet he just takes the most straightforward approach. Flick it forward. Northwood almost seems surprised by just the bravado of that, even the bravery to go for it. Concord not only stealing away that victory, but potentially grabbing something even more here in overtime as Helix actually gets a steal, gets a scoop as well in the near post. Hockey covering the first one. Crispy trying to reaggress, though maybe not getting the touch and continuation he was looking for.
This is the West Virginia Mountain Magic that we're waiting for from the side of Concord. Able to take the energy from WVU, who fell earlier on today, their counterpart in the same state, but the first 30 seconds not going quite their way just yet. Northwood with potential here in Hockey, the savior of the day. It's Hockey versus Crispy when it comes to scoring goals so far in game 1, but Zanil wants to get involved and can't quite capitalize.
Nice goal line defense, and it's going to have to take a lot of composure. Also making sure you hold your breath a little bit if you're the Concord faithful, because they are under a lot of pressure by Northwood. So good at continuing these touches. Case in point, Zanil, nice little skim in the middle. Creams was ready for it, but so was the defense.
Creams versus Crispy in that aerial battle. And it goes again with Zanil just waiting off the backboard, trying to bait things out, but does not get the touch, deflected away into the corner. And Concord stay alive by a mere hair thread for now. A little bit over a minute gone in OT, but it's not in a good position. Ooh. Dangerous cross in front of the net by Crispy, but I don't think Northwood quite expected it as it goes off the corner, and it is still possession in favor for Helix.
You can see Helix really taking that touch and just almost like, okay, let's just take it careful. Crispy gladly will take that one to the air and just hold it up, which is important, not only to get the clear, but allow everybody on Concord to get up and get some boost. And now maybe do something of their own. Creams doesn't want to allow that, so he's going to send it to the skies. Helix doesn't want to go for this one, so instead he'll take a 50. Samas near post, another one taken by Creams. He's been so excellent on those goal line 50s to not give it away, but now his teammates have to follow suit. Infield pass again rejected.
Creams having to do everything there.
It does feel like a back and forth. Someone has to dive in, and it seems like everyone's taking turns, but Creams really just has a flair for the dramatic bot.
He really does. I mean, captain for this team, you could say. We had him on the podcast the other day, feeling very confident against any team that they face. This was the Northwood we were hoping to see before, but Concord, they managed to overcome the odds, force this overtime situation, almost capitalized on it in the first 30 seconds. It's been a stalemate since then. Stuck in their half, not much boost to work with, and mainly been Northwood all the way on offense as the series had started at the beginning of game 1. So really biding time for Concord for their moment to strike if they can get one. Otherwise, Northwood should take this.
And do like Concord trying to prioritize boost, but the problem is that's why you gotta eventually play the read. A dangerous bounce straight down off Zanil into Creams, and it takes all 3 players of Northwood to finally secure game 1.
See, I said that you should take this. I didn't think it'd be that immediate here, Taco. Instead, Northwood, they will gladly take the extra time to close and themselves the lead in this game. Cream's going with a car change, but I don't think they need to change too much, especially with the aggression we saw from them. So many demos quite possibly was the difference maker here for Northwood.
Yeah, we see 3 for Samas, but then we see 5 from Zanil. So despite him being a little quiet, at least on the goal-scoring front, 2 assists is nothing much, and Hockey, relatively quiet, it feels like, as a goal scorer with a hat trick to start off and stave off this Concord attack. Things got a little scary, of course, with that 0-second equalizer, but that's why at this high-level Rocket League, you say, well, you have to play a complete 5 minutes. That second goal for Concord is exactly why. Everything looks done and dusted, and then suddenly they have a heroic moment. So I think that one puts Northwood on notice despite inevitably getting the win.
Yeah, that was a great play by Crispy towards the end to extend the game as long as they could, force things through. You mentioned it, construction zone. They somehow plowed straight through it like one of those AI cars you see in Seattle. But even then, the way that we see this Concord roster have that kind of resiliency, they came into the series knowing, okay, we haven't beaten Northwood except that one time. We didn't quite see that same magic, but we saw inklings of it. We just need the rest of the team from Concord to get involved. Northwood, keep doing what you're doing. They got the win. They were confident with it. Even when we saw the comeback, they still had possession for the majority of that overtime. So going into game 2 on Forbidden Temple, Northwood looking to go on to a match point and guaranteeing themselves another spot in their 3rd consecutive grand finals.
There's just been something about today down the stretch. We've gotten a lot of sweeps in ways that we were not anticipating. I hope this is not another one of them, but at the very least, this is the upper final. Winner goes to grands, and lowers is still going to stay home to at least one of these teams. So this team seems destined, or rather this series seems destined to be able to exchange some games. And we've seen a lot of series actually within Open 2 and 1, where game 1 is kind of one narrative that we get started, and then game number 2 is where everything kind of flips on its head. Maybe Crispy can start off that narrative with taking a low 50s, and he says enough of that. Just plows right through it.
And so Neil looking for a finish afterwards too, but no dites there either way. Helix, Crispy, and Seamoss. This time they have all the boosts they need to work with, so don't worry too much defensively for them. But we are seeing a bit of a cut up from both of them. Helix and Crispy pushed up past the midfield in the same position, essentially, and not the greatest spot from them. Again, caught in the corner together, and this could be an advantage made by Northwood if they get possession of the ball away from Helix.
And Helix is just going to give it away. Unfortunately, does not get the touch he's looking for. He's trying to spike it down the line. Creams might make him pay with a bump attempt, but Crispy's going to limbo underneath that one and then rise above 2 different players on the sideline to continue it. Zanil sends it right back for Samas to deal with, and I think that's the biggest thing from Concord for me is dodging those demos. As you can see, Zanil nearly trading paint.
Samas with that fake out as well. No, Crispy off the sidewall with the pre-jump on the challenge. Expected a boomer of a shot. Did not expect the slow one from Hockey. And Hockey scoring almost every goal. Actually, every goal we have seen so far for this Northwood roster. The one in OT as well. So 4 goals to Northwood, all 4 for Hockey. They're definitely warmed up, and Old Faithful seems to be able to strike true yet again.
I really do like that from Hockey. It just shows how cerebral of a player he is. He knows he's not able to get that past the defender, but the defender's traveling left to right on him. So let's just slow it down and then get that fake underneath, and that's going to be able to get that one through. So Concord playing everything right, just the timing not necessarily on their side. Maybe they can get one back if Crispy can be fast enough, but he still needs some help. Helix is lingering in the middle, but he's got no boost to truly support the play. Now he's got to get some because here comes Northwood.
First couple of minutes, again, heavily favored for Northwood. This Concord roster, we have seen them win and open before. During the last semester, they did fall in that upper final against St. Clair Saints Green at that time. So they're not too worried about making a lower bracket run and potentially coming back, but you got to stop Northwood if you can. And we've seen many teams struggle to bracket reset them and win. We'll have to see what happens this time as we get to the halfway point. Concord, not as confident as we saw them in the last game. They have tightened up the rotations, though, for less overcommits, which does benefit them in the long run.
Ooh, Creams has that reset. I love the extension, though Samas was ready and waiting. Helix was as well. Does get dunked over his hood, but that's why Crispy is there, to be able to gather and hopefully take all this space afforded to them by a Helix demo. Hockey taps it once. Samas has the catch and carry. Helix thinks about it, but again, that's a lot of hesitation I'm seeing. I think Concord more so, maybe not playing too careful, but just wants to pick their battles a bit more wisely.
Less than 2 minutes remain for those battles to be won by Concord to at least tie things up like they did in the last game. They don't want another 0-second heroic from Crispy. They want confident victories and closure for them in this series to tie things up as best they can, not just in the game, but also with the match. Zanil, Hockey, Creams, they're just as cool as a cucumber. They haven't really had to worry too much defensively. Nothing's been threatening from Concord, and that makes them as complacent as they could be if there is a potential counterattack that comes out.
Samas is getting harassed by Creams. He's not demoed yet, but he is not able to contest, which leaves it up to Hockey. Even that angle is going to prove too much for Northwood's solo goal scorer. Creams maybe can join him if Zanil again tries to go for a demo, but not able to connect. Honestly, Concord right now just staying alive, and I mean that in the literal sense as they're dodging all these demos. It's certainly keeping them in this, but as the clock continues to tick on down, you have to wonder how much more can they play defense before they have to at least throw the house at an offense to be able to get something. Only 3 shots recorded for them.
They overcorrected, it looks like, when it comes to those specific overcommits we saw from these players. Crispy and Samas, Helix again, not knowing exactly where to be in the positional rotation. Samas with the save that time. You mentioned it, barely holding on in this game. Still a 1-goal differential, but it feels insurmountable with how long they've been stuck in their half. If we had a heat map, it would be all blue on the orange side, and that's exactly how Norfolk wants to keep it. Might be a chance here, though. Samas gets it taken away by Zanil. Crispy has a chance, but no boost in the tank to work with. Neither does Helix. There's no chance, no boost, and no hope for Concord. One potential chance from Zanil to close things out, and instead, Northwood will take this one, unless we get a last-second goal. Over top of Concord. It just has to touch down. Maybe a goal for Creams, and it goes through. 2-0 for Northwood is the game and the series.
Classic stat pattern Creams. Nah, it's fine. I mean, it's a good catch and carry. Of course, you might want to get one just for the statistics side and be able to secure things, but a cherry on top, which is exactly what Northwood's trying to do in the next game. Match point here in our first series on stream. And in a sweep, not the fashion I was expecting. I was trying to say, hey, Concord, usually in series like this, you answer on back, and yet it felt like this was a step in the right direction, but they're not quite finding the path they need to take.
Creams said, I saw you can do that. Let me do it better when there's not anyone really in position to stop me. Gets the goal at the last second when it matters. Not really at all, but they will take that, as you mentioned, as a stat pad. Not just Hockey being the only one who can score for Northwood now, being proven with that goal. But again, looking specifically at the stats here, Taco, it just feels like Concord haven't found their footing after that overtime in game 1. They gave it their all. They looked pretty confident in the first 30 seconds, and then they were absent, stuck in their end. No boosts, no hope, no rotations, and no plan. And that's what they need to figure out, what their game plan is going into the rest of the series, if it will be prolonged more than a sweep.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that I don't really want to come off and saying, well, Concord is completely washed. They have no chance against this Northwood squad, because we know they do. And when we say no plan, it's really not the fact that they're overwhelmed to the point where they don't have the physical skill or planning to do this. It's just right now, Northwood is playing a style, high physicality, high demo. They're chasing the ball around, making sure every touch is rushed. And right now, it seems like Concord handles the first challenge, but as you said, after that, it seems like they're playing one step, they're not playing one step ahead, they're playing the immediate action. And then after that, it's like, I guess we'll just get boosted and then try to refocus. I want a bit more experimentation, and the problem is they don't have timeouts. They really only have 60 seconds, which has now elapsed into now game 3, and it doesn't look like it started off super well. Helix with the backflip save, preventing them from having an early deficit.
I thought for sure that was going to be a goal, and the downhill trajectory plummeting even more so for Concord in this series, but they do manage another last-second save from Helix, assisted, of course, by the post and the crossbar. But again, it's not going to be saved so easily this time. Zanil getting tricky with it and waits their moment to strike.
of this from Zanil, and doesn't get a lot of power on, but that's actually by design. We've been seeing that actually a lot more within all levels of high-level Rocket League, within CRL, RLCS, and etc. Just kind of doing the change-up, bounce it into the ground, and the defender, you're so used to diving immediately and using your flip that suddenly you fall off the post and you have no idea how to recover it. So that one, unsurprisingly, going to find its way through past 2 different defenders in goal. And now Northwood has their chance to be able to really lay on the hurt, if not for some of these bump attempts. Helix not getting the demo, but slowing down Creams enough to get the save.
The crazy thing is we talked to Creams earlier on before this event, and he said, oh yeah, Zanil's actually kind of sick right now. He's sick when it comes to the plays that he's putting on, because this is a masterclass that we are witnessing from them. When it comes to the setups, the positional push forwards for their team, for that goal as well, just out-duking the defense, and Creams, all the confident in the world on that advancement. We haven't seen anything from Concord since game 1 overtime, where they got that last second goal. And again, still scoreless from the last game, but into this one, potential. Sumas just has to wait for it, assisted by his teammate. They all come together for the goal.
And speaking of assists, I really like how this one came together. Crispy spikes it down, and then immediately you have 2 players on it. That might be a bit too much, but ultimately it still goes in, and that's really the aggression you need when you're Concord. Northwood might not be able to clear every single read, and when they don't, you need to get on top of those balls immediately, because when they don't, it's just immediately cleared within another half second. And I'm glad that Concord sensed the urgency on this one, had the positioning, and might even have another one if Sunil's not careful. That's a tough read. He's going to be able to get the first one. Crispy gets the second. No double. Straight into Helix. Near post. Off that post. Samas trying to beat out Sunil, but uses just enough boost to get there.
Without the 2 players in that exact position on the goal line, that was a for sure shot and lead for Concord. Speaking of lead, they have not had a single lead this entire series. They had to force it into overtime in game 1. They were only able to tie things up twice there. Could not close things out. If they want a chance to prolong the series and they stay in the upper bracket, at least have a chance for the grand final, they need another goal here and now.
Crispy near post. Sunil's a little late on this one, and yet still gets in the way. Helix no boost. Creams is not aware of that one, so he'll just let Sunil take over for this one. High bounce for Hockey. Now Creams off the ceiling. Here he comes. He's a bad, bad man with that flip. Not able to get it past that last defender. And my goodness, Concord, you know they're holding their breath on that last play.
The biggest change we're seeing from Concord here as well, Taco. More aggression, more offensive opportunities, 2 shots per player. This is the most we've seen from Concord all day, and we need that to continue for them if they want to tie things up. They're looking for it again off the backboard, though. The defense from Northwood has been spectacular in predicting these plays.
Sunil has to get challenged, and Helix does just that. And that's kind of what we're talking about. Just have respect for Northwood, but also make sure you get in their way and create a play organically and also really over the top to beat you. And right now, Northwood's saying, okay, well, I see your game. Wasn't quite familiar with it enough, but seems like they've turned it up enough, but not for a lead. Samas maybe trying to generate that. Low shot doesn't necessarily beat out Hockey, but does keep things alive enough for Crispy to get a sidewall read. Samas back into the mixer. Creams has it again. Crispy wants more, but he's got no boost.
Northwood acclimated to keeping it cool under pressure, especially in Michigan. From what we've seen so far in the series and in the last open, they know when to put things on lock defensively. We've seen that happen a couple of times here where there could be mistakes that would cost them goals. They make the right choice every single time. This is peak Northwood that we expected last semester, that we're seeing here and now, looking for their 3rd consecutive grand final. They just need one more.
See Crispy again try to tuck that one to the side. Problem is Zanil is there. Helix, the temporary touch as Crispy's just desperately trying to get boost off camera, as Creams now will try to call the bluff here. There's still minimal boost going around. Samas does get blessed at that corner, but again, it's never just about getting the first clear, it's about getting the second, the third sometimes, as Northwood's just basically rotating left and right, trying to lock down this half in the final 30.
Since that time where I mentioned there was a couple of shots per player on Concord, we've seen more from Sumas and Crispy, snowballing forward, but still has not converted into a full-on goal just yet. Northwood playing it safe, having at least a man back every time on their rotation instead. of overextending like we've seen in past performances. They've learned from their mistakes over time. We see a breakaway chance from Helix. No boost, though. The follow through by Crispy. Nobody's home, and it will be another 0-second goal for Crispy, his second.
What is this? Savas hits it into Helix, falling from the sky, and Crispy catches it past. I don't blame the last defender for not expecting it. Who could? Concord also surprising our chat, surprising us in the booth with a 0-second, but this time it's for a dub, starting the reverse sweep hopes.
We've had a 0-second goal every game so far. Just goes to show how close this series has been, even though it was a dominating lead in the series, 2-0 by Northwood. Every single game, 1 goal differential tells the tale here. But the biggest tale is being told, Taco, is offense from Concord finally showing up in this game with all the shots they were able to put on.
And this is really just an element of making sure that they dial in the aggression just right, because it really is a game of balance, Rocket League. Look at this last replay, though. I mean, there's no balance for this one. Poor Zanil, he's got all the boosts in the world. He gets even faked out by Helix, not even making contact. Man, that's got to be so devastating for Northwood, but that's one that I think you just kind of go, okay, if that's what it takes to beat us, fine. You can have that one.
Brush it off. That's their one. I mean, I said it'd be a 3-1. I didn't know if it would be Concord or Northwood. Probably in the back of my mind, I was thinking Northwood because of how dominant they've been in history's past for CRL. I mean, they were the top dogs for a while. We've finally seen some change-ups from other rosters, having to import players from Europe. But Team North America in Northwood looks to close things out, move on to the grand final. Can they do it as we go to Utopia Coliseum?
And going into game 4, something that some people might not have expected us to get to, it is nice, again, to see the return to form of Concord. Again, we have mentioned that even though the overall series record heavily favors Northwood, they're looking for their 8th win in 9 games in this series against Concord. It doesn't necessarily mean that Concord is outclassed. It's just usually on those close battles, those 50s, it goes the way of Northwood more often than not. However, Crispy, you know how dangerous he can be, as well as Helix. Northwood unable to reach the shot, and we got an early lead for Concord.
Helix has been activated. The first lead we have seen outside of a 0-second heroics from Crispy, and that's 2 goals in a row now, continuing on from that last game. This is what Concord need to put up against this Northwood roster to have a chance to force this to game 5 and potentially pull off the reverse sweep. They're looking for another. The demo comes out, but it's no dice on the play yet again. There's just explosions everywhere, Taco, but not a goal explosion in sight.
Yeah, but it's still a lot of pressure. Hockey was almost looking like they were going to peel away from the goal, and then notice Crispy might have an angle if he decides to shoot that one. Quick arrow from Helix, not going to beat out Zanil. Samas again pressuring it. This time he's beaten over the top, and that is why you can't get to aggression. I talked about balance, and this time they got toppled over.
I was just taking a sip of my tea and waiting for some sort of defense to show up, and there was nobody home. Concord, we've seen this mistake happen a couple of times. It happened in the first game of this series. Overextensions, giving it all out on offense. When you have the lead in this close of a series, you cannot allow yourselves to overcommit in those instances. We saw it happen with Northwood. Zanil got countered in the 0-second goal. This time, gave them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, I think ultimately in a rotation, you want to get into a flow state where you're not even thinking, you just know you have to be there. And right now, Concord are doing that 99% of the time. That last challenge that got countered, it was that last man thinking, I could probably get there before that player. Oh, over the top. Oh, even worse, no one's back. It's just one of those things that happens on counterattacks. It's really hard to prevent. Even the best teams like Concord will be victim to it, but that's not a thing to hang their head about. They're still playing well, and they're still able to develop a lot of interesting plays, maybe with some demos as well. Smas wanted something different on that outcome. Instead, it'll land its way to Hockey, and now to Creams, and now into the ceiling.
The crazy thing is, in that game too, we didn't see a single demo from Northwood. All of it was on the side of Concord, and it still was not enough for them to get a single goal. So demos do help, but aren't the name of the game anymore for these two squads. Comes down to that team cohesion that we're looking for with these kind of plays. Zanil with the stop. The Koopa stop onto Helix from Hockey as well does prevent any more forward momentum into their favor. Creams with that second touch, dangerous as it barely gets blocked away, and they are looming over top of the net. Hockey cannot push it through just yet.
Love that from Helix. Does not clear it because he knows that it's just going to roll right back to Northwood. Instead, he catches it and then carries it into the 50 to be able to let his team move out. Tiny decisions like that are going to make a lot of difference in this series. Thinking his defense is going to be the most important, especially when Zanil had a double. Crispy sensed it. He's right there to meet it. Now Helix is able to carry it into the corner with the lead blocker as well. Hockey dodges the first one. Samas dives in. Creams beats him out, and it's back into the Concord half.
Crispy is thanking his lucky stars that Creams hit it in towards the corner, because that was a wide open opportunity if it was on target. And we would have seen another devastating goal in the back of their net, potentially ending their run in this upper bracket. But going the other direction it is, right past the halfway point. Zanil, again, savior medal for their team. One time is it all it is going to take for Concord to overcome the odds on defense for Northwood and get that goal. But it's not happening just yet. Northwood have their wits about them. We've seen them put on notice after dropping that game in that 0-second time. But now is the time to shine for them and to close things out, get the lead again, and finish off the series strong.
Speaking of trying to make sure you muscle through all these 50s, that deflection was dangerous, but again, it's like if you can't psychically predict where this ball is going to deflect, there's really no way to get any of these goals, as all these 50s, all these close angles, they're so hard to read. This one to the ceiling, despite having 100 boost, Crispy wants none of it. He'll just rotate back and then use it. Maybe set up Helix, who also has 100. He's going to bail, but really just because Zanil didn't have it. Crispy is trying to fake out Creams, trying to get a flick near post. He's trying to fit that through the tiniest of gaps in the defense, and yet Northwood closes just in time.
Zanil like a spider on the back wall, waiting in their web for the fly to fall into their clutches. That is the ball, and it does land every single time. On offense, on defense, they are most comfortable on that backboard. They strike again at the precise moment that they need to save that.
Tomas again grabbing this one, but watch Concord. Low boost plays. Helix is going to bail on this one. Ask Crispy to bail him out. Instead, we'll throw it down the line for Creams to possess into Hockey. Smas from the blind side, though, is going to take out one. He's going to bump Creams as well. Helix, that's a lot of time and space. Flip reset into the 50. And it looks like Northwood playing it clean enough, but ball's still not out, especially when Samas has a double into Crispy near side. No! That's a miss, a tactical one at that. Helix does not want to bite, and I don't blame him. Final 20 seconds.
Does give them enough time to get back and prepare for that counter by Northwood, but that could have been the closing moments for them, especially on the defensive end here if Crispy did not get that save. Time ticking down, and who else but Zanil with possession, takes it past one, not past Crispy. No boost in the tank though for two players, bumps in the back line. Creams with a final shot, but it goes in possession of Hockey, deflected away.
Oh, I saw the last challenge. I'm thinking, no shot, we get another 0-second. No, we do not. In fact, we finally can make it into OT off of not a 0-second goal, and we'll see how long it can really last. You know Concord's controllers gotta be sweaty. They're not just fighting for a game win, they're just trying to keep the series alive, keep the reverse sweep alive, and maybe a double commit like that can confuse the defense, but not if your name's Zanil.
There's been so many aerial fakes that just happened off that kickoff there. Nobody wanted to commit whatsoever, taking their time, and it seemed like we were in slow motion for a moment. Helix going fast with that play, though, on the flip reset. Nobody home, and Helix plenty of time to get back to this one. Hockey, it won't be as successful on their counterattack that they've been vying for so many times. They know that is the weakness of Concord. Wait for them to overcommit, then you'll counter and get the win, but they haven't been able to bait them out as successfully in this game.
Helix, that's a nice 50. Crispy should be able to take that one off ceilings. Zanil chasing it down just enough, though. That next clip from Creams is actually going to find a little bit of a pocket where Samas did not want to challenge that immediately. Instead, it'll be Concord trying to mess around with it in the corner, if anything else. Not really threatening them too much, but it seems like that's where this game is kind of coming down to, just baiting someone into a 50 and hoping that it does not work out in their favor.
That should have been possession in favor of Helix, but gave the ball away a bit too soon, bounced off the nose of their car and away, and could not control their pace of play well enough to hold it in their clutches. And Concord, they need to keep it close to their chest, take down this Northwood roster, playing a bit of boomer ball, sending it downfield and not really having the follow-ups that they're looking for, again, directly into the defense of Northwood, leaving them wide open for attack here by Creams. The angle somehow saved by Helix.
Oh, last time Helix made a save like that, it was immediately put on through. He's going to hope that that is not the same case here, as Creams will decide against going for this one. Crispy's already on the ceiling for this one, and now Helix with barely anything in the tank has to contest 2 players, and he gets it past just enough. Concord holding on right now. You can see them tactically conserving all that boost, understanding Northwood doesn't have too much threatening on attack, so therefore sit back, absorb pressure, and then bear down for the next one coming through. Bounces straight down to Helix, and this is where he can take some space.
If the comms were being broadcasted live right now, they would have said Concord looked awkward during that entire play. But instead, they look confident. If CMOS could have gotten possession well enough there, gave it up to the defense for now. Into the midfield, though, back in their clutches. CMOS towards the backboard, dropping down, and Zanil, who else, saves it away. Crispy can't do too much, just delays. The demo, though, in the backline, a bump. Nobody in position, though, to fall through of it, and they don't want to overcommit, wisely so.
And Northwood's goalkeeper dodging the demo, but the thing is, it has to be on target. And unfortunately, Helix got a little overeager, tapped it past that near post. So instead, it's going to have to be rebuilt yet again. Side wall, nice deflection. Crispy's up for it, but Hockey comes from the blind side to steal it away. Samas, I don't think that's a fake. He just didn't have the boost. Here comes the counter. Creams can't get the deflection. And now Crispy is going to desperately try to race back to this one across the back corner.
Creams is too focused on stealing the boost and being a nuisance to Helix that they didn't realize the ball was right in front of their faces. CMOS can't get this. Crispy can't either. The crossbar does instead, and that should have been it over.
Actually, the back pass from Hockey going to be over top of Creams. Samas into Crispy from an angle. He might have had that on target. Zanil should have had it covered, but you never really know if it's not underneath the bar between the sticks. Samas, one more dive at it. Double tap from the ground. No bump on Hockey. However, you can't say the same about Crispy. Getting destroyed, but also getting a team bump on his own man is Creams. They're just pandemonium in overtime. We're a minute away from reaching a whole extra game here.
Pandemonium, talk about panic from both these teams. Not trying to denote their defensive issues that we've seen so far, but not the cleanest play from either side, and instead they looked for a clean finish that time, clearing out the defense and making way for the shot. Will be blocked out either way, though, as it goes back again, almost an entire game into overtime. This is a nail-biter of an OT compared to what we saw in the previous games.
And right now, it just looks frantic. You see a lot of plays which are organized well, and, pretty ordinary, and then all of a sudden something like that happens where a deflection comes. You can see I'm just trying to ramp down and be like, okay, yeah, we're going to be able to talk about this game normally. No, because right as I do, or you either, Vaughn, the game has just had something wacky happen, like some weird errant touch. So far, I think Northwood is just trying to calm that one down, trusting in their fundamentals to win them this game.
The moment you look away, the moment you expect something not to go the way of a goal, there is a shot that comes through, instead deflected past the midfield. CMOS not where they need to be again. Hockey was the main striking force for Northwood earlier on in the series. Majority of their goals to their name and credit. But who will be the one credited with the win? Do we go to game 5? Do we go to Northwood with another grand final appearance? Well, we have at least passed an entire game. We still haven't determined the winner here.
Helix, not his most spectacular save, but of course just as important, especially with these follow-up, which he does not get. Crispy, awkward position, now has to deal with Zanil from the corner. It actually gets flat-tired by Helix on the landing, so Samas trying to race past Creams, and we know how often that goes the way of the defense. Creams so good, as you mentioned, being annoying on the offensive rotation. Still going for demos is Northwood, but this time they're going to taste the steel of their opponents instead. 6 minutes nearly going by here, and it seems like we've reached not necessarily a lull, but a time where everyone's just taking a deep breath trying to reorganize.
Majority of the shots for Northwood from Creams, majority from Concord. Helix trying to be that finisher. Double commit, though. They knew if they put it all forward on offense, they could go for a counterattack option themselves, and that seems to be the name of the game. No one's really been able to create opportunities uniquely with setup plays. They're trying to get demos, they're trying to go for the counter options, especially with Northwood here against Concord. Take their boosts and take them out of the play. That is their game plan. To clear things out, and nobody was there, but Hockey did not have the shot.
That's 2 straight misses. Unfortunately, I don't think you really can snap that car around fast enough for Zanil. He's trying to get these shots off as quickly as possible because he knows as soon as there's a gap on the defense, it's going to be closed the very next blink of an eye. So Creams therefore wants to take his time on this one. Slow 50, Samas takes it well and right down the middle. for Helix to then take it down the sideline. No challenge from Hockey, no bump either. Samas, corner, Crispy, it's an open shot, but not an open goal. He can't put it underneath the bar. Another deflection means it's toward goal, but nothing Creams can't handle.
We've had one goal for both these teams. The accuracy is not what they want to see. The drop down, though, from Simas almost struck true. Helix can't be the savior this time for Concord to force a Game 5. Instead, though, we basically had a Game 5 with the amount of OT that's been played thus far. Zanil wants to finish things with a bang. Gets past one, but not the other. Hockey can't overcommit either. And we do see potential. Crispy on the transition. No possession in sight. Goes back in the favor of Northwood, and we are at a stalemate yet again, Taco.
We're talking about Concord shots, and you're a Concord faithful. You're going to have to hope that 15 time is the charm to be able to get your goal and get the game winner. But if you're facing Northwood, you have to make sure you're not giving the ball away either. That one gets past one player, then deflecting Zanil. Hockey backboard. He's going to miss it. Zanil near post. It's still not good enough. Crispy locks that one down. Try number 2 for Northwood as Creams gets the ground pinch. No pass middle. It's Crispy cutting it out again, but not much else in the tank. He just does a reset, and it's a dive in from Zanil. 8 minutes gone by in OT, and Crispy pulls one out of the hat.
19 shots from Northwood, only one goal, but this was the perfect moment for Crispy yet again to be the savior of the series for Concord. Baits out 2 defenders, outstyles the offense, and gets the goal necessary to force a Game 5. 1,000 points for Crispy and Helix at least. Simas just there to support them and make sure that they can lift themselves up by their bootstraps into a potential reverse sweep, but Northwood got to be feeling the pressure now.
1 for 19 on the shooting from Northwood. That stings, but again, when you have 15 saves between Helix and Crispy, that's understandable that you're not always going to get those ones to fall. Fantastic defense from Concord because it's required off their goal line to keep in this game. And it might look like a pretty basic goal as we're going to see the highlight reel come on through. But ultimately, I wouldn't really venture too much further to gamble that it was really just down to Crispy using his reset and then saying the last thing they expect me to do is just throw it forward. You can see Zanil call the bluff and immediately flick right past him. Really well done by Crispy with almost no boost in the tank, making a play out of seemingly nothing.
We almost saw 13 minutes in between the first goal in that game from Concord and the last. What an insane run for them to push it back from a 2-0 sweep that was one goal affairs, of course. We've seen one goals every single time. But we'll see. Northwood typically overcomes the odds in Game 5 scenarios. Champions Field is their field as the champions of the first ever CRL World Championships. We'll see if they can bring out that magic again here.
A reverse sweep on the line for Concord. Again, this team has only ever beaten Northwood within the fall championship. No other times, and this is a chance to be able to get back into a grand final, something that has seemed a little bit out of reach so far within this spring semester, and with a goal like that, it's not gonna help things. Pinch in the middle for Zanil.
It's like riding a bike again after a couple of years, but really it was just 8 minutes and some change since the last goal we saw from Northwood. Business as usual with that play for Zanil to get the first goal. Might be the only one that they need.
See if Concord has the mental grit to be able to get through that one. It's frustrating to be able to mount a comeback in a series, and then immediately when you have to come down to Game 5, you give one up. Samas had an open shot, but not the angle. Pre-flip pass back, intercepted. Helix dunks it right on target, or maybe just a little bit off. Zanil takes no chances either way.
First minute, very beneficial for Northwood here to slow things down against Concord. We saw how much of a nuisance that they were on offense. Going for the bumps, going for the demos, clearing things out. Exactly what we wanted to see. Double commit though. This is a last-ditch effort from Concord already in the first minute. They know they have to keep this as competitive as can be. They know that their defense likely won't hold up as well as it did in that overtime with all the saves that they had to make. They want to keep this within reach of a reverse sweep for them. And their second ever win as a school against Northwood seems to be, with time ticking down, farther and farther from grasping.
And this is the one thing that I think Concord needs to keep in the back of their mind. Yes, you are down. Yes, this is for the series. Yes, you had a reverse sweep going unless you take this one down. But it's one goal for right now. It's nothing to panic about. Man, maybe make that 2 if not for Helix, as I was thinking, no shot. I'm going to cast a curse them in Game 5. Going to get a lot of angry notes from a West Virginia postmark.
Would have been close. That was a very close shave for the Concord defense. They were able to hold up for now. The first 2 minutes, not how they wanted it to go after such a long overtime affair. But they came out on top. Zanil, of course, always looming on the back wall, waiting for the transition this time. Helix for the aerial challenge and does get it aside. Simas, not the best touch though, and still potential for Northwood to hold this lead and strengthen it as much as they can. But the double demo, I think, benefits Concord more than anything else.
Well, it at least gives them a little boost. The rest of it's being stolen by Northwood on this rotation. Even worse, when they start to move on forward, long clear comes down, which might be seen as boomer ball, because it is, but at the end of the day, it does force the defense to stay back and be able to prevent them from fully moving up onto offense. Despite that, they're still getting bumps, still getting 50s. Crispy a bit late to this one, so Hockey naturally will take their time with boost and say, Creams, how about you take this one off me and we can get back onto offense more organically, much like Samas trying to do right here.
Oh, going for the bump and distraction. No, it's not enough to take them out of the play. All 3 defenders on the goal line were able to hold stalwart. Steel wall against the offensive attack of Concord. Not enough for them to pierce on through. The demo from Helix, again, creating space for Concord. But it's not enough for this goal just yet.
Crispy, I think, getting a reset and then trying for the musty, and whether he doesn't use it or he just wasn't trusting in his ability, that one doesn't go through, so it leaves a 1-on-2. Crispy trying to pre-flip that one. He could not see that based on the ball cam swiveling across. What a prediction on the game sense, but job's not done yet. Even with demos, they still got to get it out, and Crispy and Samas have no boost to do so. High flick covered by Hockey. Helix trying to cover on that backside. Another deflection high with Crispy with boost, trying to pre-jump this clear. He will get it. Where's the follow-through? Samas will try. Deflection high. Backboard trying to land on Zanil. Can't quite reach.
Most teams wouldn't have this much confidence in themselves with so little boost to go on offense and fake that they have potential for a long-standing stay against this Northwood roster. But this is the Concord team that won the fall championship that we're talking about. They have some sort of magic with them, and this is the magic I'm talking about. All the defenders cleared from the net. The setup by Helix for the finish for Crispy.
The confidence to call a main event in EU maker. Samas say, no, I got this one. Flip reset pass an offender, and then takes out the goalie. Not for the goal, but for an easy assist. 1-1 in the clutch. As always, it seems like from Concord down the stretch. And Northwood in the back of your mind might have a creeping doubt. Do we truly have this series, or is this just another game in a sequence that Concord might snatch away?
Only 30 seconds and some change. Now just that remaining between now, our winners, or potential overtime again for Game 5 in the winners final. This is our first series, Taco, of the day of Open 3. That's been the day of upsets, and I would categorize this one as an upset. It's Northwood, the top team currently in points, tied with St. Clair, and looking for the finish here with Creams.
He's not going to be able to find it. So with the final seconds, Hockey, how brave do you feel? Apparently, fairly brave, though I know these players are entertainers. If it's going to come as a goal, it's going to be at 0 seconds, or it's going to have to come in the alternative way. I would say the ideal way. Game 5, overtime for a chance at the grand final.
We started the series dreary, potential for a sweep from Northwood, but Concord have brought it back from the brink. Do they end things off here? Or will Northwood come out swinging, preventing the reverse sweep? All eyes on Concord. Can they do the improbable, what some thought the impossible against this Northwood roster, and pull off this victory for their first Grand Finals appearance this semester?
And as you mentioned, Concord was underperforming by their own standards, at least based on what they set in the fall by coming in top 6, top 4, but they were pretty much consistent top 3 in the fall. And now they have a chance to maybe get something. That's a screamer of a shot. I have no idea how they keep that one out. So who cares about the standings? Let's just go back to the action because it is just breakneck pace on the goal line again, saved away. Zanil with a miss and Creams robbed right the last second.
Still dangerous though, awkward for the defense. Not knowing who should go for the challenge, both in potential danger. Helix crossing in front of their own box, and there's a shot off the backboard. Nobody in position to stop it. Crispy saves the day for now. The danger looming over top, time and time again. Potential for the closing marks to be in favor of Northwood, increasing ever so slightly with their stay on offense, but it does reset back towards their side, and a sigh of relief can be heard from Athens, West Virginia.
Hockey taking it carefully down. Extension touch with a bump, and that is why you've often seen Concord doubling up. It's never just an ordinary play from Northwood, no matter how much it might appear. Creams into Zanil. He's going to take that off the bounce. High flick back post. Samas has that one. Helix with a catch, and what a catch that is. He can carry this one to the reset, although that initial touch too heavy. Makes up for it with a 50. That's where Crispy and Samas might take over, though Creams able to circumvent the first of that duo.
Huge demo from Helix. Needed to get rid of that follow-up player. Clears open a lane to the blue half. No long stay vacation though for Concord, as Creams takes their time to clear it to the midfield. Zanil, no connection. There's potential for a fall through by the rest of their team as they still have possession of the ball. Zanil can't do too much with it. Helix trying to clear it away. Samas, so many demos in favor of Concord. They haven't been enough for them to get this away.
Oh, Helix, no more boost, and that's a dangerous play. Crispy with a crazy redirect. The problem is it is only crazy in speed, lacking accuracy, and I think that's something that we could say a lot about this series. There's a lot of offense, but not much result to show for it. It has been 1-goal games all throughout, and they haven't been that high scoring at that outside of game number 1. Helix dishing it all the way across, but there's nobody there for the support.
Helix needed to stomp on Hockey that time. But speaking of Hockey, they've got a wide open net opportunity. They will not be stopped this time. A perfect setup. An alley-oop from Creams for the finish. The reverse sweep prevented 3 times in a row. Northwood make it to the grand final.
Poor Helix, he had no boost. He was desperately trying to get back, and it takes one nice touch in, and Hockey with the backflip top corner to be able to seal this for Northwood, wiping the sweat off their brow. Nearly a reverse swept. Concord, you're showing that you're a different team. You can take one of, if not the best team in the nation to the brink, but it's still Northwood showing the quality and being able to get their grand final spot.
Consistency is what it came down to at the end of the day. And Northwood were the most consistent on offense, on defense, wherever they needed to be. They had someone there and backup with plenty of boost to work with. Concord were working on fumes 90% of the game, it felt like. And it just was not enough for them at the end of the day to win that 2-on-1 situation. I talked about it going into this game 5, Taco, that their saving was not going to hold up enough in this game 5, and that's what we saw happen at the end of the day here.
Yeah, it's a rough one as well, because you notice, I don't want to blame that goal on Helix whatsoever, but it's one of those elements that it's one of those dominoes. You see Samas and Crispy dive too far in, Helix tries to cover space, and then he uses up all his boost, and now as he's trying to get back, everyone's too far forward. It was a rare moment where Concord actually kind of lost the plot a little bit in that game 5, but that's really what shows what wins and eventually loses these games. You just don't get the touches you're expecting, and so therefore we'll have to see Concord a little bit later, but we can see Navant and Seb right now as we'll bring back in the whole desk to break that one down.
Truly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies. So I don't know about you guys. That was easily, I think, one of the closest best of 5s I think I've ever seen in my life. I think it's fair to say. Game 1, 0-second goal, 2 overtime, 2 almost 3 minutes in. Game 2, a 2-0, but a 0-second goal to actually win it. And then game 3, 2-1. Game 4, an 8-minute overtime, which, by the way, one of our production guys completely called the time. I know you guys do that too, but
shout out.
They called it out. Shout out, Beatty. And then game 5 was also incredibly close as well. As far as the match, Navata, this is just pure offense versus defense all the way through. I mean, Concord was able to get some stuff going, but this is, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't like being wrong. My prediction out the gate. I have to deal with that part. But even though we talked about defensive formations and offensive patternings, it really came down to close quarter warfare. Best card control wins, and it was Northwood. I mean, even though they're put out of sorts, either were pushed and stretched defensively, they found a way to recover, close down spaces and shoot the lanes, and really choked Concord's shooting chances. And that's why they walked away with the win, no matter how close it looked on the board.
Now, with these two teams, Taco, Northwood in the grand final, expected, I would say, but definitely not hard fought.
Yeah, I would definitely have to talk to Creams a little bit later because he has kind of talked about this Concord team, especially in saying, hey, I think we're a quality team. We 3-1 Maryville a little bit earlier. Now we have a 3-2 over Concord to be back in grand finals. They're going to have 2 lives, which, man, talk about a worst case scenario if whoever comes in from those lower finals into grands. But at the very least, I do think they say, yeah, they took us to our brink. That was really quality play from Concord. And it goes to show that Concord, their best showing so far, getting into the upper bracket here, getting into the upper final, going this close. This is the best we've seen them, at least in this semester. And it's going to be scary if this is only a work in progress and they can get even better going forward.
I'm also keeping an eye out for this save. I know you guys know the save that we're talking about.
Yeah.
The save, I think, in game 5 was the most unreal thing I think I've seen. Vaudable, I mean, we have a screenshot of your face during this. I think it's this year. Like, what is that angle? That is insane.
There was so many insane plays this entire series. I mean, this gave us everything we wanted to start off the day right for Collegiate Rocket League. We got to see Northwood and Concord, the 2 teams who made it all the way to the final and gave us the best of 5 we could have asked for. If this was a best of 7, we could have seen it gone the distance as well, but unfortunately we don't get that to the grand final. Concord, maybe they'll be able to make it back there, but the only team we've ever seen take a bracket reset win against Northwood, well, that was the team in Akron last time. So I don't know if Concord really has that in them. We'll see what happens down the road. But Northwood, they got to be feeling confident. 3 in a row appearances after not having as much success in the fall. This is what we expect from them starting off the semester.
Well, Concord aren't out of the mix just yet. They're going to be facing off against the winner of our next match in the lower bracket final. But for now, we have one more lower bracket semifinal to play. After the break, it's going to be Fisher College versus St. Clair Green. This is CRL. We'll be right back.
You know how you make me feel. Your touch has the power to make it real. Never have I felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words, 'cause he makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm satellite deep down me right here. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time, will you ignite it one more time? My heart is pumping, pumping. You got me jumping, jumping. 3, 2,
Welcome back, everyone, to Collegiate Rocket League. We just finished a banger of a best of 5 between two of the best collegiate teams that we have around currently in Northwood and Concord. Navata, even though we had a split desk, we knew that Concord is trying to get back to form. And I think they showed like they're still in the mix here.
Yo, absolutely. Like, losing to Northwood is still nothing to sneeze at. I mean, a lot of teams even get the chance to face Northwood this weekend, but yeah, there's some things I got to work on, but definitely it looks good for them long term. Again, I said going into the series, it really could be a linchpin moment for them. Even in defeat, they have some things they can build on.
All right. Well, even though Concord has taken an L, they're still in the mix as we have our bracket here. They will be in the lower final, waiting to see who they will face off against in our next matchup, which will be Fisher and St. Clair Green. Northwood, however, still on the upper side and our first entrance in the grand final. Remember, everyone, that this is a double elimination bracket all the way through. Now, if you guys are familiar with the RLCS format, they don't have a bracket reset. In this one, we do. So whoever is coming from that lower side has to win twice against the grand finalists from the uppers to actually win the whole bracket. And sometimes it happens. I don't know. It goes a little crazy, but we've seen a lot of bracket resets thus far. But for our next match, it will be Fisher College versus St. Clair College. The two primetime teams will be coming in. Fisher making a glorious return to form with a brand new squad, Vaudable.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting to see that we have an entirely EU-focused roster for Fisher for the first time ever. And that seems to be the trend for a lot of these colleges out there, recruiting from across the pond. A lot of these players moving over to also play in RLCS. We saw 2/3 of this roster make it into the top 16 under the Woo. That's Joven and Faris here as well. So seeing how these players have performed internationally, now performing well here. And we almost saw them make it into the top 8 last time against OC Esports, but they lost in Game 5 overtime. So now we get to see the true magic of this Fisher roster. And I'm scared for St. Clair Green.
Me too. I'm terrified. Taco, let's talk about, yes, okay, Fisher, great team. They've actually walked through this bracket. So far, they've gotten a W against Akron, WVU, and Maryville. Keep in mind, Maryville have been a juggernaut throughout the course. But St. Clair, pretty good too. I mean, they're not looking the best, but they're still in the mix, points-wise.
Yeah, I mean, St. Clair has been definitely getting very deep in these brackets with an Open 1, now Open 2. And so, of course, when you see them in this lower semifinal, you're thinking, well, what team can stand against them? I mean, Fisher College came into this in the lower bracket, had some great wins. Yeah. 3-1 in West Virginia. Okay, but West Virginia has a new roster. They added in Gyro instead of Matter. Maybe they're still just figuring things out. Going into Maryville, I mean, best of luck. Maryville's made both grand finals so far. 3-0 sweep. Okay, so apparently Fisher just decided to have a really great breakfast both on Saturday and now today because they're playing phenomenally, having 2 best of 5s against 2 top 8 teams in the entirety of North America, the entire continent. The fact that they are nearly sweeping 2 in a row is crazy. So St. Clair having to come off a sweep, getting a sweep, and now having to face Fisher. I'm not going to say they have to be terrified. I think this team just finds a way to get wins, but this is a Fisher team that's finally playing like we thought they would, especially after seeing how 2/3 of this team was playing in RLCS for North America.
I think it's safe to say that the French have entered the chat in North America, which, I'm terrified.
What's going on?
I don't know. I'm terrified. They already dominate Europe, but now they're coming over here. Either way, let's get to predictions. This is going to be a spicy one. There's a lot all over the place to predict for these teams. Vaudable, where are you going?
Man, I would love to go with St. Clair on this one, but unfortunately, the way that we have seen different levels of competition with these teams, it used to just be Northwood and Maryville, but Maryville got 3-0 swept. So I got to go with the team that took them down to make it into the top 4, the team who's made it into a top 16 with 2/3 of their rosters in North America in a very competitive season. I'm going with Fisher on this one.
Navanta, where is this going?
Look, man, I'm with about 100%. St. Clair sounds like a good idea, and usually would be a good bet, but not today. In a game where I know I'm not a momentum guy, Fisher has all the momentum in the world. They have an advantage until otherwise proven. I'm going with them.
Taco, please, just put me down easy.
Seb, I'm gonna be gentle with you when I say this. I think Fisher has this one just because 3-0 over Maryville is the most impressive result I've seen across both of these days, both Saturday and Sunday. That is a team that has made grand finals twice in a row. They had a bunch of contention last semester before they even changed up the roster what it is now. So I do believe this Fisher team is the better one coming into this. Granted, St. Clair, they got swept by Concord in the uppers, but 2 of those games did go to overtime. So this team is definitely not out of it. I just feel like Fisher is just a little bit better on this one, and they're going to come out the victor.
All right, well, let me give you the secret sauce, okay? Okay, the secret sauce is this. You know that Team Evo that made top 4 at RLCS? You know who the best player on that team was? That was Arju, who is on this St. Clair team. Yes, Arju, probably the character for this team, but Sai's really good too, and Jazzy's really good too. St. Clair is taking this one because, you know, listen, we need a win right now, okay? We need something, okay? We need some sort of win right now, please. I don't care if I'm the only one. St. Clair going to be taking it down with the French. Let's get into this game. It's going to be St. Clair versus Fisher College. Fisher College continues to build monstrous teams after monstrous teams and continues to define in CRL, always coming back better than ever. But St. Clair, this is their first chance as well to be a top team. Fisher College, new team, same old menace, looking to take it all in their first go at top 8. St. Clair Green looking to be the first 2-time open winner. Casters, take it away.
Despite the wishful thinking our colleague Seb had, this may be a match that means one side on anything but paper. Welcome back to the pitch. It's me, Novanta, being joined by Vodable, and Vod, we're in for a heavyweight bout.
That we are, Novanta, the up-and-coming newcomers on the block in North America with Maurice, Justice, and Joven in their side on the blue corner. And the orange half, we have Sai, Arju, and Jazzy. When we talked to Creams on Champ League on Friday, he said Sai's one to look out for as well. So there is some hope for the rest of the roster of St. Clair Saints Green, but will it be enough for them to overcome the French menace?
Yeah, by the way, I really love that Champ League show. That really should get a lot more exposure than it does. But you're absolutely right there, Vi. We've seen this team Fisher gone from being pretty much the most notable name in College Rocket League to having a few seasons where they were kind of off the grid. But now they're looking at from fighting from underneath because St. Clair Green got something on the board.
Jazzy said, don't forget about me on the St. Clair roster. Perfect dish from Sai over to Jazzy. Wide open opportunity. Seems the time that this team of Fisher have had to wait for this matchup has slowed their roll to a standstill with the first 30 seconds going in the favor of St. Clair.
Yeah, we always talk about how important it is to score early in these contests. Yes, it puts a little bit of pressure on you, the scoring team, in this case St. Clair Green, to defend that lead, but you let your opponent know you know how to score and he can do it again. Ends up being a psychological threat, but let's see if it pays off for them as we get to the first minute gone. It's best of 5.
Joven, consistent as we like to see here and now. Arju could not win the challenge. The demo in the back line. Jazzy too distracted to focus on the save. Went for the player rather than focusing on the play, and that will tie things up here.
Yeah, I'm not one to complain about fundamentals, but Joven was very much unmarked there. You don't want to have that happen too many times, Vod, because you'd be giving away or conceding way too many goals. But just like that, and Evangelist is gone, and the go-ahead goal is out there. St. Clair Green is on the level.
Who needs defense when you're just scoring goals left and right? Maurice tries to get into the way of that one. No connection. It's set with the player after the ball flies past them. Into the back of the net it goes. And again, another goal for St. Clair echoes throughout the arena. The first minute, more eventful than we saw most of the minutes in the last series. But instead, potential for a save here. Joven able to get that one away. Justice seemed to be their own star of the show for the series against Maryville. Plenty of heroics for their team to get them to this top 4 stage. But will this be curtain call for them with only a top 4 appearance?
Well, let me ask you a question, Vod. When you have these situations where a minute goes by and there's 3 goals in rapid succession, are you a fan of going with it and leaning in it and making it a hit parade? Or do you want to slow down the clock to really burn some seconds to recalibrate your offensive or defensive formations? What say you?
I mean, if I'm the team that's winning currently, which is St. Clair, I want to burn some minutes. I don't want to overcommit now that we have the lead after the first few minutes, but Justice is going to change things again on a dime in the second minute of play. Jazzy and Arju pushing up too much towards that ball, and Sai turned around but not towards the attacker, focused on the ball, didn't see the incoming Justice as it went right past them. 2-2. Mistakes on the defensive end is what led to all these goals so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Double commits aren't just for aerials. You see that? Stretching yourself on an really unforced error is the reason why this is tied once more. And Fisher understands the pressure there. We talked about them. We praised them. The death is 3-4 for them. And they got to make sure they're not on the losing end of a game. But right now, St. Clair Green has every answer in their pocket to make sure they're out ahead.
This is great for St. Clair. Even though they are getting scored on by the other team from the mistakes that they're having, they are feeling on top of the world because they are coming together on offense, knowing where the weaknesses lie for their opponents, and able to capitalize on it for yet another goal. There's not been a lead yet for the side of Fisher College, and that is what they are searching for, coming up empty. We're not even at the halfway point, and we already have 5 goals. More goals than the first 2 games of the last series, Novata.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. We talked about how goals per game, how that would be an advantage. Didn't work out for Concord last series, but we're seeing 5 goals scored in 2.5 minutes. We're on the second half of that first game, and you're absolutely right. There really hasn't been a bigger lead than 1 goal maximum, but definitely no lead for Fisher. They want to get themselves out in front. Now would be the time to get something on the back end.
Finally past the first half of a fiery shot coming out from either side, with 3 goals to St. Clair, 2 to Fisher. Of course, with the way things have been going, Fisher looking to tie things up yet again, but they need 2 in a row to get this lead back from St. Clair, and things have slowed down a bit. Paris not as successful as they wanted to be on that play against Arju. The last player of Team Evil remaining in the bracket, mind you, all of Maryville eliminated by this team of Fisher, so trying to get revenge for their teammates in RLCS against this squad. We'll see if they can do that at the end of the series. But for now, St. Clair still holding on to this 1-goal advantage. They're not going to let it go easily.
Well, you're talking about Maryville. I mean, for so long, they were kind of the foregone conclusion. Now they're on the proverbial couch watching on. I bet they're taking notes about what their potential opponents are going to be. Like we said at the beginning of the show, beginning of the stream, that there's a lot more new players in the mix. So might as well take the time off to get as many scouting reports as you can.
The big thing, too, is getting this experience against this Fisher roster. They have gotten themselves into the top 8 for the standings. They're looking for a push even further along, though, if they can get the win here, push into that top 3, and almost guarantee themselves a spot in the Spring Championship. All teams competing for that. More points as you move through the bracket, and prizing, of course, alongside with it. Their eyes are on the prize of a goal here for Fisher College, and they can't get it with just less than a minute remaining.
The last thing you want to be with a minute to go, or less than a minute to go, is a 1-goal difference. You know, when you have the lead, you get kind of nervous, and you're trying to equalize. You may press a little bit too much, open yourself up for that dagger, that second goal, to put that beyond doubt. This is why we call it the witching hour. It really is no margin for error, especially if you're fighting from underneath, especially if you're Fisher.
We saw so many shots from Fisher before, but they have been relatively silent in the second half, and that benefits St. Clair. We talked about that change up after we saw just the shooting squad for both sides come out to play. They eventually were able to tighten things up on defense and focus in so that they could get the win. Couple seconds remaining. This looks very likely for St. Clair to take this first game, unless we see a 0-second goal. We had our handful with them in the last game. Demo comes through. Joven, last chance, but Arju will drop it down. No goal in sight, but doesn't matter. St. Clair Green come out on top with game 1.
Wow, what a game. That was really 2 halves, wasn't it? The first half really was all offense, no defense. And that back half, well, you saw St. Clair had 1 tactic change on defense. What they did, instead of trying to deflect things up the middle lane, is really put that ball in the corners. That slowed down the speed advantage Fisher had, neutralizing them and pretty much making their second half attack non-existent.
this is the composure we wanted to see from the first Open champions of St. Clair Green. We didn't really get to see it too much in the last Open, where they were frazzled by Northwood and Maryville left and right in their series. But this time, St. Clair Green showing their veterancy, at least in Collegiate Rocket League, from what we saw at the beginning of this semester. So now coming out on top with game one benefits them well enough. But we've seen teams take games against this Fisher squad, and they rise ever stronger to the challenge. So I think Fisher are just getting warmed up for those fans at home of these players. But St. Clair Green, they got to clean up things a little bit more on defense so they can have a confident victory for this next game.
I'm with you, Vod. You're the smartest guy in CRL, not named Danger Taco, but you're right. Composure was the name of the game, but you all know in best of fives and best of sevens, the second games, the even number games, are a lot more aggressive. The team that took the L is going to press a little bit more. We're seeing more bumps and more demos. Will the composure hold up? That's a question of the game.
We shall find out on Forbidden Temple in game 2 for Fisher versus St. Clair Green. It's already 2 attackers on the side. St. Clair Green almost successful enough for that first goal in the opening seconds, with a boon and then some for their team after the win in the last game. Started off strong with a goal and then went back and forth with Fisher and were able to come out on top in the end. Fisher, though, if they want to change their fate, they need an opening goal themselves.
Yeah, that right there is an understatement, right? Get them on the board first, but definitely figure out what St. Clair is trying to do when it comes to just stretching out that defense. And so you're right. If anyone scores now, I mean, sure, anyone has the advantage, but Fisher needs this now for really more of a moral victory, if not an actual monetary one. And right on cue, we got our first one of the game.
Boris waiting for the captain of this squad, the first announced of the new Fisher roster to come alive in this series, and that's exactly when they needed to. 4:20 on the clock. Every player on Fisher has been able to get a goal thus far. Arju, the only one on St. Clair who has not gotten one in this game out of everyone on the field, but it's probably a matter of time till they get involved.
I would say so. I mean, Seb gave you the signature, gave you the nod, gave you the cosign. So, Orange, you better get yourselves on there because Seb will be able to live it down. Yes, only one goal again. Another tight game as we have until game 2, this best of 5. But Fisher does look like a little bit better, like they understood what they did wrong in game 1 and use that 60-second break between games to their advantage because they look every bit the strongest team as of this moment.
Any team in the top 4 can take it at the end of the day. This just being evidence of it, how close these series have been thus far. But Fisher, they want to make it no contest. They got a sweep against Maryville, who did quite well against St. Clair Green in the last Open. They want to replicate some of that magic themselves in this game and series. Still with the 1-goal lead, holding on stalwart as can be defensively. Not too much to worry about for them. All eyes on St. Clair Saints Green as they are still searching for their first.
Yeah, you're St. Clair, man. You're definitely a team that has some flashes of brilliance, but you're never anyone's top of mind. Maybe top 5, maybe top 10 some weeks, but sometimes be left off of those power rankings in other weeks, unless you're again talking about Seb, right? Because Seb loves anyone that's Canadian. But yeah, there might be a chip on your shoulder here to go out here and show out and let people know that you should not be overlooked. And I think it really responded in kind. And what a shot there by Justice!
Speaking of overlooked, the defense overlooked Justice on this play. Jazzy could have gotten to that faster, but a bit delayed on the challenge. Not the angle that they wanted inside, could not get back in time. Will find themselves down 0-2 right before the halfway point of game 2 on Forbidden Temple. This is what Fisher were searching for in the last game, and not what St. Clair Saints Green want to see here. Arju needs to step up for their team. They were the playmaker in the last game. They need to be the one scoring the plays here.
If that goal was any indication, when you're in free play training, do not skip quick aerials, because that was a half a car length between a goal and it whiffing and hitting the top of the crossbar.
Not what you want to see if you're a fan of St. Clair Saints Green, but even then, they still have so much time in this series to bounce back. They have the lead, so they don't have to worry too much about the reverse sweep we almost saw Northwood go through. But even then, plenty of time left on the clock to get at least 2 goals. Arju tries to clear the way. Instead, Boris will get possession himself. Got the first goal, looking for a second, and they won't be able to stop them whatsoever. Fisher, undeniable.
Yeah, Archie with a heavy touch there. Went right to Jazz. It was overshot and basically going the other direction. It was a complete offensive, unforced error there for St. Clair, but if Fisher is willing to make that a punishment of the ages, 3 goals scored, 3 goals unanswered.
Not what we expected to see going into game 2 after how back and forth the first was. We did notice some uncharacteristic mistakes defensively from St. Clair Saint's Green, but a lot of this just seems to be overcommits, and that seems to be what is plaguing a lot of teams. Concord, but not Arju this time. No overcommit needed. They just need the touch.
How important it was to pull one back, and how important was to pull one back inside the 2-minute mark instead of waiting for inside the 1-minute mark. Arju right dead center. Hey, look, sometimes when you're having problem putting yourself on the board, an easy goal in the middle is the best way to do it. It's now a 2-goal advantage for Fisher.
We called Arju out, noted that they needed to be the one to score these shots for their team. Have the rest of them rally behind him like we saw with Team Evo. If Arju pops off, they pop off themselves and got a top 4 finish in RLCS, but this is a different ball game in Collegiate Rocket League, even with a lot of familiar faces. 18 out of 32 teams, mind you, in NA had Collegiate Rocket League players this last open. This is all focused up with these college players who have been practicing for this very moment, wanting to get the best seed that they can going into the spring championships. Only the top 8 teams in points, mind you, get there, and Fisher need everything that they can get because they did not even play an open 1.
Yeah, that is the other issue there when it comes to the points. This is why we say it's a marathon, not a sprint. What a shot that hits the post. What a shot, man. I was going to say how the pressure is on. Well, a shot like that was pressure for everyone on that pitch to see. To and fro.
So close to bring it within 1 for St. Clair, but no shot that they were looking for be on target that time. Time ticking down though. So are the chances for St. Clair to bounce back in game 2, and Fisher look to clutch out with their opening salvo of 3 unanswered goals. Holding true with the last 20 seconds. Jazzy can't do anything to stop Foris. Takes their boost for it. Justice doesn't even need possession. With the time remaining on the clock, they need a goal here and now for St. Clair. They're not going to get it. Goes the other direction, deflected by Arju. But it's just a matter of time for this game to end off with a victory for Fisher, tying the series 1-1.
Well, again, you don't want to put yourself in a disadvantage early because seeing so many goals. But you saw a little bit of a life sign from St. Clair. That next 30 seconds was critical to get that second goal on the board. Didn't happen. It really was delaying the inevitable. Fisher, complete performance, complete win, and they have a tied series.
We did see a decent amount of demos from the side of St. Clair Green with Jazzy, 3 to their name, but didn't really prove to be fruitful enough for them to get any cohesive opportunities after that. And looking at the replays here, it just seemed to be overwhelming pressure from Fisher that proved to be the difference maker, but also more mistakes from the defense of St. Clair, like we saw in the last game. Faris beats out one there, then beats out Sai. I mean, not the best positioning you could have seen from that last man at back to get an even 50-50 challenge on the play there, facing it from the side and went right behind their noses. So it's a rough spot to be in if you're a St. Clair Green fan, but we know they have it in them to come back from this. I mean, they were able to win in a bracket reset themselves in the first open, and we've seen them make top 3 performances a couple of times here and there, but right now they're searching for their identity in this series and they need to find it fast.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Demo strategies are effective and they have proven to work, but it only works if you're the faster team. If you're going for demos and your opponent's faster than you, all you're doing is putting yourself out of the play. We saw that plenty of times here in game 2. Now you know what you have to do. You know what you shouldn't do ever again. Let's say you're putting 2 and 2 together in the game 3.
We're going into game 3 on Utopia Coliseum. Not Utopia Coliseum, excuse me, but either way, 5 minutes on the clock here. St. Clair. We've seen it for every game so far. Whoever scores that first goal comes out on top, and it will be Arju. Easy lane of entry into the back of the net. Nothing to worry about here. Jovan can't do anything. And Arju, perfect touch on the block. Jazzy just blocking the defender there.
That would have never happened at Utopia Coliseum, are we right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That would never have happened there, but you're right. Look, it's the easy goals of goal, man, and you have yourself St. Clair Green on the board early in this one.
That we do. Great look so far from these players, but it's a huge comeback for St. Clair because they had 3 they gave up to their opponents in Fisher in the last game. Now they've had the last 2 back-to-back for Arju, who has needed to step up for this team. Almost a backflip into the net, though, from Fisher. Other direction it goes. Justice trying desperately to get this out of the box. Sai, we spoke of his name before. He got a goal in the first game, but relatively silent since then. Only assists in a couple shots in the last game. And Jazzy, the main one we really need to see it step up for St. Clair St. Screen. 0s across the board except for demos in the last one. So if they can get involved in the play for St. Clair, they'll be able to come out on top.
Yeah, I understand there's kind of a bit of a value of being the goon on the pitch, being able to get those bumps, get those demos, really set up shots, be the second assist, things you don't really get points for. I know a lot of people in lobbies always look at point totals and all that, so it's really a value of doing that. But if you're putting those elements in and you really are not clicking on all cylinders, you're not putting yourself in a position to score, to be a secondary scoring option, or you're not putting yourself in a position to be a secondary defensive option, that tells you, in the case of Jazzy, you gotta pick up your rotations just a little bit quicker, a little bit forceful, to put yourself in the position to be an impact player.
That's what we want to see from St. Clair. Sai looking for it, can't get the touch necessary to push past Justice. Talked about how Justice popped off before, but can't get it past the defense either. Arju, offense, defense, assisting, doesn't matter. They'll be there to carry the torch for St. Clair. And that's a great touch, but off the crossbar again for the second time in a row. Arju, who stopped out by Justice in a matter of moments. Transitioning onto offense for Fisher, but still not enough for them to get their first goal. Every game has been its own enigma in this series, Novanta. Different face every time, and well, the crossbar seems to be the savior of the series for Fisher.
I can tell you on Monday morning, both coaches are going to be scratching their head about some of the decisions that's happening on the pitch. But I'll be honest with you, if both teams are operating like a horde mentality, we're seeing 2 cars, even 3 cars occupy the same grid on that pitch, it really behooves one team to spread things out and start using lateral passes, start using diagonal passes and move the ball in different directions to stretch out the defense. No one's really quite doing that. We're seeing a very scrappy version of Rocket League, but what happens is when both teams are doing the same strategy, they get low-scoring affairs like this.
Well, they are able to tie things up, though, and that's exactly the transition we were waiting for from Fisher. Joven, a perfect challenge on the side, and then gets the reception from Justice. Knew exactly where to be at the perfect moment to strike. The passing plays for Fisher, clinical. And those are the kind of plays you would have expected from them as a roster in RLCS, but with Justice not being on that team, questions still remain for how well they would be able to gel together. But a lot of these teams in Collegiate Rocket League don't have their full roster in the RLCS. The only one, actually, Polar Knights or Cumberland, who made their waves into the top 6 this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the reason why on Twitter or X, I call myself Nostradamus. Because as soon as I complain about not doing diagonal passes, what do we have? A 3-pass exchange that led to a goal. Fisher knew the game plan, they use it, it worked, but we're not seeing them replicate that. I think that's the secret sauce for them. They can really make this game as easy as game 2 for them if they're willing to employ that.
Not as many mistakes as well from St. Clair, has kept this a lot closer than the last game. And that's exactly what St. Clair Saints needed to close up, tighten up the defense, get rid of their mistakes, and have some hope when they go on offense that they will be able to come out on top. Fisher aren't unbeatable, even though they did it 3-0 at Maryville, who made it to 2 back-to-back Game 7s in the last round of final for the previous Open. But Sai can't get the challenge that they wanted. Faris with a save away, dangerous, searching for an answer of a second goal. Joven still nothing, and both these teams just holding each other at odds, waiting for someone to slip up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Justice is looking to find their touch once more. Really had 2 opportunities to score. Didn't have the right shot, but as I call that right shot on frame, and it's knocked away by Arju. But those are the shots I'm kind of looking for. You had everything lined up. You made the defense work to clear it away. More shots like that, please.
That bump almost was enough for them to do just what was necessary, but Arju, the last 3 goals for St. Clair, credited in their name. And also a beautiful challenge from them. Joven not in position to get the save that time. 26 seconds. With the pace of this game and how slow it's been compared to the rest, Novanta, would not be surprised if this scoreline stands.
Well, this is the reason why I have to give Archie so much credit, right? Because it has been going pretty slow, but they're able to see a ball, bring it down, right there on the spike, to come back around and slot it in. That's putting your team on your back at the same time, fortifying your defensive opportunities. Too many times people want to be heroes, but what Archie did was very smart, and that could be the go-ahead goal, like you said.
We almost saw another last-second goal in this series, where we had 3 in the previous, but don't really need it. They just need to knock it down for St. Clair Green. Now be on match points. Top 3-point for them. Looking for another stellar finish. They already have their spot secured in the Spring Championship. They want to make a statement, going further than their counterparts in Maryville. And Arju leading the way, clearing the path forward to victory for St. Clair Green.
And make a statement they should. Too many teams are just taking this second day stream for granted. St. Clair understands it is a privilege, so when you're here, you gotta show out and ball out and let people know we're here to stay, be afraid of us. What we saw in this one is basically capitalizing on the mistakes, but also overwhelming your opponents to force them to make whiffs and late touches and taking that to the house.
We saw so much more offense from the side of St. Clair Green in that game compared to the last few. I mean, 5 shots from Arju really set the stage for their team, whereas in the previous games, he had 2 in the last one, and the first one, 2 as well. The rest of his team really were facilitating Arju to feel more confident and unleashed on offense when it mattered most, and that is what the difference maker was here for the 2 goals that they got, all credited to Arju, and only one of them really assisted by Jazzy, because that last play we saw from them was spectacular. So going now actually into Utopia Coliseum, we will see if Fisher can bounce back themselves and at least keep this competitive and force a game 5.
Yeah, if you're St. Clair, man, what better statement is to close out the hottest team in CRL in 4 games. We're going to see a full court press here. We're going to see a speed we haven't seen so far in this series, because St. Clair Green knows a game 5 situation is automatically an advantage to Fisher.
Whoever scored first so far gotten the win in their favor, and Fisher get it for Reese. Perfect infield pass from Joven. That's what you were talking about here. Justice to Joven, 2 for Reese. The 3-man play comes out again for the first goal.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of help there from the post. The post is being friendly there, but that's what you do. You make sure you pass it to the left and to the right to make defense really whiff or really anticipate the wrong direction, like a real game of soccer, and you have yourself even an exponentially more likelihood you're going to score on a play.
All eyes on St. Clair now for how they will prevent a game 5 scenario against this squad. It's been some time since we've seen such competitive matches in the top 4. A lot of them have been pretty dominant by one squad or the other. The 1 goal differentials still hold true for the most part, except that game 2 in both series. Joven can't get the touch either. In the first minute, still dominated by Fisher for Reese. Wants a capstone of a goal, but it does not come out just yet.
Fisher, with the lion's share of the possession as well as the 1-goal advantage, really wants to slow down the pace here to really make almost like an anaconda move where they kind of put the pressure on as the time rolls on. So if you're St. Clair Green, now's the time to put on your shooting boots and get as many goals as you can before you won't have the space to make it happen.
3:34 on the clock now, and still not really an answer in sight from St. Clair Green. We've seen a single shot from side. Talked about the win condition for this team being Arju. Knowing what they need to do to come out on top for their squad. Jazzy, again, kind of the 3rd man out there when we talk about this roster. Relatively silent for the most part, but they were able to put some pressure on for a moment. Instead, though, Justice and the rest of the Fisher team look to keep this offensive push going, and the slow pace of play that we saw from the last game continuing into this one.
Yeah, I guess if it's not broke, don't fix it. I would have loved to see a little bit more faster, but we get demos in the sky. Why the heck not? For Reese, making sure there's a shot on goal that could have hit the post. And yeah, I was saying, Vadi, yeah, slower pace, a little bit faster than the last game, but again, not as fast as I would have liked, especially with that stake here in this matchup.
There's another goal from Arju. Who else? 4 in a row for their team. on St. Clair Green. Sai with a perfect touch to block it. Nobody at the back end of the net. Joven can't get there. Neither can Forace. And it will go through right before the halfway point here. Novanta, again, we are tied up. 1 goal differential. No team having a clear advantage.
That's what makes these games so much more fun, so much more interesting. I'm not sure if we had channel points activated, but I know people are waiting on bated breath if we have to. But you're right, that last goal was pretty much an easy peasy follow-up. You can sit there and say, if you're really going to be on your defensive game, you would knock out that secondary scoring option, so they're out of position to hit that, but it happened now. Now we're tied once more. It's 2 minutes ago, and we've seen how hard it is to score, so if you can, the next 20 seconds, make sure you get yourself on the board.
Only time will tell for Fisher, as they are the ones on offense. Counterattack potential, though, from St. Clair. They do have possession. Jazzy with the touch. Justice on a miss. Archie's in position. They are off the backboard side with the drop down, and it won't be enough for the defense to save. There's the 2-1 lead they were searching for.
Yeah, it wasn't clean, but check this out. Arju draws the defense up with a shot across the bow, and then really Justice went up, but it was way too late going the wrong direction, and it was the drop in the bucket. St. Clair Green with the go-ahead goal.
The rest of the team getting involved now, and St. Clair, they feel nigh unstoppable. They just need to hold on to this lead here and now. Novanta, 3-1 victory in their future. They can keep this up.
It's one of those games that if you're a Fisher, what a shot by Sai. If we get some daylight between these two squads, again, all the time in the world, all the sky in the world, Arju passes to no one in particular at first, but Sai sees it, brings it down, and now it's a 3-1 score.
The bump that we saw into Justice put them out of position just enough that there was no one there, no one home to make the save for Fisher. This is almost all said and done for St. Clair. Another day at the office for a top 3 performance. If this holds, Fisher fell asleep in between series, it seems, after 3-0ing Maryville, who were so consistent on being in the top 3, bowed out in the top 6 instead. And this might be the farthest we see Fisher go all semester if this holds with just over a minute remaining.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, right? It's one thing if you go to a team and they absolutely clobber you with a sledgehammer and you go, well, we tried, y'all, but Justice brings it back. Forget my eulogy. Fisher is still in this.
They keep themselves alive for now. 1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock. Totally doable to tie things up. Not out of it just yet. It felt like a fantasy for Fisher on offense to be given that much room to work with, but they saw the light and they see it yet again. Crossbar and in. Nobody's home and it's tied up. What's happening?
I have no idea, but someone got a front row seat to see that come down with the teardrop. Justice with a long bomb. And yeah, there was nowhere to clear it. Sai is trying to hope and wishing it falls out. But look, man, don't hope or wish in Rocket League. It's now 3 apiece.
Sai thought it was already a surefire goal and just gave up partway through. Instead, they realized, oh, I might need to scoop this out, but it was too late, and they watched in horror as it scored in the back of their own net. But less than 50 seconds now, the horror will come to life. The nightmare itself, if this goal goes through for Justice, Arju saves it this time.
What is going on? We got technical Rocket League, we got rotation Rocket League, and now we get absolutely bonkers Rocket League with geometry strikes and bounces and rolls on here. It is totally a madcap version of the game I love.
Trying to do advanced calculus is the St. Clair defense to figure out the solution for how do we stop this comeback of Fisher College, prevent a game 5, unlike what we saw in the last series, but it will be for Ace taking this one instead. 17 seconds to go. The lead was just grasped and taken advantage of. Nothing St. Clair could do to stop it.
So this will come and goes will look super easy on the screen, but to see it, that ball coming at you and approach at the right angle with that shape hitbox, it's a lot more difficult to pull off. Fisher is clutch here to have the go-ahead goal.
13 seconds to go. Sai with a touch and ties things up themselves. Goal scoring heroics on both ends. You see the CRL 2023 World Champion tag for a reason. They know how to perform under pressure.
Just like clockwork, Novanta cast a curse again. Go ahead, go. Evaporated. We're tied once more.
It won't be done until one team is able to get the final goal. Do we go into overtime between these two squads, or will it be St. Clair closing things out early? 0 seconds on the clock. Jazzy can't finish it off, and we do get OT here and now. Our first one of this series. We've seen plenty already today, and Joven almost gets the finish. Justice in position. Sai, not the best touch, but all that they need after the demo on the back line.
I did not see, I would not have bet any channel points on this game going to overtime. It really felt one of them would have got ahead and we would have a game 5 or we would actually have a game 4 series drop in regulation. But you know what? This is a new lease on life for both these teams if they can be so bold. One for St. Clair's defense and one for Fisher's offense.
30 seconds already gone. Fisher might have potential if they can get possession of the ball. A double commit from St. Clair. Good block by Sai, looking to take on the entire defense himself, but can't get the follow through and no backup in sight after the demo on the midfield line. Joven countered by Arju, the savior of the series, you could say, for St. Clair in the previous games. Can't get back in time, but Sai's there instead for Ace. With a minute on the clock, still no closer to coming out on top and forcing game 5.
Oh man, we're seeing a little bit more of a technical side of play, which I love. We're seeing the demos of the second man, which is really what you do if you want to stretch the defense of your opponent. And we're seeing Fisher employ that now in overtime, where arguably a team is more mentally strained after playing for 5 minutes of regulation. This here is an advanced tactic. A lot of elite teams do this at the RLCS level. It's kind of a treat to see it here at CRL.
Still no closer to determining who our winner is here. 1:35 in OT. Justice can't get the touch just yet. Might be a chance for Arju if they had any boost to work with to finish things off. Joven gets the bump there, needs a follow through though from Justice, not in position either. For Ace, can't get it again. And Justice with possession of the ball, waiting for their chance to strike. Denied by Jazzy.
No idea, boost manager. They did a critical thing on that last goal. Well, side shot on frame, and it's knocked away by Justice. And so it looks like everyone's doing everything to the wall to see what sticks at this point. Still 4 apiece with over 2 minutes elapsed in the overtime period.
Might have a chance for Sai and Arju to come together for St. Clair Green to close out this series before that fateful game 5 on Champions Field. They need to get possession of the ball though. Justice, no boost. For Ace has a chance here. Joven, no touch that they needed, instead denied by the defense. And Sai is going to have so much time to work with. Nobody's challenging him on Fisher and giving them so much breathing room on these plays. Fisher needs to put the pedal to the metal, get in the faces of St. Clair to force them to make some more mistakes.
Not sure if they're waiting for the counterattack, but that's a shot that could have been on frame, and it looks like they're kind of waiting to see what will be a mistake with the extra touch. What seems to be St. Clair's MO, I understand that, but you're absolutely right there, Vod. Now's not the time to wait and sit for a counterattack. You got to be aggressive to get the win.
Seems like this is going to be a long one again, like we saw in the last series, Delvanta. 8 minutes there, 3 minutes already gone this time, but St. Clair could close things out after the mistake there from Joven. Jazzy, no boost and no hope on the center. Joven can't get it either. Justice right behind him, and for Ace can't get it again.
What an exchange there. So yeah, so you're absolutely right. There's so many instances of those who try something dramatic, try something heroic, and have no boost left to really follow through, and so using their cars like floating projectiles to really bump their opponents out the play. And so we saw quickly that St. Clair was the first team to adjust, but it's not enough. Fisher forces game 5. What a tap and a half.
Huge from Justice there. Exactly what they needed. The time to strike was nigh, and they noticed nobody would be there to stop them. Sai out of position and out of luck. Fisher forced game 5 after a lengthy overtime.
I get it, Bod. We were questioning what's the deal with hanging around and waiting, but that's the reason why. Going the other way, had an extra half second to think, came up with a creative play, and now it's game 5 City.
This is what we wanted to see out of this series here, Novanta. Game 5 coming down to the wire. It seemed like it was all for naught. At St. Clair Green were going to close things out earlier on when it was at the 3-1. Sai was the one to pop off for their team. But again, it did not prove to be enough. For 8 shots, 3 saves, and 3 goals, almost 1,000 scored to their name, they could not carry St. Clair Green past the finish line. Fisher proved their resiliency here.
Yeah, absolutely. I know they don't offer timeouts in best of 5s, but if I'm St. Clair, I'll take a timeout right here and go, what went wrong? You had Fisher against the ropes. You had them making mistakes. You had them really dropping passes in the midfield, and you let that team claw back into the game and really have an individual performance at the end of it by Justice that says, I'm still locked in. So now I would think you have a mental disadvantage heading into Game 5.
We'll have to see as we get to Champions Field for the 2nd series in a row. This is do or die. Time to put up and show out the most that you can. Prove yourselves worthy of a top 3 finish. Will it be Fisher or will it be St. Clair Saints Green? Well, the time to figure that out is here and now as we take the field and get the kickoff rolling.
Imagine Justice, the hero in the Game 4, being the hero in Game 5, going over 2 defenders. That's knocked away by Jazzy. And yeah, if I'm Fisher now, here's the chance to really do what St. Clair should have done in Game 4 and put the hammer down, score early, often, and dramatically to put your opponents out of the game on the mental level. St. Clair Green, looking at what they have at stake, you have a very, very small window to go out here and show the world why they deserve to be in the same conversation as Fisher. So I really feel like it's up to them to really do something. But that said, Sai has controlled the ball and sock in the mid-pitch and is rocked around by Farise and is stopped in the corner. So many times we're going back to that corner tactic. We see how teams slow down here. And now
First minute, Novanta. I mean, this has been crazy to see for these two teams. And how do they get the save on that play? Brace can't get that away. Instead, it will be Arju clearing this one out. And I don't know how they were able to stop it for St. Clair.
I don't know how they're able to stop it, but it looks like whatever time you think it's pretty much a done deal, they find a way to get big. And I mean by getting big is that, look, our hitboxes are only so large in front of us, but finding some way to stretch out where you don't think the car can go is something that almost is the magical part of the game. And the teams that find a way to master that tend to go far, especially in tournament play, and especially in defense.
All eyes on St. Clair. This would be an upset if they do go down. I know most of the desk was in favor of Fisher.
Yeah.
But these are previous champions here. CRL world champions for some of this roster, but also Open 1 champions from St. Clair. Fisher, the new kids on the block in the Collegiate Rocket League since Open 2, making their case and names known. Justice, the old folk here for this roster, been at Fisher for some time, trying to lead the rest of his European brethren to victory.
Okay, let's be real, Audible. These teams in CRL are all amazing for their own different ways. Some teams are faster, some teams have more power in the shooting frame, some are really more of a passing team. But what separates a good team from the elite team is being able to be locked in minute 30, minute 45, minute 1 hour and 10 minutes when you have these best of 7s with the overtimes. And so, yes, Fisher really does have the advantage. The desk was right on paper, but the fact that St. Clair Green is still in this, so they know what they need to do, especially when it comes to Team Chem, especially with Team Chem over a long period of time.
2:24 on the clock now with time ticking down. This is the longest drought we have seen so far without a single goal. But as I say that, Sai looks for it. Arju and Jazzy, neither of them in position for the finish. Jazzy has a couple touches there, but Arju patiently waiting at the midfield line for some sort of follow through. Be that last line of defense. Push on forward, and the offense continues with a counterattack from Joven is enough for the first goal for Fisher.
Yeah, I was going to say that exchange there where we had so many shots on frame was a bit of frustration. People were breaking rotations to try to be a hero, but they left no one back with the third man line to really clear balls away. Had it gone past a halfway pitch, once it went to the halfway point, it was pretty much an open net. You can't do that. That's when the game gets away from you. I just praised your mental fortitude, but that was a completely mental collapse you don't want to do, especially when the stakes are so high.
Justice looking for the flip reset, can't get the connection necessary for a second goal. The follow-up would have been the largest lead that they've had since that second game. We know how much of a nail-biter the series has been between these two teams. Jazzy needs to step up for St. Clair. Arju has done so before, but not in recent history. as Sai was the main scorer for their team in the last game. But with time ticking down, so is the last remaining life from St. Clair Green. Joven with a dagger almost into the heart, but misses by a mere margin, saved by Arju.
Final moments here, and that could have been a hero's welcome had that shot gone in, but giving her a chance for St. Clair has a chance for some heroics with a little bit of a song and dance right in front of net, knocked away, and now things are completely breaking down here, VOD. Final moments here. Can Fisher hold on with a 1-goal lead, as narrow as it is, to move on here today?
We know St. Clair have it in them to bounce back from the brink, but the demo on the backline doesn't help. That bump from Arju saves the day for them. Joven with potential for Ace.
Which one is it?
Can't get
is
it there either.
Joven or is it Joven? I'm confused.
Their names are confusing here, Novanta. We'll talk about that in the break, but either way, what isn't breaking down is the defense just yet.
You're absolutely right here. Everyone's a full send. It might be a 1-9 formation. We're talking about a real soccer, but it's slotted in by Justice. Late dying moments, the dying embers of Game 5. Justice has put Fisher ahead.
Joven with the setup for Justice. I talked about the pop-off potential of this player who's been around the block for a while. You see that rival series tag. They are no strangers to top-level competition. And that is what we are seeing here. Less than 10 seconds ago, the death timer already reached its conclusion for St. Clair Saints Green. And it will be Fisher College coming out on top with another historic top 3 finish. And our Open 1 champions will go down without a fight in this game.
GG's, I can hear Seb doing the sad Canadian noises as we speak, but St. Clair did everything in their bag of tricks to force a Game 5, and it just wasn't enough. Fisher just knew what to do. They were already a faster team going in, and that showed and proved out, but they found a way to exploit spaces in the defense, and that's why they walk away with the dub.
That they do. Doesn't matter if we mistook their name pronunciation a couple times. They had no mistakes on offense in those last few games here, Novanta. What a great finish we got to see from Fisher, who we counted them out. All rightly so in that last game to force the Game 5, but we counted them out too early. Justice said, I got this. Got 2 in a row, forced it to go into an overtime situation. They were able to clutch things up a couple minutes into it. And then we saw him, of course, come out on top for their team when it mattered most. But Novanta, we can talk as much as we want about the series. We do have to bring in the rest of the desk. And Seb, how does it feel to see the Frenchman come out on top here?
Oh. Seb?
I think we lost him. Sad day for Canada.
I just needed one win. Tellement dégueulasse. Oh, God, I can't even speak French now. Dude, I'm so
That's
robbed.
how messed up you are. I can't even speak French.
Turn on the captions.
Je suis tellement fâché. Je suis ridiculé. Toutes les choses qui arrivent. I'm so upset, but it's fine. Great comeback from Fisher, honestly. We knew that they were going to be a challenge. We knew that everything was going to be super difficult for St. Clair. It was a competitive series, at the very least. But, you know, I even have some people from Fisher already DMing me about it. So, Taco, take us through it. This was one that made me hurt, but please, just walk us through it.
Well, Seb, if anything else, you are accurate on how the offense flows for St. Clair. It's through a man called Arju. 8 of 9 goals. He had some assist or goal, some handed. That's 88%. But the problem is he was not planning on that man right there. Justice being what flows the Fisher offense. 10 out of 12 of the Fisher goals had him scoring or assisting. He was constantly in the mix. Sometimes just from downtown. Other times he's just in a difficult position, scoring crazy clips like we saw in Utopia.
But either way, with this one, I'm still feeling that St. Clair, like, this was actually a good performance from them. I think at the end of the day, we're seeing Fisher, along with the squad, just reassert themselves within Collegiate Rocket League. This is a school that has continued to try and pick up the best players possible, and this is a surefire way to do it. They went majority French, and with it, it really paid off, not wanting to discount Just Does in this one. He's absolutely balling out as well, but Jovan and Forest has been honestly amazing to watch throughout the course of this series. that being said, still in game 5, that was a ridiculous team pinch. I don't care what anyone says. That team pinch to win the game was absurd, but it was a back and forth affair on all fronts. St. Clair, they're still in the mix for the championship, obviously, but now, Vaudeville, I think we can count Fisher are absolutely in the running for that night.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting to see the exact point totals so far, but with that, they get a couple more points and are even more in the conversation for at least top 6 here as well for their squad. So what a turnaround, where we didn't see them in the first open, of course, because a lot of teams and a lot of schools were still getting underway. And then while they show up, almost make it into the top 8 with their first appearance, and we almost saw that team make it into the top 32 with their first appearance in RLCS, and then, well, it seems the floodgates opened for this roster in both RLCS and CRL, where they made it into a top 16 and they made it into a top 3 here. I mean, this is kind of a performance we should expect to see from them moving forward. And a lot of teams need to look out for this squad here. I mean, Maryville, they talked about the first time they played them in that first open that they need to look out for them. They did not look out for them enough. And St. Clair St. Screen, they didn't know what was coming either.
Nah. Man, really just, driving that nail in there, aren't you, Vaughn? All right. Either way, we're not done. We still have plenty of matches to go. I will go wallow away in misery, alone in my corner, while we take a break. Next up will be Concord versus Fisher College. This is CRL.
was racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight.
Welcome back to CRL. We are moving along in the bracket, but just before the break, we had an incredible match again, another full best of 5 between St. Clair and Fisher College, where the Frenchies, +1 Dutch, came out on top, continuing their incredible lower bracket run throughout the course of CRL. Taco, this is a team that it seems like no one can stop right now.
Yes, but at the same time, that's what we say about a lot of teams. It seems like lately there has been a lot of interchange and a lot of interplay between these squads that you say, okay, well, surely this team is undefeatable. And then you realize, no, actually, they are pretty defeatable. There's been some close games, and you can see them with the increase in Game 5 so far. 2 series on stream, and both them going the distance, and both them by pretty narrow margins. So I would say, yes, even though a team looks like they're on fire, they're continuing to get wins, they have to earn every single goal, every single game, just like it should be on these championship Sundays.
Yeah, I mean, Vod, when we're looking at, I guess, the margins in which Fisher are taking their matches, they 3-1, 3-0, but now we get a full best of 5. Concord, like you mentioned before, as you voted for Concord in the Northwood series, wanting to remind you of that because you took that L. Anyway, they're still on an incredible high. They looked incredible. They are continuing to get warmed up, but now they're going up against a Fisher with all the momentum in the world. Are they up to it?
I think they have that potential. I mean, any team that is in the top 3 or making it into the top 4 has that chance to take down a squad like Fish. We almost saw it happen for St. Clair. They just unfortunately got run into the buzzer that was Justice, and that seems to be the difference maker for this Fisher roster is Justice. As you were talking about the stats that are talking before, I think you said 10 out of 12 goals it was that they had some sort of hand in for that Fisher team. So if you could shut down Justice, we saw kind of the aggression demo play from Concord before in the last series. That would be the focus that I would put on that squad to try and take them down. And if Concord can do that, they can conquer anyone in this tournament. But again, Fisher, with the momentum that they have off that win, it's going to be hard to stop them.
Something poetic about Concord will conquer.
Yeah, I thought so too.
You know, you were thinking that? Yeah, you know.
That's slow rhyme, you know, you got to watch them.
He's a poet.
But Navata, as we get ready for this lower final, this is, I think, a matchup where we're looking at the return of Fisher College. This is a team that, throughout the course of CRL history, continues to really bring up some fantastic teams, but always falls short at the finish. We have, of course, the 2023 National or World Championship for CRL, where they had lost in dramatic fashion to Dr. Boomin. Now the school has, you know, spiritually, I guess, how would I say it, avenged that loss in the defeating of St. Clair. They took down the previous champions. In that case, though, this is a return of a school that, I mean, they always have their eyes set on the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, when things are not going my way in life, what do? I rearrange my furniture, I buy a new shirt, I do things that are different. Fisher did that. They took a little moment in the timeout corner, they came back with a brand new roster, and what we're seeing now is a roster that's willing to adapt on the fly. You talk about teams that are good, great, and elite. The elite teams know plan A through plan C is default for a series, and are willing to swap them out, those tactics out, as a series progresses. Fisher's doing that. Going back to classic Fisher, this here is a whole new deal, or as mom would say, a whole new pot of pumpkin.
We did a couple of stuff. All right, let's get to predictions. Navanta, please enlighten us. Where do you see the series going?
It's got to be Fisher, man. They got attacked on 3 different flavors on that last series, and they found a way to persevere. They have the hot hand. It has to be Fisher today.
Marco?
For me, I see that at the end of the day, they go to Game 5 against St. Clair Green. It took everything on them, including a pinch goal to win. Meanwhile, Concord, their opponents, they 3-0'd St. Clair earlier in the day. Whether or not you could say that was a warm-up or not, I think Concord looked really clean. They just took Northwood, our grand finalists, through uppers, the distance, and it was a close match. I think they can take down Fisher, though. This is definitely their hardest test of the day. Fisher has such an unorthodox play style.
Talking about the previous performances from these teams as well. I mean, seeing that Fisher had to go through the lower bracket, whereas Concord went through the upper bracket, a little bit more consistent there as well. Concord took down Akron after Akron beat Fisher, so we kind of see that kind of dichotomy between those two rosters. But the main thing I want to note here is the defense of Concord. It seems to be on lock today, and that was the struggle for St. Clair in that last series. Concord won't struggle as much, so of course I got to go with the new shirt here of Concord there for getting the victory.
If I had a shirt, I would change my vote.
Yeah, you know, my shirt just got eliminated. So, all right. I'm going to be going with Fisher College for this one. This is a team that momentum really rides high in Rocket League, especially in lower brackets. Yeah, you could bring out the triangle math of like, this person struggled here, this person struggled here. But at the end of the day, they haven't lost, and they've taken out some of the teams that we have in our top 10 ranking. They continue to steamroll. This is a team that just looks great. St. Clair almost got the job done, but now will be on Concord to do so. Are they up to the job? We'll see. But Fisher is my pick for this one. A split desk once again, maybe going the distance with it. I'm very excited to see how this one is going to wind up. Are Concord, our fall champions, up to the challenge of stopping the train that is Fisher, who seems unstoppable throughout this bracket? We're about to find out. Let's take it to the pitch.
Fisher are flying high with the Falcons getting their first top 3 appearance this semester, but can they escape the claws of the Concord Mountain Lions? Mechanical goals are guaranteed, and so too is drama if the first 2 series of the day are any indication, Navanta. I don't know how this one's going to go out. I predicted Concord, but I can't say I'm super confident in that prediction.
Well, you know what? I kind of feel the same way here. Fisher has a hot hand, but I've seen how I've been wrong before. Let's see if I'm right in this one.
So being able to get into this game 1 and see maybe some shenanigans if that deflection was any indication off kickoff. I don't really know about the tone setting, but that's what I love about these game 1s, especially with these teams that haven't really played against each other. This is the first iteration of this Fisher roster playing against Concord. They have never touched in. Fisher White with Justus on the roster have played them before. He's got a 1-2 record against them, so maybe this is a time to level things up and even out that scoreboard against Concord. And this one is going to be a nice bounce in, and thought would be an opener, but we'll just have to keep waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. I am pre and pro shenanigans myself personally. I already was seeing demos. I would have been at home in a game 3 of the series in the first 15 seconds here. We're going to get chippy really quickly, and that shows the team that understands that and be a little more deft on the ball with card control will have the advantage.
So being able to dodge around that first touch, Crispy's going to be able to duck that one. Helix will take a bump, though Crispy will, I suppose, just take his time, gather some boost. That's something that we have seen a lot from Concord. They prioritize boost, but sometimes you need to play the ball. Nice pinch pass inside.
Well, you know what? Like, you're absolutely right. Sometimes you get so focused of the force. If you get the tree right in front of you, slot it in there, it was picture perfect, 1-0.
And Gavon being able to get that one on the near post as well. And that's half of the difficulty of being able to get these goals past, is finding those seams in the defense, because there aren't a lot to choose from when you're playing against Concord, well known for their defensive prowess, particularly today, based on the series they played earlier against Northwood. An instant classic, especially in the anthology between those two teams with every single series. So Fisher just trying to etch their own names here, especially when Forrest gets a nice touch there for Helix to contend with. He misses the first one, but still gets the deflection.
Yeah, one thing I'm seeing a lot more, I think we mentioned it right at the top of the game, is that defensive demolitions. And even though we had a shot and frame was knocked away, it looked like it was just a parade of dust clouds, because understanding you don't want to give a person a secondary shot, a rebound, if you will, to score, that right there has really kept us a 1-0 game, even though we had 2 minutes in game 1.
Ooh, Crispy being able to deliver that one right down into the middle, past the defense. And I was a little bit nervous here, but that's why you want to challenge quickly. Like Helix, getting the first contact perfectly into Crispy in the air. And there's only so much Fisher can do, even with 2 defenders on that near post.
Yeah, Cast occurs is everlasting, right? That one was no demolition that opened up with the equalizer. But you know what? I want this. I really want to see what Fisher has up their sleeve for the team with a different composition and a different kind of attack in Concord.
You know, when we actually talk to a lot of these players in the scene, particularly the ones that are making main events, pro or otherwise in EU and NA, we talk to them and how they feel about these squads. And a lot of players, much like Speed on Maryville, he says he rates this Fisher team very highly. But when he talks about Concord, he says, you know, they might be a little top heavy at times. They have a little bit of inconsistency, but he still says like these guys have potential to be the very best. And of course, they're playing like it, obviously getting this far in Open 3. It's more so with all of these different players saying, yeah, they have the pedigree, but as we know, none of these games are won on paper. You still have to show up.
You know, I don't disagree necessarily, but I do feel a lot of times we kind of get intoxicated by the brand names of everything. We say, oh man, that's a cool label, that's a cool brand, it's a cool school, and top-heavy Concord. But what I've seen today from Fisher is that they know how to be adaptable in the run of play. What I've seen from Concord today is that they're willing to throw out plan A and really go full send if need be. And so, like you said, it is beyond the paper. It's what you do situationally when it makes you an elite team.
Also making sure that you contest with the appropriate amount of boost. Helix had absolutely nothing on it, but was able to stay close enough to get that 50, which now then leads to Concord slowly pushing out. Smas has his way. He's off the ceiling, hits it straight down as Maurice was getting interfered with. He's not on target, fortunately for Fisher, somehow remaining still at 1-1, if not for the slight inaccuracy.
Man, sometimes that crossbar, you kind of wish and hope after a shot that's off frame they would do a solid, but the crossbar said, not today, my friend, and go the other way. So, yeah, you can't really rely on having that little bit of assist. You got to make sure that ball is right in the middle of the net and ensure that you stretch your defense to make that sure a definite goal.
But just going around the outside, Helix will again take some time, and this is something that's going to come at a premium. Not often are you going to get a wide open air dribble, so Helix, I suppose, does his job. Now, here's another one. Spike straight down to Crispy, off the bar again. Smas has to be wide open to Helix, and it's a gift-wrapped goal number 2.
Oh man, that really was like bubble bobble for a second there, but props to Helix to bring it down right in front of them first, and that sure the second shot didn't go in, but definitely Helix cleaned up his own mess. Being your own insurance policy is a kind of tactic that makes you a number 1 on a team sheet. Concord with a go-ahead goal there.
One of my favorite types of setups where you have a player, instead of rotating back, just post up on the backboard. If the defense isn't ready for it, it's something that is terrifying to deal with as it spikes straight down on your forehead. Helix now, you gotta be careful on your own side, dodging the demo, but it can't say the same for the Fisher back line. Here comes Smas with a head of steam, but not anticipating Boris being able to get that 50 from the side, and he will also lose his life.
Yeah, my heart goes out to Smas there. You saw he was looking to really fool the defender. He got caught out and really was put out of the play to recover that mistake. And I mean, look, that was a very small instance there, but that happens a couple of times in the run of a game that really impacts the mental about your own skill set on ball control.
It's something that's also difficult because this isn't just ball control. It's being able to touch the first read and then immediately have to get a flick, get another 50 on top of it. It's really not something that if you get a heavy touch, you're going to be able to get back. And I think these players learn that time by time. There's an era for caution, but there's also just being consistent enough to be able to cause some chaos. Kind of like this one from Helix. He's going for the dish, but he couldn't land all 4 wheels in that back wall.
Oh, that could have been costly, to be honest with you, but able to get that knocked away there. But yeah, I love the fact that we're seeing a lot more creative work out of Fisher despite the scoreline there. This may prove fruitful for them in games 2, 3, and 4.
Ooh, off the bar again. Jovan's gonna leave it for Justice, who gets pre-jumped by Crispy. Jovan back post, no target available. Somehow, just by the grace of the Rocket League gods, this is still up in the air for Fisher as Flores tries to get it and can't keep the ball in the air. Concord getting away with one. What a scrappy end to game 1.
Yeah, I've been there. You're like, oh, that lip should have totally counted as a ball being dropped. But you know what? Concord escaped this one. They have the game in hand. It really was a feather in the cap. Can they repeat that in game 2? That remains to be seen, but a really good effort here in game 1.
That's incredible to be able to see these pre-jump saves. That's what it comes down to. I will say from Fisher, the offense looks like it's still clicking. It's keeping things interesting, but I need a little bit more on the defense. 0 saves recorded from the Fisher side, just showing that when there was a wide open hit, they were not getting in the way. Not for some inaccuracy, might have been a more wide-ranging scoreboard than we did see it conclude with just the simple 1-goal margin.
Oh, come on, Taka. You know dang well most of the saves got credited to the crossbar and the post, right? That was a fourth player, but you're right. These people need to have some saves on their account as well because you understand the defensive mind is there. They're kind of flat-footed, though. They're kind of late to the ball to clear it away. That's why they haven't got the credit they need, but really you can't rely on those whiffs on the defensive line. So I'm with you 100%, but you're right. The crossbar and the post really did save them here in the first time.
And when you do have games like that, it is a little frustrating, but I can't really say that the crossbar was victimizing one team. There was multiple times where it was off bar, and it never really helped them out. It never really bamboozled the defense. It was really just the offense kind of rolling their eyes, saying, okay, well, I guess next time we'll shoot it lower. And then it happens again. They say, okay, next time we'll do it lower. How about the next time being game number 2? Forbidden Temple may be a way to correct your shooting and be able to get back into things, especially Fisher not having that game end in the dramatics that we saw in our first series of the day.
Yeah, long-term storytelling, but I never win here, so I'm always frustrated myself. But you're absolutely right here. You're Fisher. The idea is like, look, we understand where the pressure it is to slap behind the defense. Let's find where they work for us. That's the aggressive tactics. Those are the demolitions. That's really the one-person effort on that top third of the pitch, and see if you can double down that to really change the game.
Devon trying to lay that one down to Flores, but it doesn't really work out. So instead, Samas and Crispy trying to combine, though Justice will be able to collect due on this one. Weird deflection. I don't think Crispy reads that one. Neither does Fisher. Jovan gets beaten to the read. And again, Fisher just shows that's your margin of error. You don't miss. You miss the first one, you are not going to get a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it seems kind of counterintuitive, but when you have games like this, when you're so off, and that really puts everyone on edge, put the ball right in the middle of the goal. If your defense gets to it, they clear it away. If not, they whiff, they miss, they're late on the ball. It gets you on the board. No need to be fancy here if you look at the score.
Samas corner, Crispy, nice 50 down, and Flores might have a chance to be able to get on forward, but ultimately we'll have to settle for just the 50. How about a boost steal instead? Heavy deflection for Crispy. And right now, Concord seems like they're seeing into the future. They're always right where they need to be to get these deflections. I think Fisher is slowly learning the lesson that they have to play proactively, get ahead of things, or at least do something unpredictable. Unlike this one on defense, torched over the top. Helix with another wide open goal.
So in game 1, what did I say? A lot of guys on that blue side were just kind of sitting there flat-footed, waiting for balls to come to them to clear them out defensively. Concord understood that, did shots in the corners, did shots in the drink. It's part of the defense. There was really nobody there for that shot on frame, and they have a goal ahead.
It's a tough one for Fisher, is that this is really the issue sometimes on rotation when you're looping around in near post. It's exactly why Concord loves abusing that, just to keep hitting it over and over top the bar. Speaking of, this one's not going over. It's to the side. Inaccuracy continuing to plague the Falcons. Demo on the sidewall means Justice going to have to go at it alone, and to be honest, he could have done a lot worse. Trying to take out Crispy is maybe some aggression getting out. You know, these are still young men, after all. You still have to get some of those emotions to vent out. Otherwise, you don't want to bottle that up, Devon.
Yeah,
That's a
absolutely.
good life lesson.
When I'm mad, I make sure I 1v1 people in the corner. That's how you get all your aggression out there. But yeah, we're seeing a bit of that first half of that game 1 scrappy kind of play, that really close quarter play, and it benefits Fisher. Really, it does. But when you see when Concord took the stuff back and they tried to go the long game, it really became their game after that. So you're seeing now that back and forth of Fisher trying to get up in everyone's face, trying to close down the space, while Concord's trying to find open space to really have these long passes and bombs.
Tomas looking for a double tap. It will actually go straight down and works perfectly well for Crispy. So Helix will then take the next one and skim it across the side. Fisher, as you notice, trying to chase it left and right and trying to play somewhat of a catch-up type of play style as they're all boosted up. They're trying to get on forward, and yet they're still not going. Crispy beats them over the top. If not for that bounce, it's wide open for at least one of them. Take your pick. It's going to be Samas at the credit.
Look, you know what? The goal wasn't that great, but I was just laying the inevitable. There was nobody back there. Everyone got fooled. Everyone was going forward, and that's what happens when you're a bit too aggressive trying to get it on the board. When you press, you have to understand that comes with a consequence, and that consequence is now being down by 2 goals.
And lot of these players used to play for the Woo, actually, back in EU as one of the bubble teams. Their coach is actually the same here for Fisher, kind of helping them out from time to time, and they're certainly going to need it, but maybe not when the accuracy starts to pick up. Jovan puts one bar down this time.
Yeah, 2-goal deficit is very critical because if you go down 3, it becomes a different game. So this one here is super important. Cut the lead in half, puts Fisher on the board, and says, hey, look, we're still going to be a threat. Don't drop the ball figuratively here, Concord.
Ooh, and now it's not just going to be anything. Just Control Z, just roll it right back to that cool 2-goal deficit. Nothing more deflating than the goal right off kickoff.
Nothing more deflating than trying to be a color commentator for a kickoff goal. It happened. Back to you, Taco.
At the end of the day, it is just kind of wrapped up. I'm sorry, Devonta. I'm not trying to script these. I just can't anticipate Concord going for those fakes on the kickoff, letting Helix, the cheetah man, take the brunt of that read, and then just goes immediately right in. Samas, maybe give us something more fancy to deal with. It's not going to get past that back post, though.
Do love the creativity going for the top of the goal and try to draw the defense. Defense caught it though and saw it. So that tells me if you saw that, you got stuffed, you got to do another tactic. You got close enough to the goal, but your opponent is beginning to see your playbook. Time to switch it up.
Crispy trying to get forward, and that's the one thing from Fisher I really need them to get on top of is make sure they have enough boost in the tank. Doesn't have to be a lot, but just get forward enough to contest early. Concord has a lot of time to build up, and you do not want to give them that time to create, as they're certainly one to take advantage. Near post pass for Crispy. If not for that post, there's yet another one.
Oh, there should have been somebody there on the rotation looking at CMOS that really poked that in. I understand being conservative because you have the lead, but it's now time to put the nail in the coffin, put the hammer down, really put this game beyond doubt.
Samas, he just got demoed away, which means it's open on the near post. Justice, who else going to be able to get one more? An opportunistic one from the Falcons.
Imagine an inaction being the critical thing. If Fisher finds a way to get back in this, which they very well might be, Concord will rue the day they really weren't aggressive in that 4th goal attempt.
This is a nice one to be able to see. As I saw the demo from Samas, I'm thinking, they only have about 3 seconds. Plus, with the new update, you can tell where you're spawning. So even then, you can't even hope for the randomization of it all. You really have to get moving quickly. So I do like them understanding the moment that has to be seized upon. Much like Crispy understands that Juarez has a nice set there, but he doesn't really have an angle. Nice block away. Can prevent the equalizer happening quite yet. Final minute, and now Fisher is going to have to go from the sense of waiting for the opportunity to really having to force one.
Yeah, that right there could have been an opportunity there for Concord, but having that respawn, just be a second tank in there, really impacted the trajectory of the shot on frame, and it really wasn't enough. Now, final moments here, only 1 goal separates these two sides. Who's going to be a hero? Only time will tell.
Jovan gets sent to the next zip code with that bump, but at the very least, the attack is still going for Ace, trying to get that one past the goalkeeper. No one up for this one. Jovan with a placement. Crispy reads his mind. Final seconds. Fisher still on the attack, but they need boost to be able to get the assist. For Ace, for Jovan again is going to be denied. Crispy and Samas, 0 boost. They're just lobbing it up desperately, our Fisher. Even the spike down is caught, but it's not able to be held up. Concord, again, at the last possible moment, gets all the saves they need.
I'm sorry. Every 1-goal victory puts off 6 months of somebody's life, man. That is an impact. Really nerve. But Concord again escapes unscathed.
I really do like the play from Fisher, the creativity into the end, but they need to capture that earlier, particularly as we look at these replays. A lot of these goals are just breakaways because Fisher hesitated, particularly this one. Replay cuts off a little too early on the front end, but that was started from 2 Fisher defenders moving up and kind of looking at each other like, oh, I thought you had this one. And they both get beat. You cannot hesitate at this level, especially now that we know that winner is going to grands. This is about as grandiose as it gets in CRL.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to think about Fisher's attack as kind of like a really soft triangle, right? Everyone kind of is a little wide and slow on their third, and as they get towards the net, they do get kind of closer, and that works out for them when it works. But when it doesn't, when that ball goes the other way in the mid-pitch, they are way wide for any kind of defensive effort, and when they're there, they're always late on the ball. So it's definitely an effective strategy, but one that's easily exploitable.
And especially right now with Concord, they have so much chemistry involved. This Fisher team still kind of forming, obviously still making great runs, at least 2/3 of this team going into RLCS, but it's hard to translate that when you do have to swap out teammates and figure out a way to make it all click. Obviously, in the last series we saw in Fisher, offense, fantastic. Always able to answer back seemingly with what St. Clair Green was giving them, but this is Concord. These guys are defending champions from last semester within CRL, and they can play like it, especially when all the wheels are clicking. So now you have to get unconventional. You have to get aggressive right now. A reverse sweep required to be able to take this series.
Yeah, it's heavily happened before, but I'm telling you, the kind of focus and concentration it takes will take a lot out of you. Now, Fisher is a strong team. They all still are the faster team technically, but right now they're creative ideas. Anything outside the box is getting cut off of the pass, which means Concord is reading like a book, and they have to come up with brand new tactics if they want to force themselves not even a game 5, a game 4.
That's the difficult part, is that you have to get these wins, and why sometimes you suggest to these players, just have a short memory. Just take it one game at a time. It's like playing ranked. You're not have to think about all the MMR you lost. You have to get back. Just say, okay, win one, then win another, and then go on from there. But even then, that's a task. Justice trying to kickstart with a lead, and he's not going to be helpful, but Jovan certainly will.
Yeah, I understand getting the car up there. I think everyone kind of read the play, but had no idea to stop it. Kind of late on the jump, and that was open top of the frame. Smart from Jovan not to go down with it and get themselves on the board early.
You can see that last second adjustment. Sometimes players love that air roll. They're just constantly pressing it down to be able to get any sense of creative touch. But he understands, let's just get underneath it and then lean into it a little bit, because he needs to put it past that first defender, but also over top of Helix, who's slightly leaning.
Whoa.
Speaking of, defense has to lean a little bit close to that back post. That one nearly crept in.
Yeah, imagine that, just getting like nicked off your offensive carry and having to concede a goal. You don't want goals like that. Those are the kind of ones that keep you up at night.
Oof. And so is this one, but I guess they can have some solace in understanding that we're a bit short-handed. Demo off screen on this replay, but you can see Jovan with the fake. That's the respect paid to this offense. They play the first flick, and if they don't get it, then good night.
Yeah, Warriors gets the credit there, but do a barrel roll right in front of the defender, that's amazing. Jovan with the skills.
Understanding, sometimes you see that pre-jump coming in just for a split second, and you understand, actually, I don't know if I need to flick this one high. Maybe I just need to take it a little bit lower and play for the 50 or anything else. Concord will be a bit shell-shocked right now. They have been under a barrage from Fisher. They've only mustered up a single shot. Meanwhile, Fisher on pace for what could have essentially equate to a double-digit 15 shots at this point. Make this even 18 if we triple to 6.
Yeah, I don't even blame them, because the first goal was definitely an angle we're not used to, and the second goal was from a position on the pitch we weren't used to. If you're Concord, if you're playing Fisher, you're in game 3, you think that we're going to go one way, and they totally zagged where you thought they were going to zig. This is what we're talking about. It really comes down to creativity at this point, because these two teams are really that good on paper.
That's also why I like Rocket League from a tactical standpoint is, yes, it just seems like, you know, cars driving around, you're just hitting left and right, whatever. But you only have a minute in between games, which creates an interesting mind game on also how do you adjust, because it's very difficult between goals to be able to figure out what you need to do. But between games, you can sit down with the players, talk through everything, figure out what's going wrong. And right now, Concord has to be wondering, all right, well, what's our next minute going to be looking like? Because right now, it's really difficult for us to even get forward onto offense, much less do anything else once we're there. Fisher's rotation was a lot cleaner. They're cutting in. They're trying to always contest. And even if they're not getting it, it's forcing Concord to get weak touches, which is why it's right back in their half again.
Yeah, you know, I'm so glad you mentioned the 1 minute, 60-second break between games, because you're absolutely right. You should take that time for yourself to recalibrate and figure out tactics. But since it's only 60 seconds, it kind of lulls you into being like, we ball, press start, let's go. And a lot of teams do that to much of their credit. And what a save with the line there from CMOS. Wow.
And that was a panicked one, too. It felt like they almost jumped too early and then wondered, actually, it's a little bit of a slow floater. I'm going to have to wait for this one, but you can't wait for this next one. Justice is already up for it, if not for, I think, mid-air bump from Samas, and not only that, but he's got 0 boost and charging forward. I think maybe hoping for some help from Helix, but no boost the tank equals no success on offense. Still back to their half as we enter the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Fisher has actually played with more urgency despite the fact they have the lead. They want to shut this down, make sure they don't have a game 4 situation. Concord looks a little bit overwhelmed here, especially on their third of the pitch currently.
Jovan taking his time, and certainly Fisher can afford that. When you have a lead, it frees you up a lot more. Obviously, it's such a dangerous lead it is, especially with no one contesting that one as it goes off the bar again. It'll move slightly on forward, but you can tell they're playing for those 50s. Jovan, I love how he's been playing, trying to play the midfielder role, almost setting the pace and making sure Concord doesn't get too overeager.
Yeah, I understand that. Me able to switch on the fly has definitely been Jovan's secret sauce. And when people do that, when they focus on Jovan, then you have Justice on the side really being a winger, if I could use a little bit of that soccer parlance.
Certainly something that they can use a lot of within this lineup is, again, the adjustments are everything, especially we saw that against St. Clair, a team that won Open number 1 and has had great success so far in this semester. They're trying to make their own imprint on this one and obviously get as many points as they can. A little bit late start to the semester. for this Fisher team. So soaking up all these points, giving themselves a chance to get in that top 8, get into that spring championship is everything. And I think the more I see them play, the first 2 games, I'm not quite seeing it, but games 3 right now is where I'm starting to see their pedigree, despite that one just being barely off.
Yeah, imagine that story, though. Despite their shortcomings, despite their point disadvantage, to come back and really be a threat in a league like that, that's the thing you hang from the rafters. And I think that's really what's motivating him now, to find ways to win where things didn't look like they were going to be possible.
In just a minute, though, Helix not only gets a dunk, but has the double, or so I thought. Samas gets stuffed as well, so that one goes right back into the midfield, and that is all they wrote for game number 3. We're not having any sweeps. That's boring. This is CRL. It is always chaotic. We're going to go at least another game.
CRL, man, give us all the overtimes and game 9s and game 11s, right? Fisher, make sure they don't get swept today. And again, their momentum tour rolls on, because game 4 actually gives them a little bit of an advantage.
And that's clearly the next step. I think you've just told the tale. That's going to be the new format. Best of 9s, best of 11s. We don't need sets. We just need longer individual series. Or maybe not. Maybe we just need to continue what works, because certainly I'm having a blast, especially when teams answer back with something more substantial. It's not just that Fisher's getting some goals and the finishing's cleaner, just the pressure overall is cleaner. They're still getting forced into saves, but more importantly, they're forcing Concord to have to really second guess themselves. Do I have that read? Why are they still upfield? Why are they stealing my boost? And are they about to demo me? There was a lot of different angles thrown at them, and I think because of that, Fisher was a little bit of a wild card in a way that I don't think Concord was fully prepped for.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. The first game really was kind of that scrappy kind of defense. Bumps, demos, explosions everywhere, smoke screens everywhere. As the series evolved, they kind of took what Concord was doing and really adapted their attack. You're seeing more of them beating them with that second passes and more using the width of the pitch to their advantage. It really is a nice thing that Fisher's doing. A bit more composed to come up with that idea, switch on the fly, and execute.
As we then head into our next match here on Utopia to see if Fisher can continue this again effort going toward that reverse sweep of Concord, which would be quite the tale, especially when Concord just failed a reverse sweep in the upper bracket against Northwood. We'll have to see whether or not Fisher has even more up their sleeves, because as they adjusted last game, Concord now has their own break to be able to adjust and figure out how they're going to adjust to this Falcons squad, which, as we know, is definitely no easy task, especially when they're sending a player. I thought Jovan was going for a bump, but Reyes couldn't get that touch.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of that scrappy stuff right there on the play. Seamas opens the scoring early in this one. Concord is saying, we're not going to try to go to a game 5.
Man, look at Crispy. He gets the demo, and you might think, no, he screwed it up. He got the deflection, but no, it's actually a perfect pass and helps that there is nobody back. Everybody going forward so aggressively from Fisher, and that's exactly why that you have to have a little bit of restraint, because everything can go oh so wrong if the other team catches you when you're lacking.
Yeah, I understand that, because typically when you have a defensive formation, you think about the width of the pitch and using left and the right flanks and stuff, but the one thing you don't want to get seen is getting clipped on, is seeing you just being completely overwhelmed while an offensive team runs the pack right up Broad Street to your net.
Samas also going to be someone contested on this one as he gets the first reset, and really nice tap down to Crispy. Flores has to get a little bit of a jump scare to be able to get in front of this one, so therefore he'll be able to try and regain, if only for Helix to steal it off and go for the bump and open it up for Samas. Rare miss, but Crispy tries to clean it up and will not. Crossbar, hello again.
Unforgivable. 2 opportunities right in front of net. Dollars to donuts. Didn't get it happen.
No.
And let's go the other way. What a bomb from Justice. Punishment in stereo.
How many times can we spell this out? If you don't hit your chances, you're gonna get punished. Immediate counter. What a tap from Jovan to be able to lob that one up, knowing the only player with enough boost and speed and angle to be able to get to that is his teammate Injustice from downtown, 1-1, and now both teams understanding the stakes.
Yeah, goals like that should count for 2, because you're absolutely right. It's unforgivable. You go so far in, you don't hit that bank account, you gotta do whatever you can to get back, but by then, it was too late.
Justice gonna get beaten over the top. That's a race to the near post that Helix will lose, as that one does have an orange trail, but not really have anything that would benefit the orange side. Maybe Perez can do something to benefit his side. Flip reset with a 50 as well. Samas understands it. That's why it's the daintiest of taps to avoid anything disastrous.
Yeah, I understand. Sometimes you want to do a heavy touch there because you should be giving away possession. Trying to set up a bit of an offensive attack. Didn't work out for them, but I love the finesse there when it came to making sure it wasn't a threat.
Crossbars we're gonna see. That's yet another one. Someone in chat needs to count for me, because I simply cannot keep count. I'm trying to focus and cast this match. especially now that these teams are starting to just hope that any high shot is just going to be covered for them. And so far, they have been able to have that covered for them. Crispy, naturally, is just going to avoid everything by taking it up and over, though no challenge means it's sent right back.
I got a question for you, Taco. You play at a higher level of the Rocket League than I'll ever dream of playing in my life. When you have situations like this, you try to encourage the team in the comms, you declare comms just for moves and rotations.
Well, at the end of the day, I think when there are those breaks, just say, all right, let's just make sure we're not getting ahead of ourselves. A huge amount of teams try to rush everything so fast. The problem is with playing quickly is that it's boost expensive, and more importantly, if you're not able to steal and get in front of the teams, you're kind of just flying all over the place, and sometimes if you're rotating up too quickly, your team is still recovering. You're still resetting the rotation. You have to make sure everyone's collectively moving up. You can't just rely on solo plays to break open a defense or rely on counterattacks, but you also need to make sure you're all the way back. That one could have been on target, and Samas taking a sweet time on that last clear.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not sure what was going on. Maybe people thought the net wasn't as wide as it was, but you're right. If everyone was a half a car length quicker, that could have been in the net.
Yvonne near post, just making sure Crispy was attentive to it, and not only is he able to get that first save, he gets the clear as well. Helix deflection, Samas, no boost, he is demoed. Yovan faking out Crispy, but he still gets back for deflection, and yet it's still not enough.
This right here is absolute genius because not only is the individual skill in trusting that, but basically drawing the defense to make a mistake with no boost and slotting it in there. Well, that's what we were talking about, being able to have something, some of its parts, and now we have ourselves a goal on the board.
Again, opportunistic. I think that's how I keep describing this Falcons roster because they notice just a little bit too much commit forward. It's only one player, headhunt Samas, he dodges one demo, he gets demoed by the second effort, back pass into Justus, and it's still gonna be slotted. Fisher finding all the avenues to the goal.
Not calling that a dagger quite yet, but that was a shot to the heart, right in the middle, shot right in the middle. I call that the Sleeky position, because he was waiting there where my friend Sleeky would be when we play Rocket League in ranked. Right in the middle, there was no one around, right down Broad Street.
It's nice to be able to see these touches come through, especially because it comes from such a close angle as you see Helix diving on in, thinking that he has the save, and as ball cam pivots around, he realizes, oh no, at the last possible moment, that one going right past his hood, and now Concord staring down the barrel of potentially a game 5 if this keeps going. The momentum certainly on Fisher's half, and honestly, they could get even more by the time this game is over.
Yeah, with all due respect, there's nothing worse than being like, oh no, when you're playing Rocket League. It's already done, that happens. But you're absolutely right. 2-goal lead on the Vanderbilt for Fisher, looking every bit apart, but one's being pulled back. Concord's not dead yet.
And that wasn't even a lack of boost right here. I think Yovan just touches this more heavily than he wanted to. He tries to flip into it, but he goes for a diagonal flip, and he's actually too far to the left of it. So instead, Samatsa just looks both ways, said, oh, I didn't expect that one to be a wide open hit, but I will gladly take this one. Now, everything's getting a bit more interesting. Fisher has to balance that semblance of keeping forward that offense, keeping Concord unbalanced. But also, you know how easily these goals can go on through if you're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I look like Yovan was pretty much in the middle of changing camera modes and just picked wrong when it came for the clear. And it's kind of a small mental mistake, or a technical one at that, but still a 1-goal advantage there for Fisher and company. 40 seconds to go. Do you play protector? Do you play tower defense? And you try to put something ahead to make sure you have a 2-goal lead?
Well, certainly you have to make sure that you have to balance how far forward you are. Samas going forward a little too far, has to back up and just deflect that one in place. And that's going to waste down seconds that they do not have. Helix taking this one off his teammate, but now waiting for Crispy to join him up into attack. He's going to lose his life, but Crispy still in the action. Quick challenge, can't get the 50 on the follow. Justice serves it right to Samas, but the deflection means it goes all the way back on down. This is going to have to go coast to coast if Concord wants to close this series out now.
And Concord may not have the opportunity. Remember, Helix has the last gasp effort, but it may not be enough here, Taco.
Grace gets the clear. Justice trying to spike that one down. Heavy deflection, and Yovan will gladly watch this one bounce on through. Fisher, another step closer. We're going to game 5 to determine who goes to Grands.
Man, I'm not sure what's happening here. Is it Fisher with a slow start, Fisher being that clever, or Concord not really capitalizing on opportunities? Or is it a fruit salad of them all there, Taco? But we have ourselves a game 5 situation. Fisher had a lead. Concord put themselves back in the game, but it wasn't enough.
can't get much more even. The exact number of shots coming through from top to bottom on Fisher and Concord, nearly the identical amount of saves. And I think it's only natural that it's coming down to just these razor-thin margins on Fisher getting creative, going for a lot of demos, being able to get those fakes on the last defender as we see on this replay. Jovan playing superbly. Watch how often, I want chat to pay attention to how to take a 50. Mistakes notwithstanding on this final goal, Jovan is really setting the tempo for this. He is beating the drum and telling Fisher just how fast to move, how far up to move, and when to challenge on these reads to make sure Concord is completely unstable. And once they start leaning, give them a push, let them topple over, and they go from there. I don't know if that strategy is going to work 3 games in a row, but Fisher has to hope that they will.
Yeah, absolutely. Jovan's been the secret sauce. I'm a firm believer that as a playmaker myself, that passing plays win the day. 2 assists to Jovan's account, and that's the reason why Fisher's looking at series point, even though they had to fight their way to get that Game 5 situation. They're the stronger team going into it.
So now we have a little bit of dancing in the lobby, but it looks like everybody is ready for everyone's favorite field, Champions Field, to see who is going to moving on to play Northwood. Game 5, potentially a long game ahead of us if it keeps swinging back and forth in these types of series. We've had all Game 5s on stream because, of course, these players are consummate entertainers, and what's better to start us off than Jovan, the man of the hour, getting our opener.
Had this whole diatribe how I think Manfield was better, but Jovan says, you know what, I'm going to score early enough to make sure that's the point of play there. Again, cleaning up the mess from your opponents, being the one that needs to be there, just cleaning up what you can, that's why you're number 1.
So now this is the nice psychological boon that players can get, especially a kickoff goal in Game 5. And now it's a different mentality. You're not fighting to win the game as much as you are just to defend your lead. But part of good defense is making sure that your offense is clicking still. You don't want to just be parking the bus and hoping for the best. Maybe you can hope for Jovan to snipe this one. The placement, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Jovan has been there when needs be, cleaning up the mess there from Parisi, just stopping that play when it needs to be, but very, very clever. To your point, to go the far end of goal to make sure if anyone was even near that ball, they'll have to do a full send stretch. It just wasn't enough. Fisher's up by 2, and not even a minute has gone by.
When you look up slot online, that is the image that is going to be served to you by the search engine. My goodness. What a play by Jovan, starting this one off 2 for 2, and could get even worse. Concord, not only did they not even start slow, they've just had 2 highly unfortunate situations befall them, and now they really have to dig deep. This is a reverse sweep that might be inflicted upon them.
Yeah, they're kind of shell-shocked here because they had 2 shots on goal they defended, but they really weren't as fast to get out of their third to really have the counter-attack on. And so when you have a team like Fisher looking for their third to really put their hammer down and they miss, you got to punish them as quickly as Fisher punished you. Didn't happen. That may be a pivotal scene in this game, and it's only in the first minute.
Samas. Just us trying to hand things off. The creative passing plays from Fisher are working, at least for these slight drop downs. Now granted, Concord does have the ability to take back these possessions, but look at their positioning after these 50s. Actually, these weird plays. Crispy's trying to 3-point turn their way into some possession, and even when they do get forward, they don't have a lot of boost. Maybe you don't need any when Samas is just getting the handoff right at the goal line.
Yeah, not the cleanest one here, but definitely was the fact of using the trails they need to be. Actually would have passed themselves. Kind of awesome if you think about it. Concord gets on the board, cuts the lead in half, and they say, hey, look, we're going to fight to the bitter end.
Well, Fisher is put on notice. Yes, he started off well, but this is the mid-game. This is where things really get interesting, particularly if they let Crispy just cook off the sidewall. Hits that one, I would say, a bit too far, so no danger there. But maybe on Helix getting that challenge. Loreas maybe not anticipating this one, but still gets the save nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am Team Crispy, and it's been really much unseen or unspoken about storyline and how Crispy's able to really be a nuisance to Fisher, but at the same time, you gotta be able to stop a team that's an absolute juggernaut. Fisher has their 3rd goal, and again, it is very early in Game 5.
Man, I think Samas just lost track of Jovan coming out of the goal. He goes right past the ball. Particularly, that is a play you make when you're trying to rotate out, steal some boost, trusting that your rotation's going to be faster. But Crispy's so far away, he dives in. I think he also doesn't see Jovan. And then it's just a free goal down the other end. Again, mistakes are what cost teams games more than anything else. In the highest level, where every goal is quality, giving away free ones is always going to be the death knell.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the ones that you think about when the game is over. Not getting dunked on, not getting beat for boost. It's the ones where you had an opportunity, you made the wrong decision, you dodged the wrong way and went, oh man. And that's happening a lot for Concord right now.
Even Even still, they have the creativity to be able to get back into this one. If not for Jovan, he's making, sure, he's doing work on both sides of the ball, but now his teammates need to help him out. Crispy, that's an open shot. He's placing this one. Jovan, again, the last second save. Tap down for Fariz. He's going to put that one on the ground. A wise decision, buys time for his team to regain. That's why it's yet another clean clear. Fisher comes by, only one goal suffered upon them.
This is why Rocket League is such a dynamic game. When you're on offense, when you're on defense, if you're not the star, if you're not the one leading the offensive charge or defensive charge, you've got to be able to be the support. It's the case of rebounds. Forese could have rotated out to be on the passing side, stayed back, and really prevented Concord from getting back into this contest with a 3-2 scoreline.
Just as that pinch maybe heavier than he might have anticipated, but Samas is then going to send that down to Crispy into the ceiling as it's maybe a bit too hot to handle even for him. Helix, where you at? Apparently turned around in midfield because he knew Fisher has that first read. They don't have the second one. Deflection near post. Crispy into Samas. He doesn't have the positioning. Nothing going Concord's way. They keep trying to aggress on forward, but Fisher has an answer for pretty much everything.
Yeah, it does seem that they have a hand up, they have the confidence, they have the positioning, and more importantly, they have the possession to really make Concord say, hey, look, if you want to beat me, you got to come up with something we haven't seen before.
Justice is also now in the area of the game where it's not also just as much about making sure you play good defense. It's also taking the time on the ball to waste everything down. Long clears are one thing, but keeping it close, getting doubles like that from Bores is going to really waste things down. Crispy, however, still gets a touch, still gets a flick potentially, but can't catch up to it. Not enough boost.
In the last minute and a half, the defensive Fisher has been about as crisp as Vaudeville's fashion closet. But I'll be honest with you, now's the time for you to really put up or go home or whatever it is. I kind of mix metaphors there. Fisher has to shut the door when they need to. They have to show the world we are here to stay.
Just a open shot, and I don't know about a dagger, but it's certainly a talon. The Falcons clenching down on that grand final spot. What a deflection, though. Poor Samaz just trying to do anything to get it clear, and he's only going to help his opponent.
No, a talon makes sense, because if it was a dagger, I would say, oh, bad luck. But if a talon hits you, like, what did you do to take off that bird? That's exactly what happened there. Fisher's on another gear. They're on another level.
Mother Ninja does not make mistakes like that. You had to have deserved it in some karmic way or another. I don't know what Concord did to deserve this one. Maybe just coming into this one, not having the gameplay against Fisher. They played a former iteration against Just Us. He has not had good success against this school up until now. He is 17 seconds away from completing a reverse sweep, and in what a fashion to be able to come on down, make a grand final after really underperforming prior to this one. Concord, you made a good run. It's the best of this semester, but it's the Falcons' time to shine. It's going to be them in Northwood in our grand final.
GG's all around, but Northwood, you could not ask for a worse result. Fisher, it's coming in for you, and they are hot.
Not only that, but I was saying Just Us was the man that all the offense seemed to be rotating around. He was the sun in the Fisher solar system. This time, Jovan says, you know what? I'm sorry about that. I'll get out of the backpack. I'll carry it for a little bit. Hat trick in the final game, constantly being set up creatively and being able to put them away time and time again for Concord. That just shows any imprecision is going to get punished. They were competitive, but you can't even stop those. That last replay, I still can't get over how accurate that was.
Yeah, reverse sweeps are always good for the mental state of a team. Another good feather in the cap. Well, how they did it should be studied by anyone with a VOD review. They found a way, they exploited the weaknesses of Concord, and more often than not, they found a way to execute. Basically, lift themselves over the defensive challenges and slide things in the goal.
We have to pay attention as well to Fisher being able to, just on the tactical side, be able to take those first two games, and it's not particularly close. I felt like that whole time you were just looking at Concord saying, oh, okay, well, I have to get ready for the grand final, so I can speed this along. But no, they actually really do clean things up. Fisher is able to get 3 games in a row, get in a grand final, and I only have so much to say about this. I'm curious about what Vaudeville and Seb have to think about it.
Me and Vod were talking in the back room, just trying to figure out, what is there that can be said about Fisher? Because they're such an anomalous team with this new roster that we have coming in. And this is the second time now that they've come into a series so late, Vod, and somehow just walk away with it.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. It seems like for Fisher College, they took a little bit to get started in the last series against St. Clair Green, and this time it took them a little bit to get started as well, but they pull off what Concord could not do against Northwood in the upper bracket. New Jersey doesn't matter because they are the new kids on the block here, but also they've been around as an institution for quite some time. And the last grand final we saw them make it into as a college as well, Seb, was that fateful CRL Worlds 2023. And now they're back with a new look, a new roster, and a new chance to take on the top dogs in Northwood.
I mean, I do give it to the program in that they refuse to give up. They will always go for really strong rosters that continue to build time after time. We talked about the last time these two matched up, which was actually Open 1 of fall last year. That was basically just as with two Americans, with Jasper and Diaz, and instead they've decided to go French, which seems to be the answer to everything nowadays. So in this case, they went French. They brought in two new players that have just absolutely worked out for them, and now they're going to be facing off against Northwood once again for both of these institutions at this point. I mean, this Navanta, when we look at both of them, Northwood, Fisher, have one of the richest histories in CRL.
Yeah, and absolutely, and rightfully so. It takes a lot to be a brand name in CRL. Talk about semesters and classes and people moving on and reorganizations and conferences and all that. Northwood has really been the brand for so long, but Fisher was always in the mix. And the one time they dipped, that whole program said, nah, we gotta fix this. And that's a lot about what they mean for the team and Rocket League in this season moving forward. So all the props to them. This right here, we're talking about main event clashes. This right here could be not only the future of the sport, but the present and how these teams are right now.
Well, everyone, we are not done. That was our lower final, and Fisher continues on their rampage with only one opponent left, and that is Northwood. Our grand finals is coming up next. This is CRL. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to CRL. We just wrapped up our lower final, which was, again, another banger back-to-back. We've been gifted with consecutive bangers all the way through, and Fisher continues their demolishing of the lower bracket. And since we are all here, now we can see the tangible effect of Fisher making their way throughout the course of this weekend. We have the live standings in front of us, and before this weekend, Fisher, coming into this tournament, had 2 points. They are now at 14, firmly in the conversation for that top 8 spot, which of course gets you into a nationals with 14 points. Navanta, can Fisher be stopped?
Oh, that's the $1 million question, man. Imagine going from 2 to 14 in just a couple days' work. Everyone has pretty much written off Fisher, but they have on a run I have never seen in CRL. The answer is, I don't know. But the bigger answer is, if there's anyone who is going to stop them, it's going to be opponent today.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaped up thus far, because I mean, everything here really points to one team in this grand final. That being said, with Northwood, they've just been taking care of business. They've been handled a little. They were scared a little bit by the Concord side of Audible. Concord, although they looked fantastic in the upper final, they even looked great in the lower final. But it seems that just our 2 grand finalists barely edged them out.
Just didn't prove to have enough in the tank to overcome that final hurdle, which was game 5. They almost got a reverse swept themselves and then got reverse swept by Fisher there. A little bit of taste of their own medicine, because the last time these 2 schools faced off against each other in the fall, we did see Concord get a reverse sweep against Fisher in their specific series to keep them out of that top 3 conversation. So Fisher, with this new squad, looking on top of the world and unstoppable. You mentioned it, so many series in a row. They don't want to stop here.
Yeah, I did the counting. I did the quick maths. From qual to now, Fisher have now won 7 lower bracket matches in a row. That includes, of course, day 1, where we had our matches. They were initially beat by Akron Blue, in this case, 5-up, shout out, sending him down to lowers. And then since then, it has been a train running through the lower brackets, and not an unfamiliar situation for Fisher to be in, as they find themselves in a grand final for the first time since 2023 and the first time since the open era. The last time was on LAN against some Europeans at the CRL World Championship, which of course all NA fans like to forget about. Love you, Sosa. But let's introduce our matchup with Northwood versus Fisher. Taco, these are 2 institutions who are so storied throughout the course of Rocket League. It just feels like it's bound for them to match up at some point.
Yeah, that's the funny part, is that we had these moments where it's like, Fisher and Northwood, they're synonymous with winning. They're going to be in most of their grands. They're going to be getting really far. And then last semester, it's like, what happened? Like, they're kind of gone. Fisher had a team, but wasn't really getting too many placements. Northwood this semester starting to get back into the groove, but even Fisher did not play in Open 1, did not even make it into top 8 or Sunday in Open number 2, and yet here they are in grants for 3. So it's a lot to be said about steady improvement, but also that there are no more free series. Northwood, when you even talk to Creams, I mean, they've had to do a lot of work to make sure that they stay at the top. So this is not just a give me anymore. They are really, really solid at making sure that they can understand the stakes of all these matchups, not taking anyone for granted. And I think this Fisher team, the first time they've ever faced them, will certainly send them through a little bit of a tizzy as they try to figure out how to actually play against them.
But Navanta, this is a Northwood team, however, that is looking to be the first team, by the way, I believe, since Open to be the first 2-time Open champion. They are the only full North American squad, really, that we have in the top tier left. I mean, this is a matchup that feels really made for them to take back their crown as the best in CRL.
Yeah, like I said in the beginning of the stream, it looks like the king of the mountains for Northwood. They were the North American side, but you had all these European teams or European rosters coming after them. Look, they're fighting from different angles, but yes, you're absolutely right. Until they are no longer part of the conversation, you do not bet against Northwood for a bunch of reasons. We saw here today, they found different opponents, they found ways to dismantle them. This could be the biggest challenge yet, but definitely one they've seen before, and definitely want to have a chance to handle.
I mean, all of us, I think, on this desk has been reduced to tears in one way or another. Anytime we put our placements against Northwood, they have disappointed us that many times for many years. But we'll see about today. Of course, this is our predictions part of the show and our last one. Taco, where do you see this go?
I think Fisher's run has been spectacular. I believe you were the one that counted up. They have won 7 series in a row throughout Saturday and Sunday to get to this point, including all lower bracket in the 7 series. So it's only one life in a double elim bracket, and yet they are just keep going and going and going and going. And of course, we've had all game 5s. We've gone the distance. But I think Northwood is just too good. Even if they do get bracket reset and go to the second one, I just can't fathom a team beating Northwood twice in a row this semester. They have fixed all their issues. It seems like they really have found most of the solutions, especially after winning our last Open.
But
I have to also go with Northwood on this one. They've been too consistent. The only team who's made it into every single grand final up to this point. And we expected this consistency from them in the fall. They had some faltering here and there, but that was a lot of new teams and new challenges for this school to overcome. And they weren't quite able to do it in the fall semester. Well, this is a whole new look at them. I mean, Creams, I believe, also in facility for this team locally there. So it helps them have that synergy, that cohesion that we talk about for these teams. And Northwood being on top, the only team ever to beat them in a bracket reset was Akron. I don't think it's going to happen with Fisher here.
Devonta?
Beating Northwood 4 times is difficult. Beating them 8 times is virtually impossible, except for 1 or 2 situations. I got to go with Northwood until I'm proven otherwise.
Yeah, even when Maryville was peaking to their utmost powers, they weren't able to get the job done. I'm going with Northwood, man. This is legitimately the best I've seen in Northwood. I don't care, man. This is the best I've seen a Northwood team play. They're playing creative. They're elevating themselves above the competition. They're getting better after every single Open. Yeah, they didn't take the fall championship, but they were in the running every single step of the way, and this feels like a new, refreshed, reformed Northwood, all based around North American players on site in that school in Michigan. I'm super happy to see this team play. And yes, we may have cursed it on the desk, but we'll see how it turns out in the game, because with these two matchups, anything can really happen. Fisher and Northwood, 2 iconic institutions within Collegiate Rocket League history, a rivalry that spans years across rosters. North America versus Europe. Grand Finals, casters, take it away.
The best Fisher College has ever performed to this day as an institution since CRL versus the best Northwood form we have ever seen out of the school. The best of one side versus the best of the other. Only the best series is ahead of us, Taco.
And being able to witness Fisher get to this point is one thing, but there's plenty of teams who get to the grand final and then have to play against this juggernaut in Northwood, and it does not work out well for most of those teams. We'll see if this one is any different as we kick off game number 1 of our first best of 7 of the day.
We saw 7, I guess, be the lucky number for Fisher before, where it took them that many series from the lower bracket to get here to the grand final, racking up a total of 12 points in the standings, putting them just below the top 5. But if they come out on top here, they will overpass Akron and be in that conversation for the standings. Exactly what they want. Prizing maybe not on their mind, but the pride that they could get for taking down Northwood again.
And after this one, we'll have one more Open to be able to distribute points, so not necessarily guaranteeing any particular spot, but even just getting to this point does so much. Northwood has done more than enough, but Fisher still has a lot to prove, especially with other teams kind of nipping at their heels. But at the very least, they can secure at least something more with a good performance here. But it's so hard when you have to count for all 3. After the first 2 have their chance, Zanil strikes the opener.
No surprise that Zanil's the one to strike first. Forest can't get there in time. We talked about some of the aerial issues we saw from players against Northwood in the past, and gotta be quicker than that if you want to get over top of it.
Gonna have the opener go to Zanil, and he's quick to it. So is Creams. Zanil has another open shot as no one contests it. Creams on the passing play to the back post is not gonna be able to find his compatriot, but even still, the attack is still ongoing up until Justice steals that one away. A rare mistake there on the miss, which might actually lead to Jovan getting to this one. Zanil somehow gets it around him, and we're back to mid.
I had to let that one breathe for a second. Jovan so close for tying things up. We mentioned the previous 2 series we saw on stream of Fisher. They take a little bit to get going, but if they can get started faster in this game against Northwood, they'll look that much more confident moving forward.
See Creams just tried to lob that one forward. He's done that oftentimes within the series for Northwood. He likes to be the tip of the spear, just go on up, tap that ball down, and then wait for his teammates to clean things up. Hockey and Zanil just slightly off on that one. I like the idea at first, but the thing is, it doesn't quite work out, which leads to a counterattack nearly picked out on that near post.
Time ticking down towards the halfway point of this first game, and Fisher still not quite able to grasp their first goal in this game. Couple of shots in their favor, majority of it in theirs, but Hockey, 2 shots to his name. Actually, it's Zanil apparently getting credit for that one, but either way, the touch is all that he needs for the finish.
And just being able to get that one long clear. Fisher is caught in between a little bit. There's this psychology that goes on in a lot of these games where you have a 1 goal down, and as every second ticks off, you're trying to think, okay, well, we can take our time. Actually, we're not getting a lot of offense. Maybe we do need to move up, and then everybody moves up, and 1 clear goes over the top. You have a cherry-picking Hockey, and that's going to be in 10 times out of 10. Never going to miss those, and unfortunately, if that goes in now, you're staring down 2, and you start to wonder, maybe if we just take a bit more time, like this one, to place it. Jovan continuing to snipe great angles.
Great touch from Jovan there. Justice, of course, getting to be the facilitator for this team, initially putting that pressure on Fares. Also, just clearing out the back line. Everyone left the net and left it wide open for Jovan to put it through. So they will gladly take that goal in their favor to get on the board.
I suppose that's a decision that you have to make when you can't get to the read immediately. You're like, yeah, what are the odds they're going to put it past all of us? Oh, that's going past all of us. And immediately just tucks in that back post. Nice opening goal. Problem is you need another one, and I don't know if Northwood are going to be feeling that charitable, especially when Hockey is trying to dance through. Sets one up for Cream, but Jovan tucks on in from the blind side, gets clear to the far side.
This is the first time that these 2 schools have ever faced against each other in a grand final, Taco. This is a historic event for these squads, but looking back at history, 8-2 is the series lead for Northwood. No surprise there with the way that they've been able to recruit.
And there's been so many different iterations of these rosters. For the most part, you can really, a lot about Hockey has been the one player who's been able to go throughout this time, as Fisher is kind of mixed and matched, and also be able to get these shots through. Zanil just sniffs out that danger. A goal line save to keep it at a 1-goal game. Creams with no boost is going to have to clean up the next clear, and Hockey will help him out.
They're counting their lucky stars on that one to keep it at a 2-1 advantage for Northwood. Justice, he's been waiting for the right roster for Fisher College to come together. Been on the B team a couple of times, got called up after some roster shuffling in the last semester, and now with a full new EU roster, the Woo, 2/3 of it at least on his side, this might be their chance to showcase their skills, the utmost capability, but they need to overcome the mountain that is Northwood.
See Creams try to get that corner boost, and he does not, so Justice will take it and then take the other corner boost as well, as the rest of his team tries to just take 50s and some pinches, as I believe that was the original intent. Doesn't work out, and problem is, that's goofy, that's fun, but it's not if you're losing game 1. Still looking for that 1 goal, and they're running out of time, which means the desperation is going to have to start settling in.
You mentioned the time, not much remaining for Fisher. But we've seen this happen before. Every time in the last 2 series, they have dropped the first game and they said, no worries, we got it after this. Zanil says, no worries. I don't care if anyone's even near me. I'm gonna get this double tap and get a goal.
I can't be dangling that far out for Jovan. The play feels like he's just gonna take a soft touch and immediately gets demoed. And of course, Zanil's not gonna hesitate. Even if it doesn't put it on target, that's gonna be a guaranteed double tap for a man of his caliber. Former Cloud9 player on Omelette for RLCS. Certainly no mystery to him on how to play in big games with a lot of pressure on him, and especially trying to add to the Northwood accolades. Such a thick trophy case on that university's have.
Truly what we expect, brilliant from Northwood as an institution. But again, they still have to win at least a best of 7. And hope that they can keep this going with this momentum of game 1 in their favor. Maybe one more for the road, though. The other direction it goes, and it will be Jovan at the 0 seconds. We've had a couple of those scored against Northwood. They're not worried about this one.
And that's just going to be one more shot, obviously one more goal, and it's going to make it a deceptively close game. But rotationally, felt like Northwood really did have a majority of those chances, but not without the close scares. Of course, think back about that Zanil goal line save to prevent it from being 2-2 earlier on. So Northwood certainly not going to be a team that can sit back and say, see, this series is so easy. Sometimes when you talk to Creams, it feels like that, but I feel like he has to know he's not telling the full truth.
Yeah, we don't have the cameras on this time with these players since it's not the championship, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did a timeout eventually and just we saw them playing a different game in the background like last time. But either way, Creams, they are focused in for their team as being that facilitator for the squad. Hockey and Zanil, Hockey being that player that's been on the roster for such a long time at the school, knows how to come out on top in these championship moments, and that's what they want to see.
Especially now when you look at Fisher, a lot of those goals, especially when we started to look down into these shots that Northwood are taking, it is really just bending on defense up until you see Fisher dive in on something they might not want to, or be able to hesitate on something that they probably shouldn't, or just take a soft touch. And we saw Jovan immediately get demoed, and then Zanil doubles it in. Northwood reaps the rewards constantly on you taking a heavier touch than you need to, overcommitting on something, and it's a team that will gladly take every single free goal you give them. So Fisher, I think, needs to, like most teams, solidify that back line, create a solid foundation, and then you build step by step and slowly build up. I think honestly what they did against Concord are the notes they need to take in, and I'm sure Stoll, their coach, formerly of the WU, as you mentioned, 2/3 his team, EU counterparts now over at NA. They have what it takes to contest with this team, but again, you're playing against a team with a lot of experience under its belt, whereas Fisher, this is their first semester as this roster.
This team seems to be full of adaptations. It takes them time to adjust to the competition that they find themselves. I mean, they were outside top 32 with the WU specifically, and then they got top 16. But Jovan, they are the one to be the savior for this squad. They got 2 goals in the last game. They got the first one here in 15 seconds.
Jovan is involved constantly, and I have to say, I really do like his shooting. That one was saved, but that was flawlessly on the near post. Fortunately for him, he actually follows it up by just taking a little bit of the pace off of his flip so he can remain in control, boost toward that near post, and dunk that one home. Northwood immediately on the back foot. That's the adjustment I'm thinking about. Even in this best-of-7 format, we'd think they'd take their time. Zanil dodging the bump. I didn't think he was ready for it. Team pinch into the lead block. How is Northwood getting away with this one?
It's the Northwood magic we always see, especially with Creams on the save that time. The follow through from Forace, not in time for them to get it through. So I'll take a bit of a breather on the back line. Midfield game seemed to be where things were won for a bit for Concord in that last series, and then, well, Justice showed up. We saw that happen in the last 2, and kind of waiting for that to happen here for Fisher. Jovan, the only one able to get a goal for their team up to this point. Might be all they need, depending on how close this series will be. Possession-wise, though, a lot more favorable for Fisher in Game 2 compared to the first.
Pass in Justice trying to find that back post. Again, well placed, but Northwood is a team that, despite how good they are, they do stack the net a lot on defense. Yeah. They are more than comfortable saying, even if we double commit, our recovery is good enough that we'll be able to get there. And our boost control is also enough to lock things down. Thing is, you don't often anticipate someone getting teed up. Jovan continuing to be the sharpshooter.
All they need is the setup from Justice. And Forace sets things up themselves, baiting out the defense. And you talked about that boost management, but we saw nothing in the tank for the last defender there in Hockey. And that is what led them to be susceptible to that attack from Jovan. So huge momentum shift in favor of Fisher. I was going to say before we got into this map, it feels like Forbidden Temple is Fisher's map. Because Game 2 is where they turn things up a notch.
We said that, but they also had to lose the last game to be able to set up the reverse sweep. Even still, I get your point. And also, you do need to step it up, especially after you lose that first game. You don't want to get this grand final too far away, especially as the lower bracket team. As a reminder, Northwood has to lose 2 best-of-7s to be able to lose out on this grands, and Fisher knows this one. This is very much both a sprint game to game and also the marathon, just to stay focused. So make sure you pace yourselves. And Northwood, you can't get tired. You got to get back. There's number 3.
Huge from Jovan with the hat trick, and who else but Justice on the clearing play. 2 defenders pushed up too much, too little, too late for them to stop it. And this is the overwhelming patience that we kind of see from this Fisher roster that frustrates the other teams, and you can see why Maryville, St. Clair, Saints Green, and now Northwood are even struggling against it, with Jovan having their fourth.
Jovan, I get it, buddy. You won. 4 goals, 4 shots. I get it. Fine, whatever. GG, go next. But I suppose, based on the rules, we can't skip. So we're just going to have to take estimates, and chat can play some predictions on how many goals this man is going to get, because I started keeping stats for Justice in the previous series on just how many goals he was involved with. And ever since I started doing that, Jovan has just been involved in the offense. He's instrumental. He's assisting everything. He's scoring pretty much every single open shot, which doesn't sound like the high most praise, but think about how many crossbars, how many goal line saves we have seen. Just being able to have him behind the ball on offense and know that 90% of the time it's going in, it has to be such a relief for Fisher.
It has to be. But unfortunately for Northwood, they got to be scratching their heads and saying, okay, what have we done wrong this time? Because they haven't overextended too much compared to what we saw from before. But 4Ace wants to get involved in the goal-scoring palooza, and they'll put another on the board.
Oh my goodness, he just signed adoption papers. Creams, unfortunately, is his son. Dunks him to oblivion right into the near post, and nothing going right for Northwood right now. This is really a game where you kind of just, I think, lean back and say, all right, well, this one didn't go our way. I guess we'll just have to refocus for game number 3. Sunil maybe can get a goal, but Jovan is apparently not willing to even give that up.
No, not at all. And that's what we see happen here for this team of Northwood. They finally get one for Creams for the road. Still technically a chance for them to come back. We've seen Northwood score more goals than 4 in less than 2 minutes against greater teams, you could say. But when they're this flustered, this will help cool the nerves just enough to get them back in the series.
I hope Cream scores some more. That is such a fun goal explosion.
It is,
really
yeah.
hungry, so it does not help. But either way, at least they get to see that new one. I don't even know what that's from, but either way, I do like Cream switching it up from just the try-hard, sweaty setups, and Jovan is changing it up from scoring everything going forward. Not able to get this one, so Northwood, not necessarily on the comeback trail, but at the very least wanted some momentum moving into game number 3 and something to pick the morale up.
End off with a goal for your team if your Fisher is the win condition here. And what a save from Hockey. Gets the second easier done. What a monumental effort by them. Demos aren't going to make it easy, and Jovan saves the day this time. He's tired of them having easy goals scored, so he's like, let's give him a chance here.
Jovan just stealing away his own teammate's goal. He's like, no, I get most of the goals. You know, Justice or Frizz, you were able to sneak in at one point, but no, it's going to be mostly me. And such a selfish player. But at the end of the day, I suppose they'll get over it. This team is still winning, and it's such a strange game. It's been so long since Northwood has just been beaten down like this to the point where I don't even know what to say for the rest of this game. It's really just watching them just kick the ball around the field as Fisher's just whistling and jauntily jogging down the pitch.
This is just reminiscent of what we saw earlier on in the fall with Maryville, who seemed to have figured out Northwood back then. And, well, it's a different story recently after they beat them in their grand finals appearance last open, and also swept them earlier on in this competition. So looking at the way that this Fisher roster is dominating Northwood in this game gives them a bit of flashbacks, and makes sense because it's another EU roster. They just have to adapt a bit better and overcome the demos. Well, you see that Fisher have adapted themselves. Once we look at that scoreboard at the end, I'm sure we'll see plenty from them.
And we certainly will be seeing this shot differential is insanity from Fisher. That's the way you want to come back. Lose game number 1, that's fine, because game number 2 is all theirs. They're not going to drop a second straight for another series. They got this one, turning the grand final, at least the first part, into an effective best of 5.
Not as many demos as I would have thought from Fisher towards the end of that. 5 total. Less effective, though, was Northwood compared to the previous game where they had 7. Instead, though, the saves from Cream still not proven to be enough. 5 saves to your name, and there's still 5 goals on the other end. Something is not working in your favor, and I think the biggest thing we can note is Zanil. 96 points to their name. 0 saves, assists, or goals. Couple of shots here and there, and Zanil was the main savior that we saw in the previous series against Concord.
Yeah, it's also especially strange to see 96 points at the end of a grand final game.
Yeah.
I mean, not even to say that Zanil was just playing terribly. It's just that's how little you could get involved when Fisher's playing this dominantly. Obviously, the shot differential 15 looking into 8 is one thing, but I think the main thing from Fisher is that they weren't just easy goals. They were really just making Northwood sweat on defense. They could not get everything to it, which is to say a lot, since Northwood is probably one of the more composed defensive teams that you do witness. Even when it seems like they're on their final breath, they can barely even touch these reads, they always feel like they find a way to get that. That was what we kept seeing over and over and over again in Open 2, and they're gonna have to hope for a return to form on that defensive structure, because my goodness, that was a slaughter down the stretch from Fisher. Let's see if they can string it together in DFH.
The last time we saw Fisher in a grand final was during that World Championship against a European roster. They imported their own European roster to take a page out of the playbook of some of the great players out there, and even took down some of those players from St. Clair, Green, and Psy. So now they know all the keys to success. They have the recipe in their cookbook. They just need to make the meal and devour the competition throughout this rest of the best of 7 and the bracket reset to come out on top.
Reeves double taps it, but unfortunately actually takes it past Hockey, who has no boost. Correa's trying to put that one forward. Jovan from the blind side trying to get on top of this one. Now speaking of, Zanil's just trying to hammer down on Justus. He's going to dodge and get the save. So Northwood's still trying to be opportunistic, but apparently going to have to be a bit more tricky than that to get past Fisher.
My eyes are on Jovan with the way that they've been able to get so many goals for their team. They had 7 in a row for their squad. A little interrupted in that first game, of course, because we did see the win come out for their opponents in Northwood, but even then, it can't be understated how effective they have been so far in this grand final. It's only the first step towards mountaintop in Collegiate Rocket League that they have to overcome this Northwood roster. Because as we keep mentioning, this isn't just a single best of 7, it's 2 in a row you have to take against this top team.
And that's the difficult part, is that we have seen actually plenty of times where a team wins 4-1 and then immediately gets immediately destroyed. And speaking of destroyed, this 50 not working out. Poor Hockey just trying to stay in blind, and instead he's the ramp that takes it over not just Creams, but Zanil. Correa's just getting every single bit of that one, and that's sometimes how it crumbles. It looks like everything's under control, and then it's anything but.
That seems to be what's going on with Northwood as well. They felt like they had the series under control after game 1. Usually in the past, Northwood has historically lost game 1s and then won the rest of it, but it seems Fisher has learned from that greatness that made the old Northwood roster so threatening. They didn't care about game 1 because they'd win the rest of it. So far, Fisher is looking to do the exact same thing with these demos, high flying and flashy as they can be, not enough for a goal for Northwood.
Unfortunate first goal, but it's something that's understandable. It's not necessarily due to any lack of skill or recognition. It's just sometimes you take a 50 and it's at the wrong time. Hockey trying to get more creative. Nice little passing. 1, 2, and 3, but Perez sees through the smoke. Pass back to Hockey again. So Northwood just trying to keep things creative, and yet Fisher has the answers to it. They're still not being able to be countered, and now they're just torching you over the top. Hockey, nice recovery to be able to prevent that one.
Beautiful save, but Justice in position. Does it get stopped out by Hockey, who saves the day again for Northwood. Jovan, though, the angle a little bit too adjacent from the net. Can't cut it close enough to get into the back of it. Right past the halfway point of this game, though, still benefiting at Fisher. Northwood need to wake up from the nightmare they have found themselves in.
Oh man, Zanil doesn't trust that one. For him, he does not understand that Jovan doesn't have any boost, because he's just assuming that Fisher has everything covered, because up to this point, they really have. How about this passing play? Creams, it's an open net, puts it too high. Zanil pass inside, I saw the vision. So did Jovan, sends him to the Shadow Realm, and everything gets reset.
I was about to say that's a guaranteed goal, because everyone was committed into the corner for that play after Jovan went for it. Might have been better to peel off towards the net instead. Flores does not have any boost either and mistimes the save. Zanil the only one really able to make those saves so far today, so they do tie things up here. Took a little bit of time for Northwood, but speaking of Zanil, who was pretty absent in the last game, top of the board for everyone in the lobby currently.
And it's something that's nice to see, but also kind of a mistake from Fisher, and certainly a confusing one. Not really sure why all 3 players were on it, but it's fine. They can still make up for it, especially if Zanil doesn't handle this one well. Justice into Jovan. Rare miss as that goes well wide. Well, I don't think he was anticipating it getting to him in that angle. Justice, I suppose, can clean things up and try again as he's continuing to skate by players.
feels like Justice hasn't been as successful with setting things up for their teammates as well. They've been more spaced out than we saw previously in the last game, and that's benefiting Northwood because that gives them so much room to work with, wiggle room on defense. And simple shot comes through by Hockey, just keep the pressure up, giving Northwood more time to recalibrate their offense once they get out of their side. And Zanil got one. Can they get another? Hockey pushed up a bit too far to get that touch into the back of the net.
I love that from Frizz. He has no boost, but he just says, I'm going to stay with it. Jovan, get the boost, and then I'm going to go for the next one. Now he's back in. Now he's got boost. He settled down to Just Us. Hockey plays his angles well, as he always does, positioning famed within CRL for being able to keep his team in it, despite being surrounded by some of the most talented players in North America. He's going to have to keep mustering this up because he's, again, the last defender as Frizz racing down, trying to get in the middle. Jovan waiting, but still not going to be able to find that connect.
Justice a little bit off the mark there as well, trying to dunk on the defense. Opens up some space for Northwood. An awkward back pass could have been capitalized on, but the midfield defender from Fisher not in the best position themselves. Justice has a chance, but it gets into the clutches of Jovan, who hasn't really been able to do too much in this specific game. With the last few seconds ticking down, ever looming is overtime. Jovan doesn't want it to happen, but not enough power behind the shot. Will there be more time for Hockey? There's a touch off the backboard. Zanil, final last-ditch efforts as it does drop down for OT number 1.
Part of me was wondering, Hockey, how brave you feeling, my friend, as he was underneath that one. But no, he'll take the overtime, and maybe that will be for the best, although to get on Jovan, as we both think it, he's fast one, creams to the sidewall, does not have that double, Perez to the backside, and they're interfering with Zanil, really taking his time with that one. I don't know how he has those nerves.
Too much time, but it did give them enough to break out their own end for a shot of their own. Bit too wide, though, off the top bar. Instead, Fisher, awkward touch, gives so much room to work with for Creams off the ceiling, but intercepted by Forace. Just Us. Plenty of time to work with and boost for Forace if he can get possession of the ball, but Zanil intercepts him instead. Dunks on one, doesn't have boost to work with, and it is saved by Forace.
Sometimes we talk about it. This is a team game. You can't just go through the whole team. And then Zanil says, watch me. He was about a pixel or two away from beating that player over the top to get that winner. But looks like Fisher does have the positioning knowledge to be able to get in front of this one. And now the 50s to maybe set up Jovan right down to Justice. Air dribble, not a lot of boost, but he'll just play for one singular touch. Zanil with the catch. Jovan trying to lock down options, and yet Zanil still finds his way around.
That was a dangerous turnaround by Forace in the midfield line. Last defender back, Jovan was floundering on the other end, but the double tap is not accurate enough. So close, was wide open for it.
Cream's certainly a player that loves to go for the unconventional. Sometimes he's just going straight down Broadway as that one's off the bar. Another player dives in, so the recovery is all on Hockey, and maybe even more than that. That's a shot on near post. I don't know if Perez can get back to that one. Hockey steals one away from the noses of the cars on Fisher. Northwood taking back that lead.
This is exactly what Northwood needed. Jovan got called off. It looked like by Forace on that play could have gone for the save if they were paying attention soon enough, but instead they watched it go by, thought Forace had it, and instead it will be the win for Northwood, and a crucial one at that. Very easily could have succumbed to a Fisher comeback after game 1, but now they have the lead in their favor. Only need 2 more games to be crowned the ultimate champions here for the Collegiate Rocket League Spring Semester Open number 3. And wow, this would be the first time we wouldn't have a bracket reset, mind you, if North would win.
Yeah, and I mean, that would actually be really alarming. And that's including last semester as well. So like we've had a lot of situations where if you get to the grand finals, you're pretty much guaranteed to lose if you're going through uppers. That's just how it is. We don't make the rules. Maybe it's just because the lower bracket has more momentum in the first series. Who really knows? Either way, what we do know is that Northwood won that game, and it's really off of Fisher kind of going autopilot on some of those. Yeah. That first goal, they just call it gravitated all towards the near post, and then one took a 50, and then they started looking around like, oh, I didn't realize we were all over here. Second goal, they both chase a ball. Hockey realizes, well, if no one's covering the sidewall, I'm just going to tap it around you and then over an open net. The third man thinking probably he has time. He can just kind of jog on back on defense, and suddenly he's the only person who touches it. Bryce can do a lot in this series, but he can't prevent the inevitable when it's an open shot near post and he's coming all the way from the far side. Tough loss from Fisher, but also shows he can't lose focus, even just for a moment.
when it comes to close games, so far at least today, Northwood comes out on top. We saw it happen in their first series today against Concord. We've seen it happen in their 2 wins here against Fisher. Of course, the one win we saw, very dominant from Jovan, and speak his name and he will score.
Oh, that's easy. And I was wondering when is he going to get involved? I want to see Jovan get in there. And of course, it's right off the kickoff. Of course, have to pay homage as well to Ferace being able to put that one right on a platter for him and being able to beat out that kickoff despite having no boost. He knows it's not about getting a target, just getting it past that last defender.
And that is a great way to get back in the saddle on the winning side of things for Fisher here, where it felt like they could have gotten the win in that last game before an overtime situation, but they had to force it to that moment and faltered at the finish line. Instead, the other direction it goes again. Zanil able to get this at the last moment. Very dangerous position to be in so early into the first minute.
That's why you learn how to speed field, kids, because sometimes you really need all the different speed on that one. Also, another time where you learn how to play off the backboard. Why is no one up for this one? Creams waited for this one, does get the save, and then some, extended to the far side with the catch as well. Look at the control by Creams, is trying to buy all the time to reset the rotation.
First minute, as eventful as we would hope in a grand final. Maybe not so much for the Northwood fans at home. Waiting with bated breath for them to break out their end and get a shot on net at some point. We've had a couple here and there, but nothing threatening enough. Some deterrence on the back line from Hockey. Easily dismissed and swatted away, so instead Northwood, they got to patiently wait for the ball to land in their clutches again to go for another pass.
Trace takes the first touch as Justice will ram that one into the corner as he sees a gap between Hockey and Zanil, which Hockey will close. Boris into the ceiling, waiting for that next one. I was wondering if he was going to go for the handoff, but doesn't really matter. Jovan, rare miss, this time the post bailing out Northwood.
Oh, that was rough too, because Boris knew that it would have been a bad spot if they got dunked on with the play, so they kind of redirected it, doinked it to their teammate, who has in a better spot to keep it in possession, in play on the blue half of the field. But Ferace baits out one, can't bait out the second. We've seen a lot of players love to do that against this Northwood roster. Justice sneaks it underneath their noses, but can't get it right past them. All 3 players up, but nobody in position to take the shot.
I think they understand they have the boost advantage, which is why they're trying to play for high-flying aerials, which then force Northwood to jump, leave those corners exposed. Another boost steal by Jovan. Justice going to take all the time in the world to gather this one. Side wall, Zanil already off the ceiling, prevent it, and that is exactly why. Nice preventative play.
Great communication from the players on Fisher as well. They realize nobody's home, and somehow they don't get it through again for Ace. Not in position to fall through either. They need to be there with some contingencies.
Oh my goodness. They're trying so hard to put that one right on a stamp, and yet they still can't get it through. The frame saving Northwood for how much longer? There's only so many times you can defend until eventually you dive in on something you probably shouldn't. Patience really saving the day for Northwood as Fisher refuses to get away from this ball. Jovan just plowing through some 50s, but then the follow-up from Perez not going to be able to be touched. Justice, one more touch, and actually does get past that side wall. Zanil has to sigh, retreat on back again.
Plot armor working its well wishes for the side of Northwood, and still somehow Fisher with the lead continuing in their favor. So much dominance on offense from them time and time again. The boost starving. We've only seen a single shot since the first minute, mind you, for Northwood. But finally, they had a chance to break out. They give it up to Ferace, and he'll take the shot and an easy goal.
Oh my, and as you see that touch coming through, Zanil just tries to lob that one forward. The problem is, Ferace was almost waiting for this one. Most importantly, look at the boost next to his name. Nothing in the tank, basically, when he takes off for that one. He had just enough to be able to get halfway up to the ceiling, and that's all he really needed. That's the value of a fast aerial and boost conservation, just understanding your angles, picking your spot to choose, and unfortunately, Northwood walked right into that trap.
Time ticking it down for Northwood. Mentioned earlier, close games, they've benefited from them, able to come out on top and have that resiliency, but so far this has been anything but close. There should have been many more goals in favor of Fisher College in this game, but it still hasn't proven to be enough for Northwood to count themselves out, and that's what they need to do in this last minute. Creams breaks past one, gets the touch off the backboard. Zanil's not there, and Ferace will be in the perfect spot to stop it.
They clear up off the sidewall means that Fisher can reaggress. They're trying to look for that back post. A tap down, not going to work, but maybe a back pass. Hockey doesn't intercept it, but certainly trying to make life difficult for Fisher up until reinforcements arrive. You had another game where it feels like Fisher not only answers back, but they have everything going for them. They just keep on getting near this touch. They're bullying Creams. My goodness, he's getting cyberbullied right live on air.
Killing the clock as much as they can at this moment in time. And Hockey, even with the space given to them, the respect given to Hockey, they don't care because they know they can get back in time and stop them. They weren't going fast enough. No momentum behind those wheels or those eyes to get the goal for Northwood. And instead, 15 seconds to go. They need one here and now to at least have a kickoff goal potential, and it's not going to go in their favor.
We'll be able to have somewhat of a roll down as Race going to have to deal with a back pass there. Jovan tactical little dive in to be able to prevent this one, and now it is all done and dusted. Northwood might get one for the road if they're lucky, but right now this game has been and is all Fisher. Another win as we continue to trade games back and forth in this first series, potentially, of Grand Finals.
With the way this is going, Taco, it has not been close when Fisher has won. Looking at the shot differential between these two teams is something else. And Northwood, every time they've won, has been by a single goal. This does not bode well for this Northwood roster, who thought going into today they didn't have to worry about Fisher.
No, and of course, us on the desk, we all choose Northwood. It's not just because we're lazy and we're like, Northwood can win. It's because conventionally, that's kind of what they do. They adjust to teams really well. But even now, we see games in which they do pull out wins. But as you mentioned, one goal. Fisher just demolished one game. This one doesn't look like a demolition, but in terms of shot, pressure, constantly Northwood rotating back, desperately fighting for boosts, getting goal line saves, they were not in control of this game. They barely even had looks at goal. It was mostly just lobs forward that register as shots. Fisher is impressing me continuously with how much they've developed and also learned just how to engage. This is often the reason why people say a lot of EU players bring a play style that NA players don't really know how to handle. They take weird angles, they force you to constantly be uncomfortable, and eventually something's going to have to break. I think Northwood, for the first time in a long while, is going into a grand final back and forth, and they're constantly getting dealt with something new, a left hook that they're not anticipating. And now as we go into Aquanome in these salty shallows, we're going to have to see, are they actually in control of these series, or are they really just preying on those Fisher mistakes?
That is the question, Taco. And we do have to go back to last Open, where it did go to 2 back-to-back game 7s, but they still pulled out the win and felt confident when we were talking to Creams on Friday. But even then, it shouldn't have been that close against Maryville. It shouldn't be this close against a team like Fisher, and they need to prove themselves to be the best in Collegiate Rocket League like they used to be. Right now, they're in the conversation, but they're not cemented as the ultimate team in CRL.
We did have recently, as Vod, you might imagine, yourself and Seb on the desk, we were chilling on Champ League, talking about CRL with Creams. We had him on the show, and we were talking to him about, hey, what do you think about this Fisher roster? And he rated them higher than all of us, saying, this team has a lot of talent. I'm not going to disrespect them. Yeah, they didn't perform too well, but I see the potential. I think he's seeing that potential up close and personal in this series right now. So maybe his own personal ranking will increase, especially if Jovan continues to snipe these. Hockey taking no chances. Nice pre-flip save.
Fisher no longer on the fringe. They're also in the conversation for top of the division for Collegiate Rocket League, but Hockey has always been there for Northwood, always been at the top of his game, and we see it yet again for the first goal.
And Hockey being able to get that one all the way down. Poor Jovan, that's a tough one to be able to get those reads, especially from the angle. You know it's going to hit the post, but is it going to bounce middle? Is it going to bounce at you? You can't really overreact to that one. Hockey, meanwhile, just says, no thoughts, head empty. I'm just going to chase this one down and hope it rebounds right into me.
Almost 6 minutes without a goal for Northwood, so they are breathing easy after that one from Hockey. The adjustment from both these squads really separates them from the rest of the competition that is out there, and somehow Creams with the save, pinching it off the post.
Sunil will be able to get this one, but no more boost means he'll just have to play for a 50 or fake underneath the one. It's Jovan jumping that one, and that will buy Northwood a little bit more time to get forward, but they're going to need boost for that one. Hockey used the rest of his for this one, which means Sunil is wide open off the ceiling. Forace tries to avoid a bump and succeeds. Creams is headhunting him.
Wow, that was a beautiful touch by Justice as well. Threatens the defense and also clears it away, and the back and forth from these two teams on another level from the competition we've seen earlier in Opens past. But for now, this case is not closed just yet on who is going to come out on top in this game. Northwood do have the lead, but Fisher ever looming, lurking like a shark smelling blood in the water for their time to strike.
Brace trying to tap that one down. Zanil with a catch up and above, but unfortunately not going to work out. So instead it's going to be Hockey trying to tap that one down again, and he's not going to get this one. They're just trying to get these last second touches, and you can see Fisher almost sitting back, not necessarily because they don't care, but just knowing that they're secure in the rotation and positioning, and that they can cover pretty much anything that comes their way. Northwood is not throwing anything that's really pushing Fisher to improvise or change what their usual movements are taking them into.
First half of this game not benefiting Fisher whatsoever. Would have been a great turnaround if we saw the goal from Jovan. Justice with a shot as well for Ace. Was set up. But Justice not really having as much faith as he used to in his teammates for being in the right spot at the right time there. And still Northwood looking at the shot differential. There's only 3 shots so far from Northwood. They're playing this patient as can be because they know 1 goal for these close games is all that matters for them to get the victory and the lead.
Oh, Creams, nice touch, and that's exactly what Fraze was afraid of. He rotated all the way back. Hockey, flip reset double, only taps to the side, and you can tell Zanil, he doesn't want any of it. He had 100 boost, he doesn't even challenge that one. He'd rather get back and secure that back line. I don't think you're onto that right wavelength of Audible. Noticing how Northwood is understanding that, yeah, it might just come down to 1 play. Let's just not give it away on something free.
6 shots from Fisher, none from Forest so far, and we need to see a little bit more action from them to get on the board. They had a shot, not as threatening as they would like. Jovan, though, who was the star of the show for Game 2, relatively silent in this one. Ice Cold is their title. Well, Ice Cold is the points, only 90 to their name with a little over a minute remaining. They need to get more involved here.
Creams, I thought he might have been able to fall on that one, but originally a bit too far away. Instead, it's going to be Hockey combining with Zanil into the corner. That's a weird read, which is why no one goes for it. Zanil senses the hesitation. How about a demo? How about Hockey? Creams wide open, and Hockey lands on the goalie to secure goal number 2.
Gives them a taste of their own medicine, demos them on the back line, demolishes their hopes and dreams in Aquadome here as well. 51 seconds on the clock. 2-goal sweep in their favor. That's exactly what they want to do to put them on a championship point.
Love that from Hagi. He's so cerebral how he plays, understanding that, yeah, it's one thing to get past the first wave, but sometimes you have to get the second and the third to be able to get those goals. What better way to do so than just beat one player on mechanics and then demo the second one? 2 goals, quite the cushion, especially in a grand final. Fisher knows that intimately, which is why they have to start rushing. Zanil stays back to prevent this one. He will get another deflection, forces Fisher to readjust.
Talked about it earlier where we only saw a single shot from each player from Northwood. Since then, at least 2 more for a couple of their players. So putting up that aggression enough just to get that cushion necessary for the victory. Time ticking down and still in the possession of Northwood. Away, up, and far from Fisher. This game will be going to Northwood. They'll have to look to try and force a Game 7 against Northwood, who look to be the first team since the open format change for Collegiate Rocket League to shut things down before it gets to a bracket reset.
And that's just unthinkable based on the history. I mean, you're normally always going through to be able to force a reset. The lower bracket team just has that sauce in the first one. And then I think you think the fatigue starts to set in a little bit later on. But so far, this has been like a pendulum bot. It's really just been Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, trading back and forth. And it's really just about whatever team comes in with the hard counter. And I think Northwood, despite the fact that the shots look fairly identical nearly, is that Northwood is taking clean opportunities, making sure they're aggressing in the right ways, and making sure they're not over committing to anything, giving Fisher any free looks. And I think that's the adjustment I was kind of waiting for. Fisher looked a bit out of sorts on that one. Despite some quality shots, nothing really that makes Northwood sweat.
What I'm surprised is that we didn't see a timeout come out from Fisher. They have one available because we're in best of 7s now. This would have been the time to use it, but maybe they think, okay, you know, it was close. We play them close back and forth as you've been talking about, Taco. We can get this next one, and then maybe afterwards, depending on how we feel, use one, just get warmed up and focused in for that Champions Field. But right now, with the momentum, it should go to a Game 7. Would not be surprised, though, if Northwood just closed things out after they found their footing in this game.
And this is the thing that is a little bit spooky, because part of you is just like, well, sure, it might be match point. Sure, it might be here, but we're on to Neo Tokyo. Neo Tokyo has a way of
It
finding
does.
its ways.
It
Particularly with
does.
Northwood, they do not have good history on this map. There's plenty of heartbreaking moments for them within many of the Open Grand Finals, as well as our Fall Championship, in which this is where it all came to an end against Concord. But we've talked to Creams. He is such a confident player in this Northwood squad. He feels like they fixed everything, and no matter who the opponents, even a surging Fisher Falcons, the best we've seen them play since the formation of this roster, he has to believe that he can close it out right here and now, not even needing a second series to get the job done.
Comes down to experience. Northwood have had way more appearances in the Grand Finals than Fisher ever had. This is only Fisher's second appearance in a single Grand Final in Collegiate Rocket League. And, well, this is a new look and a new roster. Hockey's been here many times before. He's played these games before, you could say. But 30 seconds into this one, Fisher, they would have hoped for a goal early on.
Chris going to rebound that one off the side wall. This extension, as Hockey is not going to be too flustered. Problem is what happens afterwards. That's what Fisher's been really reaping. North would have the first save and then crash on it on the second one. Be able to push it right back in the middle. The thing is, they don't do it. And meanwhile, Northwood is just taking the direct path. How about Hockey from the ceiling, nearly getting the first goal. Cream's keeping it alive. Pass middle available with Hockey. He's interfered with, so no contact made.
The CRL veteran trying to carry his team on his back to another Grand Final victory for Northwood. Could have been the only one they needed there. But again, stepping off on the right foot in this Neo Tokyo, where they don't want to have the same mistake they did against Maryville the last 2 times they lost to go to Game 7. So we'll see what they can do here.
Unable to get the first touch, and I think he was looking for a double off the ground. Won't go to find it, so therefore Justice will take over and actually steal the one right off the hood and nearly off of Creams as well. He's going to steal that back corner and yet trusts in the rotation. Maybe errantly so, because here comes Creams double from an angle. Hockey goes for a demo. Maybe it's better to poach up and get that rebound instead.
Nice boost grab from Zanil as well. Knew when to back off and wait for his teammate Hockey to get in a better position off the backboard. Set up perfectly, but Justice, heroics on the goal line for them. Jovan, dangerous position to be in too. Just taking it themselves. Foray says, you got this, buddy. I got no part of this. The defense is awkward for Fisher, to say the least, and not the position they want to find themselves in with the demos coming through.
You can particularly tell it's a weird situation on defense when you're moving left to right constantly. It's because you're never actually getting that clear out. So when they do get a chance, like Perez might look like he does have, there's no boost. So he's going to leave it to Justice to do the same thing. Right down the middle and then right on back. Maybe this is the way they can get out, but Justice takes a real heavy touch despite having 100 in the tank.
Panic is what you can call what we are witnessing from Fisher. They know how close they are to at least a Game 7 in potential. The bracket reset. They want to keep the record going. So far, every single open that we have had from fall into spring, there has been a bracket reset. The Northwood want to change history here, make their presence known as the best team undisputably in Collegiate Rocket League, and this would be one way to do it as back-to-back open champions. The Neil demo though by Forace.
Well, Cream's trying to dodge another demo. Jovan with a musty, able to get that one through. Look at the mechs under pressure. He did have a lead blocker, but what a way to set this up.
Huge moves from Jovan. Ice cold is the title, and that's the play we saw there. 1:50 on the clock. Northwood do not want to go down into another bracket reset. Again, like we saw happen in the last open. But instead, they still got plenty of time on their side. Hockey's also on their side too, with an open lane and nobody to save it.
And unfortunately, that's going to be the defense is too far away. They're in no man's land. Jovan can't get that one. Forace is on the backboard, realizes halfway through as you see him turn. That one's not going to go straight down. I cannot get to this. We're just going to have to hope to react. Hockey slots it. Top shelf, no hesitation. His 4th shot, and he finally finds the target.
Solid touch by Jovan, but really just keeps the pressure going to give his teammates time to set themselves up on the back end on defense. Jovan in a dangerous position, does dodge one. Forace bails them out for a second. The demo, I think, benefits them a little bit because they were not having any forward momentum after that touch. Good one over to Jovan, and the angle was not precise enough. There's been so many close shaves on the Northwood defense. You would think they already paid for the haircut 5 times over.
Hockey was getting interfered with by Fores, and he's going to get interfered with again. But Hockey 50s through both of them. Jovan has no boost. He's all the way back. He's got to save this one to the side, and he'll lob it high enough for Fores to be able to get this next one with the extension flick and a bump on Zanil. Really creative bump plays coming in, and maybe that's the difference. We talk about bump plays, sometimes just something annoying to get in the way of the team, but sometimes the defense is so good, it's the only way to get past.
The boost starving for Northwood still being a thorn in the side of Fisher. Making it so they have nothing to sustain themselves on offense, but this might be a chance for Ace. Does try to bait out the defense and a bump on their own side. Hockey says, I got this, don't worry about it. Justice almost pushes it through themselves.
Was anticipating also that 50, so Neil has a chance to flick this one high. Nice save that needed to go through from Fores. Jovan, the only one with boost. He's got a reset. He's got a double potentially. Hockey doesn't even take that chance. Final seconds and final attack for Fisher is going to be loaded up by Justice, just throwing it into no man's land. Hockey doesn't have it. Jovan, high lob for Fores. A race to the ball with Zanil. Deflection corner. Again off the corner. Hockey does not have it, and no one else does either. Fisher fighting for their series lives, trying to keep a bracket reset hope alive. They need one more.
One more goal for Northwood to be the first team to prevent a bracket reset. One more for Fisher to force a game 7. It's do or die for both these squads, but Northwood, it means that much more to them. They want to cement themselves as the best team in Collegiate Rocket League, and this would be the way to do it, to take out all the doubt in our minds from power rankings. No matter what you talk about, Northwood with 2 back-to-back wins would be back where we expected them to be historically.
Also nothing we've really ever seen back-to-back in the open format, because really it's just so difficult to do nowadays. So Northwood really trying to defy that and just say, even in this new era, you're still the Kings. And when you come for the King, you best not miss. Hockey trying to bait in that challenge. Gets past one, not Jovan.
Almost at the first minute gone in overtime, and Northwood positioned primely to get this shot on net. They do get the block from Zanil, and the demo did open things up, but it wasn't on target well enough. Creams into the corner with some more potential, buying some time for their roster to move on attack, prowling in the offensive side. They will be batted away by the defensive Fisher. Creams, a musty of their own. Can't do too much with it though, and just wants to keep this out of possession from Fisher as long as possible to steal their boost and their hopes of moving forward.
Hockey looking for a double into the middle. Not going to happen, but Fores has no boost. He's got to avoid that demo. Another high lob. We've seen what happened last time. This time it looks like Justice more than ready. Jovan, late challenge. That's open for Zanil. Potentially to slot it for Fores. How do you predict that? On the back post, Fisher keeping themselves alive.
Basically in the net was Fores on that play. Some able to get it away, but might not be enough time. Here's a good touch from Fores that time for them to get it aside. But again, feels like a matter of time for Northwood to capitalize and close things out here and now. The demo comes out from Hockey onto Fores. Still Jovan carries it forward with no boost that entire time. The length of the field seems like miles away from this Fisher defense, who have struggled to break out their end, but finally they do get a moment to breathe.
And these challenges are brave from both sides. A couple times I see these moments where, oh, it's a 2v1, that has to be the goal, and the goalkeeper just goes. They just challenge immediately, trusting that if they have the read correct, it's going to be a save, and if not, they don't want to take any chances. And it's really, you're living on a razor's edge. I don't know how successful it's going to be down the stretch as a double commit comes in. Justice comes through, but that's going to be saved. A spectacular 50 by Northwood this time to keep things going.
Beautiful save by Hockey. Speak his name, and he's getting it away again. Creams, though. Nobody in position from Fisher. Keep this going on offense. Resets again. 3 minutes now gone in OT. Fisher no closer to closing things out to go to a game 7. Northwood ever looming. Still have alive in their back pocket. Even if they go to game 7, they're not worried because Zanil is going to close things out here. Misses from Fisher, and it will be the first time in history we don't get a bracket reset.
Fores goes to the corner, and that is your penalty. Zanil picks out the only spot there is not a defender, and chase as you might, not even the Falcons can fly that fast. Northwood's Wolfpack takes 2 straight in the open format for our spring semester. What a performance it was, battling back and forth constantly, but then taking down 2 in a row. A rarity in a series like this. well-deserved championship.
The desk swept the predictions for a reason, and Northwood proved to be the best in the business again for Collegiate Rocket League. Back on top, their throne reclaimed against the competition in Collegiate Rocket League. And they've just been keeping it warm for now, and they are ready to hold on to it as best they can for the rest of the semester.
As we'll see on this replay, just so heartbreaking. You can see the desperation on the rotation back. You'd hear me almost just breathe in between my teeth like, I don't know if they have that one. And those are the mistakes. We even saw St. Clair in the previous semester lose out on an open, basically on that exact same format or decision where they were just going a little bit too far out and come back on. And those are the margins of errors. We saw how back and forth that overtime was, and it's just one player rotating too far out to take nothing away from how well Boris and all of the teammates on Fisher were able to bring it all together. So we'll have to bring the desks together to have to close out the day. Summon Avanta, what are you thinking about that, Grands?
Listen, I'm reporting from the back that the entire production cheered because for the first time, we are not going to a bracket reset.
I called it. I'm saying it. I called it.
Congrats. Let's go.
No overtime.
All right. We only have like overtimes, 8-minute overtimes. It's fine. But Northwood are our first two-time winners. It's finally done. CRL is firmly back in North American hands, and we get to see them triumph overall. It feels customary at this point to have Northwood at the top of the throne, but again, when we talk about it, Navanta, it's not as if it wasn't hard fought. This is the hardest CRL has ever been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Northwood has cakewalk in the past, and I think if you're expecting that to happen now, that is a whole era in the rearview mirror. This was a really hard-fought contest, and take nothing away from Fisher. They're a very, very game, and they found ways to beat Northwood other teams only imagined of just a couple of seasons ago. But ultimately, you're king of the mountain for a reason. Northwood just came out with wins. They found ways to win, and that's why they're walking away the champs.
And unvaultable, when I look at kind of the win condition for Northwood, it really felt as though we got to see just Zanil and Creams play in their prime.
Exactly.
Remember, this is Zanil's flu game. This is he is sick. He said, like, Creams told us firsthand, this man is like not even able to calm. And if this is the level when Zanil can't even calm and he's still bawling out, I am terrified for Nationals Vaultable.
They locked in, and seeing the way that they were able to adapt throughout each series today was on another level. I mean, this is peak Northwood. Even with Zanil being sick, the fluidity of their rotations, the way that they were demoing in the backline every single time, taking the boost whenever it mattered most, and suffocating the defense of their opponents. There was nothing that Fisher could do unless they got a goal early against their opponents. And even in that last game, we did see Jovan get the first goal. It did not prove to be enough at the end of the day because Northwood overcome and adapted and were able to overwhelm their opponents well enough to come out on top.
And Taco, when we're talking about Fisher, I think it's safe to say this isn't the last we're going to see of them. Of course, with Fares, Jovan, and Justice being here, this is, if anything else, yes, they didn't win, but this Open was a statement to say that this team has arrived.
Yeah, I mean, the bar I set for any team would be like, oh, there's going to be like the new team in NA. If you can take 2 games off Northwood, you're an elite team. I don't care. Like, that's literally the bar that I set. If there's plenty of teams that were like, oh, these are going to be the next up, they get 3-0'd, 3-1'd, and I'm like, plenty of teams can do that. You can take a singular game, but it's about continuously adapting to how good Creams, Zanil, and Hockey are as a unit. So I definitely see Fisher losing this, and I'm not saying, just another one to throw in the bin. But no, it's a team that in their first real chance at being able to collectively come together, make top 8, and then push even further, they get 2nd place. That's great. More or less solidifying them for our spring championship, but even still, I can't wait to see if they can go even further in our next Open.
I'm incredibly excited for it, but we've played a lot of games today that has gone crazy, and even though Fisher went the full lower bracket pretty much since like early in day 1 quals, they fall here. But let's take a look at the bracket to see their journey throughout the course of this and to see what the actual Northwood win looked like. Because even though Northwood, yes, they did win, they had to pretty much take care of business against a lot of the top teams. Fisher, the amount of lower bracket teams that they were able to do it. Oh, actually, we do got an interview. That's going to be amazing. I am so excited for this because you know who's coming on. Let's go. All right. We're just going to get prepped up, and we will be having an interview with our winners shortly. But in the meantime, enough gassing up Fisher because of their incredible run. It was great to see. Navanta, Northwood, they're in prime position to win this Nationals. It's the first time to do it. They're going to be leading the score by a million miles once we actually get the scoreboard up. I mean, Northwood's, they're the kings of CRL right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not watching Champ League on Friday or this weekend now, you see the shot being called. You saw the shot go in. The whole league's on notice now. I mean, really, this is a team that went out, said what we have, what we can do, what we can achieve, and are doing it. They're number one with the bullet.
Listen, who was it on our top 10? Who was it on our top 10 that didn't have Northwood number one?
That's a good question.
You know,
I think it was Taco.
I'm scrolling back right now.
Whoa. Okay, buddy, I had them.
Called out Taco.
How dare you?
Sorry, top one, I should say, because now they have solidified it. There's only so many ways to say that without just like straight up winning 2 opens in a row. So just to inform everyone, we're getting our winning interview set up momentarily with our winners. In the meantime,
I think he is ready, Seb.
I think he is ready. All right, let's bring in our interview. Our winners, it is Creams. We only just talked to you not too long ago. How are you feeling now?
A couple days ago. Feeling good. I did tell you we were going to win it. You know, easy enough.
The man shot his shot. First off, I want to, point out a bit of context that you gave to us before, and that Zanil is like really sick. First of all, I hope he's feeling better. But how was that, despite the fact that you guys could barely con, despite the fact that you had these circumstances that you dealt with and you still rolled over everyone? Like, how does that feel?
Zanil was feeling a lot better today, so we had pretty good comms and he seemed good. But, NA over EU. It's just CRL is still owned by NA. I don't know what to expect, but us winning.
I mean, you say it was easy enough, but there's also a Fisher team that you rate pretty highly, at least when we did talk to you recently and you were getting power rankings across NA. You're still saying, well, this Fisher team, yeah, they didn't impress us that much in Open 2, but Open 3, yeah, they're pretty solid. I could see them making a pretty decent run. And did you expect to see them in the final? And now that you have seen them, what do you think about this team? Do you think this is kind of their peak, or is this something that we should expect more of?
I think we should expect more of it because the Maryvilles and Concord looked really good today, but they're looking a little more rough on the edges. They're not playing as good Rocket League as they were last season. So I'd expect to see Fisher in more finals. I think that final would have been a lot more interesting for the viewers if we had one of the other teams in there, because that team was, I would say Maryville would have made it more interesting, Game 7 or something. But they're a good team, and I think they'll keep getting good results. I don't know about top 2, though.
Speaking of Maryville, you guys kind of swept the floor with them. I think it was a 3-1 victory that you had earlier on today. So talk to me a little bit about the difference that you saw in that series with them than actually the grand finals back-to-back Game 7s to this weekend.
I think that they're playing a lot more hesitant, and it looks like as a team they trust each other less. They're not like the normal Maryville relating wave is constantly on the ball and making cuts, and then EXO's following them up fast, but it looks like EXO's trying to fall back into like the worst case scenario position. So I don't feel like they're gelling as a team as they were the rest of the season. But the series against them was still good, still close games, but I didn't expect them to lose to Fisher and Lowers.
Well, you seem to extinguish that torrid run that Fisher had today. I mean, there's going to be some tactics being used, and every opponent is different. But anything you took from today's contest that you're going to apply to other opponents in regards to the season?
I think we're going to understand more that Fisher brought a more ball chasey play style, and at times it was shutting us down and making it hard to attack. So I think we're just going to have to keep understanding that we need to watch out for those faster play styles that challenge the ball instantly when we're on defense. And I think we did that today, and I think we're going to have to keep doing it again, especially against EU teams.
I think to bring up EU teams, obviously, since you guys are the first 2-time Open winners, you have cemented CRL being back in North American hands, despite the fact that the entirety of top 6 was, besides you guys, EU majority teams. How does that feel to not only at this point defend, your CRL crown, but to defend the region?
Let's just say, does it really matter if they're not going to finish out the event and win? Like, who cares about the top 6? The only thing people are going to remember is who won the event.
Cold.
That's cold. That's cold. Okay, man. Well, again, huge congratulations. You guys are in prime position to take it all at this point. You got one more open left. You're at the top of the scoreline, and all you got left is nationals. Anything you want to say before we leave?
Hey, thanks for the event. It was a lot of fun. Keep enjoying the CRL events, and everyone that puts it together, shout out them.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, man. Shout out to everyone.
Not you, Seb.
I like this guy. Hey!
Finally, someone with a good take.
Creams for president.
Viewers just increased. Now he's gone.
Sam, I don't think you heard it, but he said viewers increased as you left.
All right, get off my screen, Creams. All right, have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, have a good one.
That was great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that great? Is that great? Yeah. Let's just bully Seb around a
I
bunch.
personally enjoyed it.
All right,
Favorite part
well,
of CRL tonight.
All right.
it's
Well,
strong,
I live for you guys' entertainment. Okay, so let's take a look at the journey that was thus far in this bracket for Northwood and for Fisher, respectively. It has been a long road for everyone here, with, of course, not having a bracket reset.
Finally.
Vaudable. We
Dang.
we finally did not have one, so we get that big X in the second part of the grand final. But either way, Navata, can you give one last shout out to this lower bracket we're into Fisher?
You gotta give credit where credit is due. Fisher, again, reformed, refreshed. It's always good on paper, but you have to put it in practice. And put it in practice, they did. They went a lot further than anyone gave them credit for, and it really made the eventual winner of the Open Northwood really reevaluate their tactics. That's something that is worth its weight in gold, especially at the end of the season. So all the props for them in the world. It wasn't their night, but this might be a very pivotal moment for them, as we said.
I mean, we know that it is a pivotal moment for them because as we take a look at our standings for this evening, that puts them straight up in contention for how things are. Northwood gained 16 points for winning the Open today, and Fisher collected 12. Remember that at the beginning, they only had 2. Along with that, of course, we had Concord taking 9, still keeping them in the mix. St. Clair only taking 6, but they are still in the mix. Maryville will be, Audible taking a measly 4 at this point.
Yeah, the thing is, they already secured
I would love to
their
get
spot.
Speed on an interview right now.
Yeah, they already secured their spot in the spring championships. They're not too worried about that. Of course, they did fall to the 2 finalists. So again, they can't really talk too badly about that. Just they had the unluck of the draw with their specific matchups there. So I mean, Maryville, they'll bounce back. They'll come back at some point. Cumberland, I would say, is a big story here, though, making it into top 6. They made it into top 8 last time, so they're still in the conversation for trying to get into that top 8, and a lot of teams still in the hunt for top 8. Ball State and WVU, they got to look out for these other squads.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking especially there is no one in that bottom 4 right now that is like completely safe. So let's take a look at how the season standings are looking thus far. We only have a few cemented teams for the Nationals at the moment, that being Northwood, St. Clair Green, and Maryville. 2 of those have won an Open. Maryville somehow just able to clinch it out just through solid placings thus far. But Taco, we look near the bottom. We have Fisher firmly in the mix. We have Ball State and WVU and Cumberland fighting for that 8th spot.
And this is the type of stuff that I love in table-based qualifications where you see, at the top, who's going to come in first, second, third, but those aren't as important. It's more about 6th, 7th, 8th. Theirs tend to be more like a bloodbath where you're just seeing games traded back and forth. You see teams like Akron Blue, a mainstay for top 8. When would they ever miss out? I guess this Open, because they didn't make it into top 8. And now suddenly their name is not on orange. They still have to fight. Even Fisher, they got 2nd place, but if they don't qualify or even get just 1 or 2 points, another team could pass them, push them down out of playoff contention. There's so much on the line. So any teams that get complacent, it can happen. Any team can be any team in this top 16. It's really impressive to see. Even the fact that Cumberland, playing as well as they have, getting into their 2nd straight Open, still can't quite get into that 8th place spot shows a lot. And if you're a team like West Virginia, mainstay powerhouse that we always expect to see around at the top level CRL, they're hanging on by a thread. They're just barely above that border.
Yeah, it is, I mean, almost sad to say to a point, but it is incredibly exciting to reiterate that the competitiveness of CRL is at an all-time high. The margins between these teams are so slim, where a single series and a single game can determine so much. For WVU, you were the mainstay in CRL for so long, and just bring the cam up for a second, because we now have, of course, a professional on the WVU side. Gyro, look at me, buddy. Look at me. This is your time. This is how you save West Virginia, keep that legacy alive. I know he replied to our post and to our rankings of like, oh, interesting. Show up, buddy. You know, put up or shut up. That's your responsibility now. It's in your hands. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, you know, it's
wow. No wonder why Creams didn't like you.
Wow, Devonta. Okay. No, but I love Gyro. And that's the thing, is we knew that when Gyro went for WVU, it was going to be a big thing. And now we need to firmly see it, because next open is the last one to see who will make it into that national spot. March 15th to 16th, a month away from now, will be our last open of the spring semester. Make sure to sign up, please. Sign up. Remember the dates. Don't fall asleep for the first qual. Certain teams. But stay on it. Keep in tuned. Keep watching, of course, and keep practicing. Don't just let it slip, because the fourth open will be as important as ever. And then after that, we got nationals for all the marbles. So a huge thank you to everyone. A huge thank you to my desk, Danger Taco, Vaudable, and Devonta, for showcasing a fantastic cast throughout with so many fantastic series. Any final words, boys? Talk, certainly.
Honestly, I'm just happy to see that they're still mixing up. Yes, we do see Northwood back-to-back, but that's to be expected now that Creams is fully confident. The team seems like they're gelling. They're taking every series seriously in their preparation. But for whoever's going to be playing them in that Grands, I have no idea. And that's how I like about this one. I'm interested in the Maryville run back, since they really underperform based on their standards. I'm curious about how far Cumberland can go. Is WVU going to figure it out? There's so many storylines. It all comes together in Open 4 in March.
Audible.
I feel like RLCS and CRL are mirroring each other right now in North America, where there's kind of an undisputed number one with NRG, and now we see it here with Northwood. Maybe the N team names might be something to do with that. The rest of the competition, it is wide open for someone to show up on the day and prove themselves worthy of a championship spot. So we saw it here with Fisher. We've seen it in the past with other squads. I mean, they're still contenders as well with Cumberland in the mix. It's anybody's game into the top 8 outside of the 3 that are already locked in. So I'm excited to see how the next one falls.
Devonta, any final words?
Yeah, the big ones for me. I mean, Fisher had that run today we saw, but we do have a bit of a layoff to the next open. Can they maintain that pace? But definitely West Virginia. I mean, when I was on Champ League, hey guys, call me back. I'll tell you the show. I probably rank West Virginia a little bit higher than most people, and so I want them to do well. Can they break out? They got a couple more shots left, but not many. Hopefully they can make something happen next time.
Well, I think it goes to say from all of us, a huge thank you, of course, to the production for throwing an amazing show every single time to an absolute T. Thank you to everyone who is watching, supporting Collegiate Rocket League. We have professionals. It is some of the best Rocket League you'll see around North America and Europe, apparently. And of course, thank you again to the talent. Make sure to follow the Twitter. They took them away, never mind. But we will be back again on March 15th. Yeah, look at those. Follow the Twitters. Follow everyone. If you want more collegiate action, of course, all of us run show matches. We have a podcast that we run as well on the College Prop channel. And then, of course, thank you to everyone. So we will be back a month from now, March 15th to 16th, where the stakes only get higher for our last open before nationals. Please have a good night. Love you.
get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.
And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. Passing me by 40 years and 7, that's a true crime. One of these off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy.
trying to get out of my mind at this point.